admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you for joining us on a lovely Friday morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. %5.18%. Macron says 26 countries ready to send troops for Ukraine ceasefire. Levi steps down as Tottenham executive chairman. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has spent 8.93 trillion naira on debt servicing from January to September 2024, marking a 61% of 14.5 trillion naira revenue generated in the period. According to the budget implementation report, debt servicing gulped 2.2 trillion naira in the first quarter and 3.7 trillion naira in the second quarter and 2.8 trillion naira in the third quarter, budgeted for each quarter. Analysts of the total 14.5 trillion naira revenue generated in the period, however, shows a shortfall from the expected aggregate revenue in the period, which stood at 19.4 trillion naira. The federal government also posted a cumulative revenue of 3.6 trillion naira from the non-oil sector in the period, exceeding 2.6 trillion naira expected from January to September 2024. Moving on, the Intra-African Trade Fair has generated a cumulative $120 billion in trade and investment deals over its first 3 editions. This was revealed by Olusegun Obasanjo, the chairman of the IATF Advisory Council, during the opening day of the 2025 edition in Algiers in Algeria. The fair, organized by the African Export-Import Bank in partnership with the African Union Commission and the AFTA Secretariat, has reportedly seen a steady increase in trade commitments since its inception. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the president of the African Union Commission, revealed that the first edition of the trade fair in 2018, held in Cairo, Egypt, generated $32 billion in commitment, while $42 billion was generated during the fair in Durban in South Africa. Nigeria was confirmed as the next host of the fair, with Lagos set to welcome the 2027 edition as Jumoke Oduwole, the Minister of Trade and Investment, received the flag of acceptance on behalf of the federal government. And still on, the World Health Organization has called on Nigeria to raise public health spending to at least 20% of total health expenditure, as the country's 2025 allocation of 5.18% of the national budget remains below the 2001 Abuja Declaration. Mohamed Janabi, the WHO Regional Director for Africa, Mohamed Janabi made this appeal on Thursday in Abuja at the ongoing National Health Financing Dialogue. According to reports, the country's 2025 health budget stands at 2.48 trillion naira, representing 5.18% of the total government expenditure, with key allocations including 402 billion naira for health infrastructure and 282.6 billion naira for the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. Janabi urged Nigeria to raise public health spending to at least 20% of total health expenditure, stressing that sustainable financing is the backbone of resilient health systems. To end the local news, CSP Benjamin Undain has officially assumed duty as the new Force Public Relations Officer at the Nigeria Police Force Headquarters in Abuja. Hundain, who was formerly the Lagos State Police Command spokesperson, confirmed the development in a post on his X handle on Wednesday, expressing gratitude to the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, for appointing him to the position. The outgoing FPRO Olumuyiwa Adejobi has described Hundain as a well-qualified officer with solid academic and professional credentials. And on the foreign scene, the Russian state media has revealed that the Kremlin has rejected any situation where foreign troops would be stationed in Ukraine to provide security guarantees. This follows a pledge by Emmanuel Macron that 26 Western allies had formally committed to deploying troops by land, sea or air to Ukraine the day after a ceasefire agreement. After a summit of 35 countries dubbed the Coalition of the Willing, the French president said United States support will be finalized in the coming days. President Donald Trump has revealed that United States backing could probably come in the form of air support, while Volodymyr Zelensky says he had spoken to the United States leader about maximum protection for Ukraine's skies. And also, Italian fashion designer and billionaire brand owner Giorgio Armani has died at the age of 91. Armani was the archetype of Italian style and elegance, reimagining men's and women's suits for a modern audience. As company Armani expanded from fashion into an empire spanning beauty, fragrance, music, sport and luxury hotels, bringing in more than £2 billion yearly. Donatella Versace paid tribute to the late designer on her Instagram page, posting a picture of him saying the world lost a giant who made history and will be remembered forever. According to a statement from the brand, the designer worked until his final days, dedicating himself to the company, collections and many ongoing future projects. And also sport, Daniel Levy's near 25-year reign as executive chairman of Tottenham is over as Spurs officially announced the stepping down. According to report, the ownership agreed for him to leave his position amid belief that change would lead to greater sporting success. Levy was appointed in March 2001, leaving after the club won the Europa League in May to end a 17-year wait end for a trophy. The 63-year-old was the Premier League's longest-serving chairman, earning an estimated £50 million plus during his time in charge. Now, to end the news, the French women's team have been barred from the Boxing World Championship in Liverpool after missing the deadline for sharing genetic sex test results. The international governing body for amateur boxing revealed last month that women wanting to compete in the event, which started on Thursday, would have to undergo mandatory genetic sex testing under its new policy. While such tests are banned in France, the French Boxing Federation sent the 5-member team to a lab in Leeds on Monday. The French Federation, however, revealed on Thursday that the lab would be unable to provide the results in time for its fighters to be eligible for the championships taking place from 4 to 14th of September in northwest England. And that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce held a breakfast forum themed Media as a Bridge, strengthening Nigeria-South Africa ties through the MTN Media Innovation Program on the 27th of August 2025. The event brought together major stakeholders and partners in media and communications, mining, engineering, agriculture, and academic sectors from Africa. The event began with an opening remark by the chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Ije Jitema.
The media is not just a platform for communication. It is a powerful vehicle for influence, and it has the ability to shape perception, build narratives, and drive public discourse in the context of Nigeria and South Africa.
Having come this far, having laid the foundation, we are looking up to a very, very bright future, a future that is galvanized by our coming together, the two countries, the key countries in the continent. There's such a lot for us to do, a lot that we can do together in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnership, in terms of exchanges from what happened today. Talking about the media, using the media positively, we need to understand the overarching objectives and vision of our continent and work towards that. And in terms of awareness, creating awareness, in terms of education, and so on, exchanges, I think that we have a lot cut out for us.
The guest speaker at the event, Tobe Okigbo, the Chief Corporate Services and Sustainability Officer, MTN Nigeria, spoke on the growth and goals of the MTN Media Innovation Program and its collaboration with the Pan-Atlantic University to groom and grow media personnel in Africa.
I think that media diplomacy is using storytelling to build that bridge between Nigeria and South Africa. Most of the comments you see online are from sentiment. As a journalist, I also cover the xenophobic attack in South Africa. But how many people actually go there to see things for themselves, right? And tell a balanced story. Because the danger of a single story is such that it is sprinkled with sentiments, because you're speaking for your brothers in South Africa and you're mad at the things you're hearing. But we had the privilege of going to South Africa ourselves last year. and we met with critical stakeholders. We spoke with stakeholders from the Department of International Relations, who are the South Africa Institute of International Relations. We were at the University of Johannesburg, and we were able to really understand the full spectrum of what was happening and the need for all of us to come together beyond just telling there are some realities, no doubt, but when you understand the root causes, then you better understand what is happening, and then you can report it more objectively, right? And by the way, that's not the only thing happening in South Africa. You had the consul general talking about how many Nigerians keep going to South Africa every day, the number of visa applications they get. So if South Africa is that bad, what are Nigerians looking for there? I mean, I think there's a tough love between both of us.
The second guest speaker, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan Atlantic University, emphasized on the key role of the media in shaping international relations and perspective across borders while fostering global understanding and also the hopes of growth.
Recent years have brought a new, additional emphasis on technology transfer, entrepreneurship, and collaboration. On the other hand, the primary purpose of corporations is to deliver shareholder value or for startups to provide returns to their investors.
I like to give the example of when I traveled to South Africa, and we asked a lot of questions about, there are so many talks about xenophobia, what are stakeholders, what are government officials, what are you guys doing about it? Why are you not doing anything about it? And then we realized that a lot of work is being done on the ground. The only question is, how is the media reporting this work, right? So when we went to South Africa and came back to Nigeria, we came back with a lot of clarity on how to tell better stories. How do we tell stories that do not lean into stereotypes, that provide more context, that provide more nuance? You get, so for instance, now everyone is always talking about, South Africa does not like to issue visas to Nigerians. And then we went to South Africa and realized that that is not true, for instance. So MIP gave me clarity on how to tell more stories with context, with nuance, getting all sides of the stories before reporting.
In continuation of the event, it delved into a panel session consisting of brilliant journalists from various media houses on the theme of the event, addressing concerns and questions on the theme. The meeting ended on a joyful note with a speech by Osaya Bagiwa Osagi, former chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Felicia Phillips, ex-chairman of Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, and an unveiling of the new logo.
I think some of the problems we are having are policy issues. There are a good number of agreements that have been signed in the past but have not been implemented. And I think it behoves on the two governments to let for directives to be given to the ministries that the bilateral agreements that have been signed in the past should be implemented.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on the Business Day Television. And this is the newspaper review segment today. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm still doing this alongside Valentino Yeka. I helped you to say your name. My name remains Elizabeth Musa. Nothing has changed. Let's see what's on the front page of the papers this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper today on a lovely Friday morning. By the way, it's a public holiday, but we're here today. You were about to say that.
Yes, it's my mouth. And interestingly, the roads are relatively very free.
What do you mean by interestingly? It's normal. There's nothing interesting about that.
We're staying, but I will live in a city that is like the most populated city, if I use that part.
It's a public holiday. This is the first time to drive. You're just going to have a very, everyone feels relaxed. Everyone feels like, okay. Yeah, there's have you noticed that there's a different energy on public holidays?
Yes, I have. Such energies actually will give you that which you need to prepare your day.
Exactly. There's less of that anger. There's less of that agitation. It's just like you are, even your neighbors, they're nicer. I do.
So which means that the more we relax, right, the more, I would say approachable one can be. So Lagos people, we need more relaxation.
By the way, I know it doesn't apply to us because we don't get to have public holidays, but people that work the corporate jobs and have this public holidays, some of them will tell you that they prefer public holidays that start from that is on Friday, so they know they have a long week, or maybe the Thursday, Friday. Some will say they prefer the Monday, so it takes away that Monday. There's something about Monday. That Monday has. So which would you prefer, Friday or Monday?
I prefer Friday, because if you say Monday, meaning to say that you're going to start your day, your week lazy. And I like that Monday. Yes, Monday motivation. You get up in the morning, Monday is... So for me, I'm a go.
You like work, you say you start your week lazy.
I need to suppress any laziness. For Friday, why not debate? Although for some of us, weekends also are that hustle time. But I will pick a Friday.
I'll pick Monday, and it's not me starting the week lazy. It's just me starting it less agitated.
Well,
yeah. So let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. It says federal government bets on private capital and taxes, insurance to rescue healthcare. Plans to make state contribution to healthcare mandatory in the world of health. And still on the front page of Business Day paper this morning, it says long road to reforms. On page 30, Nigeria's education paradox, bigger budgets, poorer outcomes. On page 28 today, Oshun Algon, APC members now sign local government accounts. And on page 30, residents cry out as coastal road cuts off estate. That's the one I'm most agitated about, because look, you never know, especially if you're staying on the island, you don't even know if this thing will come to you. See my voice lowered because I'm just thinking. So residents cry out as coastal road cuts off state. I don't know. I understand that they need to do these roads, but can we have proper town planning where all of these things
don't just come to you?
Yes.
That's a surprise. So, it's good that we're mentioning this thing. Again, with all the work and construction that has been going on back and forth, they seem not to remember that, especially here in Lagos, people are on the road like every day. People want to leave their houses, come back home, and not probably see a surprise the next morning. Now, in an event where you have construction running through a particular area and then another area where people live, if the awareness is not cut across on time. So what happens is that if it rains, for instance, because there's a construction going on, they probably could have put some barricade and, so the water will find its way out of an area where, let's say the drainage is being put in place. It will find its way and go cause problems somewhere else. So I think those people who are responsible for these constructions should be able to mitigate these things and tell residents on time, look, in an event where you experience, low floodings or you experience some form of gridlock, understand it's going to be for a short time. Just the way they used to do when they need to repair Third Mainland Bridge. They tell us, okay, 2-3 months or maybe 2-3 weeks, prepare yourself for what comes out. So, but when residents are now complaining like this, which means that the department that's responsible for information dissemination, they haven't really done their job. And with this now, if for instance you work in a different part of Lagos and you live in an area where you're prone to this kind of challenges, you might not go to work on that day, or probably even get to work that week. And I don't think business owners want to hear excuses. So what this means for business is you will experience some cut down for jobs. Because some people say, look, you didn't come to work for 1 week, we have to let you go. Not because you're not hardworking, just because access road, right, wasn't just friendly. So these are all the aftermaths that can happen if information is not cut across properly. And I'm not saying that they're not doing a good job, but it can be better, right? Public awareness is key. And if it's the federal government rule that is being fixed, involve NOA, right? National Orientation Agency. Involve different people, different agencies, different arms of government that will cut across this information properly. If properly self, go to newspapers and do some publications saying sometime next 2 or 3 months, we'll be working on this amount of road, this stretch of road, this kilometer of road. And if you experience some form of discomfort or, it affects your daily lives and moving around, it's not going to last forever. It's for a time. And business owners, please soft pedal on your employees. So these are the things that will enable the economy at the end of the day not be affected. Even though we are in a fast-paced world now where most businesses are done online, people work from home, doesn't necessarily mean that commerce and logistics wouldn't move around. And human beings have to make it move. So if there's some form of distortion or, barricade, like this one we're seeing right now, definitely will affect business. Can you imagine if there's a major cut off from Echo Bridge towards Akbongo, for instance, for people who live in Lagos? The kind of business and commerce that happens around Lagos, island there, you can only imagine if the major roads are cut off and everybody has to now go through Third Mainland Bridge. Can you imagine the gridlock? Anyways, I know they think about these things ahead of time and they try to mitigate it and then put it in place. So let's hope those who have been affected don't cry for too long.
Right. Let's talk about federal government betting on private capital and taxes and insurance to rescue health care.
So it's good that federal government can now say, you know what, the bulk of the work should now be shifted and be spread across, right? Because if you look at it closely, there are some certain people who will tell you, look, that they don't want to bring out their private funds to fix things. But when the aftermath actually affects you directly, right, you have no choice but to answer the call. So it's good that federal government can now say, look, we are now betting on private capital and taxes and insurance to rescue healthcare. Why am I smiling? It's because it is time for Nigerians to understand that healthcare is like the most important thing, maybe after security. Because without a secured border, secured country, healthcare will probably not mean much. But healthcare is so important that I'm shocked that this caption, or rather this particular move from federal government didn't come a bit sooner. Right? First and foremost, let's look at and understand what private capital really means. It says here, private capital markets are a segment of the financial market where capital is raised and invested in privately held companies and projects rather than publicly traded securities on stock exchange. So now we understand what that means. So if you now merge what federal government is betting on with this, what that means now is that they will be howling more on these people. Regulators will get out there and do their job without even probably, in a far more stiffer way, because they know that they have to generate funds from that area. And they might do it so much that if care is not taken, most businesses that are trying to survive might face tough time, because maybe those taxes, when they need to be collected, will probably harm the company. For some companies who are already stable, it wouldn't really harm them like that. But what is the trickle-down effect on people who work there, people who have jobs? Would we see, a decline in job security? Will some people lose their jobs? I will not be shocked if that happens, right? Because if a company is now paying more taxes and is now being, milked by the regulators, by tax agencies, LIRS, FIRS, and all that stuff, companies are paying more money for tax so that they can feed federal government's coffers. What this means is that they will have no choice but to cut down on staffs. So if FD pulls through with this, we'll most likely experience that. Now, on the other side, on the flip side, right, the good news is the bulk of work and the strain on FG will now be a bit lesser. And of course, the money now, as they've said, it will now be channeled towards healthcare. And maybe in the future, we'll stop seeing this this issue of doctors want to go on strike today, doctors want to go on strike tomorrow. We'll probably stop seeing the issue of nurses don't have, their welfare is not being taken care of. We'll probably stop seeing the issue of brain drain, where we're losing our doctors and healthcare professionals to other countries like Canada, the UK. We'll probably begin to see that our doctors, as they come out of university, they are gainfully employed, they finish their housemanship, they are retained, and then we see quality doctors, not quack doctors, with quality doctors that would, give the right treatment after the right, diagnosis, and get people on their feet. Yes, no one lives forever, but let quality of life be qualitative enough. Having said so, I think it's a good move, FG, to start to drag money and funds from these private people and then, put in healthcare.
Right. Well, let's move on to the Punch paper this morning and see what's on the Punch paper this morning.
All right, so the Punch says here from the top, FG6 fresh $1.75 billion World Bank loan. Before we started the show, we're talking behind camera, right? I was saying, look, well, don't rejoice so soon. When yesterday we heard that when our president said, look, we've met our income max, so we're good and fine. But we're still seeing here, it says FG6 fresh $1.75 billion loan, right, from World Bank. What does this really mean? Let's hope that we don't have to pay from our noses. They say when two elephants fight, who suffers? The grass.
The grass.
And so the next one here says, new parties seeking INEC registration surge to 171. What does it really mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah, I'm looking at more opposition parties who will now say, okay, I'm thinking we should make it 172 since we are good at creating parties and not creating more industries, right? Let us look at 172. Let the 172nd party be, Elizabeth and Valentine party. Because I don't understand the thing. I'm thinking so. Because look at it. 171 parties. In a country where we are faced with insecurity, we are faced with, the economy itself is not smiling. We are faced with there's hunger in the land. People still have money to go and start creating parties. Anyways, INEC has a way of, relegating them to the back. Let's see what happens after that. Jonathan blames betrayal for 2015 election loss. Should we go on with that story?
Let's move on.
Okay, so Afenifere, which is the main headline here on the Punch, says Afenifere, northern leaders demand state police amid delays. Was it not here on our show that we mentioned the issues surrounding, the commander-in-chief, CSC of our country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, where he said, look, that he's considering state police. And so the question now is, if he's considering state police, is it that these people cannot even wait 24 hours or 48 hours to hear what he has to say before they now say they're pushing hard and they're demanding for the state police? He only just mentioned it. Give them a while to to warm into it. But it says here, FG defends delays, says security reforms undergoing due process. I can understand that really. Because if you look at it, if there's some due process, which means that as in they don't want to just jump into it without checking to say, okay, is it going to cost money? What are going to be what will be the mitigations? What will be the challenges they will face? Look into it properly before you now say you want to decentralize the police force to now create state police. So there's some form of back and forth that must happen. People should expect that really. So if Afenifere, northern leaders demand state police amid delays, I think they should soft pedal. He only mentioned it 48 hours ago. Give him room to breathe. In his own word, let the poor breathe. All right, so finally here it says, framework with states, of course, the same one, says Afenifere MBF, PANDEF insists state policing overdue. Northern leaders press for actions. What else is interesting here? We see, of course, there's the holidays, people are out there in the Middle East, they're celebrating. Egypt, Palestinian, Iran, and Yemen. You will see that, catch that in the Punch pages paper. Below here it says, train derailment sparks NRC reorganization. In page 16. Elizabeth, I'm beginning to think that there is some, again, this allegedly, right?
That's what?
Right? I'm sure some conspiracy did not go on. Maybe they could have thought, some people could have thought that maybe we should just shake up the thing a little bit. Because, not too long ago, it's up to a week, ever since the train derailed from Abuja. And now we want to there's a shake-up about to happen in NRC. Does that spell? Does that give you? Is it?
Well,
are we seeing, some smoke? I'm trying to understand it.
Smoke with.
Because why not wait a while before you now say you want to reorganize the NRC?
That's something.
There's something fishy there.
You're always seeing one side to it. Why do you always think that
there must be something? Because we live in Nigeria. We know when something is about to happen and they're not getting their way, something might have happened.
Okay.
We're just saying speculation.
There's a story there. It says panic as 5 bodies found along Lagos River bank.
Is worrisome.
How did that happen? Were they on a boat?
So the thing is, whether they were on the boat or maybe they were dumped there, whichever it is, the fact there's a security concern, right, is something that anyone who's out there, family member, right, you have someone who, went out to work, and this is just being realistic here.
Right.
You went out to work and you've not heard from the person, because a lot of Nigerians work in areas where it's far from where they live. They live in remote areas. They work maybe on the island, work in Ikoyi, so they have to cross, right, via the water, the boat. Now, if there was a mishap, that's separate. If the crime was committed somewhere else and the bodies were dumped there, I think the security personnel are on the matter. But whichever it is, if you have loved ones you've not heard from in 48 hours, right, go and report the case. I keep telling people,
right,
if you're going out, right, there's nothing wrong. Even if you had a quarrel with your sister, your brother, your mom, your dad, your loved one, the person you're living with the same house with, let me tell you, as much as it's tough to say this, if anything happens to anyone and the person, dies in the process, the pain that the family member will feel, right, of the death is different from the pain they will feel of not knowing what will happen. So we always tell people, if you're going out, tell your family members where you're going to. Take phone numbers of the person you're going to see. Send to your family members, right? It's just important. It's in an event when anything happens, and we pray not, but if anything happens, let it be closure. We hope the families of this, the first of all, let their soul rest in peace first. I mean, it's a bad thing to hear that 5 bodies were found in Lagos River Bank. And we see the police, I think police commissioner right there. We know they're doing something about it. Let's hope that they get something done. The last one here says CBT. WIEC mandates 250 computers, CCTV for schools. Why is it coming now?
Well, I mean, we're aware of what has been happening, especially in the WASE examinations, which were written, the back and forth, the poor results, and then coming back to say, there were issues with the system, and then releasing new set of results and all of that. So maybe it's about time for them to say, okay, there needs to be CCTV for schools. They need to have more computers, because certainly there are people that believe that, some people thought it was them now taking 2 steps backward after they had, posted results and said they had posted woeful failures, and then there'd been clap back from the public. Lots of people complaining about the situation and complaining about the fact that, is it that the students didn't read? Is it that the educational sector has failed and all of that? So this could be a step in the right direction in terms of, okay, let's now put CCTV. Let's know if it's a case of, so we can track if students are cheating, if whatever issues are going on. And if it's a case of perhaps we've talked about the curriculum and how much things need to be done. So this could be also a time where they're saying, maybe with more computers, maybe students will do better in their education. So this could be it.
Well, it says the West African Examination Council has outlined key facilities schools must provide ahead of the full migration of the West African Senior School Certificate Examination to computers-based testing by 2026.
Exactly, because they've decided to introduce CBT by 2026 as a way of curbing these failures, curbing the issues that we've had in the past. So if you're going to introduce CBTs and we don't know how to operate a computer, we are going to see more failures come 2026. So this could only be a good mandatory thing for them to have in schools, in terms of schools need to have more computers. Schools need to have mandatorily, it's not a matter of it's not a give or take. Now it has to be. So if we are going to do CBT, I think it's a step in the right direction, really.
Elizabeth for Minister of Technology.
Oh my God.
I think you're delighted properly. I appreciate it. I like that. So with that, I think we're done with this story. What next?
Let's see what we have really on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. It's always a good way for us to see a cartoon of the day. Hopefully it's something something interesting today today is Friday, so this is a very good one. So you see this says, barman, bring 2 more cartons, don't worry about money, we have met our target. And then you see that in the bar you see 2 people seated. Wow, they are so hefty men, overfed, and says corrupt. So on the chairs you see corrupt and shun. So that's literally corruption. And they are overfed, and they've eaten to stupor. They've eaten to stupor. I'm not sure how these men even walk. And then you see bones in their hands. That is, they're literally eating. And then I think the bar
is a foreigner.
On top, if you see, there's something written on the bar. Loan bar. Wow. And I think we can even move on to look at on the page 8 of the Punch today, which says federal government seeks, no, just on the front page, federal government seeking $1.75 billion of World Bank loan, and that's the loan bar there. You can see the loan bar. If you understand correctly, that's a person of color. That's a white person, right? So you see how we are overfed with loans. That's literally what that conversation is. And unfortunately, these loans that we're talking about, it's to fund corruption, because you can see these people overfed. You're still asking for more. Look at what's on the table. Usually when you're asking for more from the barman, then certainly what you have is finished. But you see, if you notice in that bar, you can see surrounding them, you can see more bottles that have been drunk, that have already been drunk, and then you see on the table, you see bottles that are still filled with their lids, and they've not even drank them. You can see food, chicken, all sort of palatable dishes, and they're still asking for more. Say, barman, bring 2 more cartons.
What this means, really,
don't worry about money, we have met our target.
Yes. What this simply means that, look, see, human wants really can never be satisfied, and even the worst part of it is that we will always go for loans. It's a painful reality, but that's what it's telling us right now.
No, I don't think that's even it, because if you see from the comment, it says, bring 2 more cartons, don't worry about money, we have met our target. Don't forget that the federal government had said that they had met we've met our revenue.
But now they say FG6 1.7 billion.
Yes, so that's exactly that's the irony of this cartoon, that we've said we've met our revenue. The president had come to announce the other day and said, we've met our revenue, we're good and all of that. Economically, we are respected on the global landscape, our economy has balanced, from 1,900 we're now at 1,450. We are good and all of that. But, and then during the week also said that we are no longer borrowing from domestic banks. And we had talked about, pointed it out that we're still borrowing. So what they're trying to say is, it's the irony of saying that we've met our revenue and then we're still borrowing. So it said, don't worry about money, we've met our target. That is, we can still borrow from you guys, but like back home, we've met our target.
So, but what would they be borrowing the money for?
That's the corruption.
Oh, right. I get that. To feed
because you can see they still have more. They still have more, and they're still asking for. They still have more, and they're asking for more.
Again. Well, let's hope that when they finally get the extra bottles and meat and chicken from the barman, they'll be able to walk out of that place.
I want to ask you a very interesting question, and this question will really put you on the spot. Yes. It's not even anything. It's just we're just joking here. I was going to ask you that. Hope the money will reach you. I saw a post that said that when you start living some certain lifestyle,
Right.
then you begin to understand corruption. Do you agree with that?
So, as sensitive as it is, I think you are actually right. But again, it boils down to one thing, which is the mindset. Power intoxicates, absolutely, right? And absolute power intoxicates. Is it that we had the word again?
Absolute power, I think,
something like that.
Intoxicates.
What I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, when you have money and you are within the ambience of those who have the same money,
right,
you realize that you're all on the same level. But that natural instinct to be better than the next person kicks in. And so human nature is like this. We always want something to prove, which is why it will be tough to say corruption will finally die. Maybe not stealing government money, but the fact that they always want more at any cost, now that is something to think about. And to answer your question, I would say, if you are within the framework of people who are corrupt and you work for them, you are earning genuine money. To you, you are earning genuine money. But to those who are employing you, they know how they're getting the money. So you see, corruption, as bad as it is, and we want it to be expunged from our nation,
right,
actually is fueling what we call a false economy. So you see now, there's a barrage of lies that have been told. And you now think that the system is running on maybe an economy that is foretold and well, arranged. But you realize that because of this amount of lies, monies that are probably not even accounted for is going to a different kind of economy that is a false one. So because of that now, an industry is created from that. And you have genuine people working in those industries. I'll give you a good example. This idea of we say we want to stop importing and start, manufacturing. Let me tell you, there's an industry that those smuggled goods and services, right, have created. People's lives are dependent on it. They don't even know that they're working for corporations that are smuggling goods. And of course, when you do all that, it's illegal, isn't it so? So give and take. Can corruption be totally wiped out? I would say, in the words of our president.
So nothing can be entirely wiped out, but we can see a reduction in so many things. Same way we talk about crime. Crime cannot be completely wiped out. No, you can't say that. There's no society that can be completely free of vices.
It's fed by one, greed, fed by two, ego. These are two things that fuel those things. So it is in human nature. I want to be the best. I want to become this, that. So much that even if they don't have the resources, they go outside the parameters of the resources.
And then there's also sometimes, not even that, unfortunately, sometimes it could also be fueled by the lack thereof. So you see that poverty does a number on people. And that's why you will go to a place where they're rushing for food, or there's more than enough, but then you're still seeing people rushing. So if they haven't you seen a situation where they bring people, in abject poverty, and they bring them to somewhere and there's more than enough food, but they're still rushing because of that sense of lack, that you feel that you might run out of this thing, you are rushing, and you're like, no. And that's why you see the people that come from plenty, they're like, relax, and they're not even taking more, they're just taking little. So you see, even that, if you look at that cartoon that we look out for, you would realize that some of these people that are there now and are doing all it takes to get everything, get more than enough. They came from nothing. So it's like, okay, now we're here. We want, this is so. Poverty is a mindset in itself. So you can have a rich person that still has a poverty mindset, but feels that because you would never be content. You will always want to add more. You always want to like, oh, my family. Oh, I came from nothing. I must give them generational wealth. And it's not that. You've already done what needs to be done, but you're still at the detriment of other people. So poverty is a mindset itself that unfortunately we can only try to curb it, but it cannot be completely eradicated, because there's no society that can be completely free of vices. But we can only hope that these vices are reduced, and it's the conversations we have, the places we go, and just the things that we continue to say.
Practice OQP, only quality people.
Exactly. Well, that's what we'll bring it to wraps this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. Good morning and welcome to Business Morning, a segment of our breakfast show where we take a deep dive into the trends shaping Nigeria's business and economic outlook. My name is Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your morning with us and happy Eid al-Maulud to our Muslim brothers and sisters. Now let's move to our first focus for today. We turn our attention to a growing dispute in Nigeria's power sector as tensions rise between state government and electricity distribution companies, or discourse over tariffs, revenue sharing, and the broader control of electricity supply. In recent weeks, the disagreement has intensified, forcing the federal government to step in and mediate, underscoring just how serious the matter has become. This rift has sparked concern on multiple fronts. Households fear higher electricity bills, businesses worry about supply disruption and rising costs, and investors are watching closely as uncertainty threatens confidence in the sector. Analysts warn that if left unresolved, the clash could stale reforms and slow Nigeria's progress towards reliable power for all. In this segment, we'll examine the roots of the disagreement, its impact on consumers and the economy, and whether the federal government intervention can deliver a lasting solution. Joining us for this conversation is Afolayan Nimaya Oluwatobi, is the Chief Technology Officer at Minad Global Technologies Limited. Good morning and thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning. If you can hear me, Mr. Nimaya?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right, let's go straight into it. Let's look at the root cause and the background of everything now. Can you walk us through the historical and structural factors that have led to this ongoing rifts between the state government and the discos over electricity tariff? And what systematic weakness in Nigeria's power sector have contributed to this dispute?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. To start with, just like I said, we have to dig into the roots of the issue. Yeah, looking into the big rift between the states and the disco, that's the distribution companies. I would like to start with this flashpoint. Nigeria traffic fights sit on old forts. Yeah, every one of us know that it sits on the hot fort. Back to 2013, that was the privatization that left disco with weak balance sheets. Then they have technical and commercial losses and chronic undermetering. Now to 2023 Electricity Act that decentralized regulations to states for interstate markets, creating fresh overlap and text of goods set prices. Now, when the 2023 Act that universalized the regulation to states, leaving a point of confusion to who is actually going to be setting price. And looking into it, the NERC, which is the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, it starts with setting tariff and regulating the sector, but its effectiveness has been questioned. The lack of transparency and consistent regulatory framework has led to disputes and traffic adjustment complication. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the federal government had to come in the sense that there is a big challenge. The state government is trying to protect the mass. You understand? The state government is trying to protect the mass, and the disco trying to argue on the note that their infrastructure and their charges on maintenance is on the high side, and the cost, the money being paid, the money on being charged on tariff is not enough to cover up the cost of running.
All right, so let's take a look at the timing and how far it has escalated. Now, the disagreement has escalated to the point where the federal government felt compelled to step in. So what events or decisions specifically triggered this escalation, and could it have been avoided?
Okay, what actually triggered this is April, back then to April 2024 to 2025. A tariff hike from 225 kilowatt per hour, which was later trimmed to 206.8 kilowatt hour. That's charge. Triggered public pushback. When there is an abrupt change in cost of maybe service or goods, there will be a public pushback, probably because it's not Regulatory Commission issued lower band A rate, and local disco resisted repeatedly. Why? Now, this actually led to the current situation which the federal government had to come in, because when the tariff cost is inconsistent, like surging, you understand, surging, there will be a public outcry, because people who are using the services will actually have to respond in a reverse manner, because the cost hike is on the high side. Okay, so that's on that. I don't know if I get the second point that you said on that, ma.
Do you think it could have been avoided with all of this that triggered the escalation?
Yes, I'm 100% sure it would have been avoided, because if certain measures have been put in place earlier, you understand. Now, if the NARC, the federal government, the states, and DISCO, they have let's say a regulatory body, to protect individuals' interests. You understand? Now, when talk about protecting individual interests, now the goal of DISCO was if the tariff is raised, you understand, is to be able to cover the cost of maintenance, and the cost of running. You understand? But the state governments were like, if the price is on the high side, there will be a public outcry. You understand? So this challenge will have been cut short if they've been able to reach a consensus earlier. You understand? Based on setting price, probably the government could actually come in, set a subsidy. You understand? If a subsidy is put in place and the DISCO are being settled ahead, the tariff will not be on the high side, which can actually be increased, but not be on a very high side. I don't know if you that. So if that had been done earlier, this challenge could have been cut off.
Let's take a look at how this is impacting consumers. So, how are ordinary electricity consumers, especially households and small businesses, being affected by this tariff impasse? And are they risk of increased bill, disruption in supply, or unfair billing practices?
Yes, just the consumer impact basically that there's disruption in supply. Yeah, that's what actually we experience here in Nigeria. A lot of disruption in supply for business people. Let's say the small business or the big business. One of those things that aids growth of a nation is productivity. You understand? And there's no way a country will be productive if there is power issue, because I'm not sure of any service that won't actually require power. You understand? There's averagely no service that will not need power supply to run, to move. So it leads to disruption in supply, which is affecting productivity in both mini businesses and commercial businesses. Then there is unfair billing. Let's paint a practical scenario. Assuming that I'm producing a service and my cost on electricity is surging up compared to my profits, it will actually end up affecting my business. So the unfair billing is on the high side, choking business owners, and even commercial business as well. They are being affected because once the cost on tariff is high, business and profits will be at loss.
Okay, so let's take a look at economic consequences. So what implications does this rift have for commercial and industrial electricity users? And how might prolonged dispute impact broader economic activities and also investors' confidence in Nigeria's energy sector?
In a brief way, I felt if the consequence is that it will complicate pricing. Yes, it will complicate pricing, and then deters expansion and weakens investors' confidence. It will weaken investors' confidence.
Let's take a look at the discourse perspective now, because they are the center of all of this. So from their perspective, what are the main challenges they face regarding cost recovery and revenue generation? And do you think they are justified in pushing back against state level tariff adjustments?
Yeah, the challenge that discourse are facing currently, one of the challenges is that tariff must cover efficient costs. Then the ATC, which is the aggregate technical and commercial loss target, if the tariff cost is not efficient in covering their maintenance and the runnings, they will be affected. Then another thing is that state-ordered cuts below revenue requirements endanger market settlements. You understand? When the state is actually protecting we the mass, you understand? That actually end up bouncing back on them, because once the cost on tariff is below their revenue, it endangers market settlements. Then another thing is unilateral changes forcing supply rationally. When a decision is made by a party, you understand, that's the state government, and people that will be supplying it, which is the disco, people that will be supplying it needs costs to run the business through. But people that are on the other end trying to protect the mass, putting the cost down, cutting it down to comfort we the mass, we affect the discourse. Now, whether disco are justified or not, from my view, I felt they are justified to insist on cost recovery if methodologies and transparency are audited. You understand? So, but where supply is intrastate and electricity at devolution is complete, states have a lawful role.
All right. So now we've seen that the federal government has stepped in to mediate the dispute. How effective can federal intervention be in balancing the interest of the states, the disco, and also the consumers? And do you think there are limitations to what the federal government can achieve with all of this?
Okay. Federal governments could actually, with the aid of NERC or the Power Ministry, can intervene, by setting national market rules, and mediate states disco settlements. Then it can also manage legacy subsidy, then debt clean up, then underpin tariff realism. Once a state market is formally transferred, its regulator control interstate tariff. Federal governments can actually, in a very strong point, fix the issue. But a point that's needed to be noted is it should not be a command and control thing. It should be a feasible way, like a feasible alignment. The two parties coming together, looking at the whole case and reaching a consensus, a concluding point.
Okay. So taking it to tariff policy, do you think the existing tariff setting and regulatory framework in Nigeria is adequate, or does it require significant reforms to prevent this conflict from recurring?
Actually, today's framework needs harmonization. Yes, it needs harmonization as federal level service standards. The ring-fenced lifeline subsidies, the clear rules for embed settlement when the state adjusts retail tariff. So there is need for harmonization. There is need for harmonization if this issue will actually be put to an end.
Okay, now, could the ongoing conflict and perceived regulatory uncertainty, do you think it can deter both local and foreign investors from participating in Nigeria's electricity sector? And what strategies could restore investor confidence?
Let me say, yes, investor price uncertainty on who sets tariff, how fast they are adjusted, and whether revenue reach the value chain, affects investors' confidence. Now, one of those things that could be done is that the federal government could codify the federal to state transition timeline and rules, guarantee market settlements, guarantee market settlements, then enforce loss reduction. Yes, enforce loss reduction, then keep a cost-reflective guideline path with targeted social protection.
What role do you think the public-private partnership can play in actually mitigating these perceived risks for investors?
Sorry, please come again, ma.
What role do you think the private and public partnership can play in, mitigating these perceived risks for investors?
Okay, now the role that the both public and private can play is once the federal government reach a conclusion, a point of conclusion or agreement between the DISCO and states, the public is our responsibility. The public and the private has the responsibility in playing their roles. In the sense that once a particular tariff is given, and their own end is being considered as well. So they'll play a perfect role by keeping to the terms.
Okay, now let's move to long-term solutions now. So beyond this immediate mediation, what other structural or policy reforms are needed to ensure that there is sustainable electricity pricing, there's improved revenue sharing, and also reliable power supply across all states?
Yeah, I will highlight those points, those things that needed to be worked on. The first that we mentioned is the federal government needs to finalize transfer order. Yeah, and a uniform states NERC corporation rule book. When there is an order, everything is in place. Then there should be cost reflective but fair multi-year guideline part. There should be multi-year guideline part, which is cost reflective. Then let's look into the cash flow discipline. Now, looking at the cash flow discipline, settlement assurance for MBET or the GENCOs reduces arrears. Then looking at protection, targeted lifeline or social tariff funded on budgets, not by cross subsidy that distorts investment. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking on what you said, do you think it's possible for the government to still balance electricity pricing with consumers' affordability? That's consumers affording whatever the pricing the government comes to term with. And do you think it can also ensure profitability?
Yes, it can actually ensure profitability. But, the federal government stepping in could actually help settle debts that if the debt is to be shared on users, it will choke. So the federal government coming in could actually settle the debts. Now, the mass facing the reality in the sense that now, if they are not basing tariff on the previous debts, to face the current tariff cost won't be that difficult. Because now, if the government are coming in, I don't know if a form of subsidy could be pushed in as to relieve the mass and then as to help the discos as well, so that the tariff costs won't be too high or too low if the tariff cost is too low, it will actually affect them on the end point, the discos, because the cost of running and maintenance won't be met. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think Nigeria should consider a phased approach to tariff adjustment? Do you think they should phase it out, or do you think they should just, to phase it out to avoid public backlash? Do you think that's possible?
Yes, it's actually possible.
Also,
yeah, it's actually possible. Yes, it's possible once the government takes their responsibility or decide to act on it. Yeah, one of those things responsibility of the government is to look into the interest of the disco and even the mass. You understand? Trying to shift a particular issue away won't fix it. It will actually still come. It will surface again. So the federal governments are interfering, looking into what could be fixed. Okay, what particular price could actually help in trashing out this issue in the future? You understand? Now, trashing out the issue in the future does not actually necessarily means the tariff cost will be extremely low. And sorting out the issue in the future as well doesn't mean that the tariff cost will be extremely high. But there should be a margin that both ends will be able to balance.
Yeah. Okay. So let's look at other countries in Africa and also emerging markets. Do you think there are lessons or best practices Nigeria can adopt in managing tariff disputes and also ensuring the energy sector's stability and also protecting both consumers and investors?
Yes, yeah. Let's look at Ghana, for example. Ghana PURC, that's the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission. They have a predictive quarterly tariff adjustment that is tied to a micro variables with published decisions. And this helps avoid long freeze then shocks. Now, Nigeria could actually pick a lesson from that in the sense that picking a lesson of transparency and candidness. Yes. So following the pattern, once we have a predictive quarterly adjustments plan, there won't be shock. Yes, there won't be shock. Then look at South Africa. We have the South Africa NERSA, the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. They decentralized formal tariff benchmark and public consultation. Balancing utility sustainability versus affordability. Sustainability very important, then availability as well. Then let's look into Kenya. We have the Kenya EPRA, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Explicit regulations for tariff review, mandatory publication, and lifeline productive use bans. These templates, Nigeria could actually implement it as well to sort this issue out.
Thank you so much. We've been speaking to Afolayo Ninimaya Oluwatobi. He's the Chief Technology Officer, Minat Global Technologies Limited. Thank you so much for your insights this morning on Business Morning Breakfast Show.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the second part of our conversation on Business Morning. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Now let's move to our second conversation for today. We focus on a growing trend in Nigeria's workforce, the rise of multi-hyphenate professionals. These are individuals who seamlessly combine freelancing, entrepreneurship, and digital influence, using their skills to create multiple streams of income, build strong personal brands, and drive new forms of innovation across the country. The shift is more than just a lifestyle choice. It is reshaping the Nigerian digital economy. Multi-hyphenates are redefining how work is structured, how opportunities are pursued, and how value is created in today's fast-changing market. But along with the opportunities, there are also challenges ranging from financial instability to the pressure of balancing multiple roles, raising questions about the sustainability of this model and its impact on traditional employment system. In this segment, we'll unpack what this trend means for the future of work in Nigeria, how it could influence economic growth, and whether the success of multi-hyphenate signals a permanent shift in the workforce. Joining us shortly to provide insight into this dynamic segment of the economy is Williams Nyeze. He's a freelancer, businessman, and lifestyle influencer. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Williams Nyeze.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. So, can you broadly explain to us what it means to be a multi-hyphenate professional and why this trend is becoming increasingly popular in Nigeria?
So, multi-hyphenate profession is a person or an individual who is into several jobs or skills, most especially in the entertainment industry. And why this is happening right now is we all know the state of the country. Economic wise, everybody is not getting it easily. So, and these days, even graduates, even undergraduates, you could just become a multi-hyphenate profession just because you want to put food on your table. So the growing trend has actually come to stay in the 21st century, like in Nigeria right now. So this is why you would easily see artists, musicians, DJs, producers, cinematographers, photographers doing all these things. So it is actually a profession that it is no longer a system whereby graduates will be done with schools and then you're waiting for a government job or a private firm. You can actually, at the comfort of your home, learn this online. You could even go on mentorship programs. You could be idolizing someone. You could go on internship just for you to learn this, so that you are able to get multiple streams of income. So yes, that is it.
Do you think that freelancers and entrepreneurs and also influencers are contributing to the growth of Nigeria's digital economy? Because there's been a debate about what their contribution is to the economy. So do you think they are contributing enough or contributing at all to the growth of Nigeria's digital economy?
They are contributing enough because with the emergence of freelancers, influencers, they've been able to create more job opportunities. They've been able to get these global talent opportunities also. And these days, we see the way influencers these days even go to universities. They have TED Talks. They tend to let even the undergraduates know, okay, these are the do's, these are the don'ts. And another thing is, the good thing is, most of our parents right now understand that you could actually make a living at the comfort of your home online without even leaving your home, dressing up like a normal 9 to 5 office day. So even at the comfort of your home, you can be able to do one or things, and it helps to create job opportunities generally in Nigeria.
Think the main challenges these professionals face in balancing multiple roles and income streams? Because you mentioned that they can have multiple job streams. So what problems do you think they face in balancing the multiple roles and also the income that comes in?
Now, the challenges they face is, there are people that would always refer to themselves as jack of all trade, master of all. But then again, you cannot actually be a jack of all trade and then master of all. So if you don't find a way to balance things, let's say, for example, now, so that's where division of labor comes in. It's just like content creators now. There's no content creator that creates a content by himself. No. You would have to have people that will write you scripts. You would have to have either a videographer or a photographer or somebody that has that knowledge with the camera. So, but when you now share this label like that, and then there are times that it has to come with collaboration. You cannot just feel like, because you feel like you know this all. No, everybody have their own role to play. So the moment you are able to balance this, then it helps to reduce the problem. And then the streams of income would always come. So you have to now know that, okay, this is a teamwork. Let's say we are 5 in this team that created this content, and the money has now come. We find a way to share this so that nobody even feels cheated, because my idea was put into this. My creativity was put into this. So it is not just because you are in front of the camera and then everybody knows you. It now means that everything that we created was on you. No. So yeah.
Okay. So with this whole shift, do you think it's changing the traditional concept of what employment looks like or what employment is in Nigeria?
Yes, I would say it is actually changing, because the traditional way of actually getting employed before is when you're done with school, you would easily be waiting for a government job or a private job. But right now, the moment you're done with school, that's if you don't even start it before you're done with school, you would see the need for you to, at the comfort of your home. These days, even Facebook monetization is there. As long as you can create content, even if it is just for yourself, and you put it out there, as long as your account has been monetized, any content you post on Facebook, you make money. Look at TikTok, for example. Now, you could go on TikTok Live, and then people are gifting you. You're getting the gifts. You could be an influencer on, let's say, Instagram. And no matter how, as long as you've been able to build your brand, let's say you have like 10,000 followers on Instagram. And then there are some brands that just feel like, you have this engagement. Let us talk to you. Do this for us. And, get us the traffic, get us the engagement, and then we pay you such amount. If you agree with that, good. So imagine when in a week, as a content creator or as an influencer, you work for 2 brands in a week, and then you're making maybe more than 150,000. You would not even see the need for you to think of getting a government job or a private firm, because you're not a freelancer. You are self-employed. You are your own boss. Today that you feel like doing this, you do it. Any day that you don't even feel like making any content, you rest. You can travel whenever you want to travel because anywhere you can work remotely. So it has actually shifted, and that's why these days you don't even really see people crying like, oh, I've graduated for how many years and I have not gotten a job. Because as long as you have your phone, you have your internet. The internet right now is like a gold meal that if you don't milk it, then you've been sleeping on it.
Okay, so let's look at personal branding. How important do you think it is, and personal branding and digital presence, how important do you think it is for this multi-hyphenate professionals in today's market?
So yeah, your brand is actually your identity. People need to know you for this. Let's say, take for example now, let's say script writers. There are some scripts that you would read, either a movie or a skit, without even being told who wrote this. You could guess who wrote this. Let's take for example now, the trending movie To Kill a Monkey by Kemi Adetiba. People were looking forward to that movie. And why is that? Because they can actually understand that Kemi Adetiba is the Bruce Lee of Nollywood. So the moment you get to hear that, oh, Kemi Adetiba is releasing a movie, you are already on your feet, like waiting for that movie. And why is that? She has been able to create a brand for herself. That brand name, it has been there. And there are things that she has done that you just know that this brand cannot go beyond what is expected of her. So your brand is actually your identity. There are some people that actually they are struggling to get that brand. But then if you are still struggling, there are ways you need to go about it. Know your strengths. Know what you're actually good for. There are people that they might actually be a better writer than actually being behind the camera. So when you now really know that, okay, this is actually your strength, work on that part, key into it, find ways, devise means whereby you can even be the best in that brand. That when they're talking about a script writer or a cinematographer, it has to be you in that your team. So yeah.
Okay, now, do you think there are specific industries or sectors in Nigeria where multi-hyphenate professionals are having the most impact?
Yes, the ICT sector, the entertainment industry, the health industry. And why I'm saying this is, these days, it has been able to make these professionals know that, okay, there are some challenges that this industry are facing, and then they find ways to address those complex challenges. And one of the challenges are, let's say these professionals now can actually blend both the media and e-commerce. And what do I mean by e-commerce? E-commerce is like an online, like buying and selling online on the internet. And what this simply implies or means is, let's take for example now, the ICT. Let's say there's a product you want to sell and you're in Lagos. I am presently in Abuja. You can sell that product to me in Abuja here without even I and you speaking. But you are the owner of that product. And what just really happens is they run an online advert. I get to see it online. I click on a link. I tell you how many of those products I need. Now, it is left for me to agree on if I need to pay on delivery or pay before delivery. And when that product gets to me in Abuja, I get the product, see that, oh, this is actually what I ordered. I get it, pay your money, and that is all. It saves the stress of you taking that product to the market, waiting for hours. But this one, just at the comfort of you run your adverts, you send the link, I get to see it right here in Abuja. I like what I see, check the specifications, click, we make that transaction, and then it gets delivered to me in Abuja. Easy.
Okay, now let's take a look at the government policies and rules. Now, do you think the government actually play a role in supporting, or do you think they hinder these professionals?
Yes, the government play a multifaceted roles. Like they help in providing some financial incentives. They also help with skill developments and programs that would definitely help some youths to understand the importance of these multi-hyphenate professions. But now, when we're talking about the good, let's also talk about the hindrances. Now, there are some laws, there are some tax laws that are very complex. Inadequate infrastructure also. And then again, lastly, I want to talk about there are still a large part of the older ones that are finding it hard to accept the evolving professionals. Like, for example, now, there are still, whether we like it or not, there are still some of our parents that find it hard to believe that one can actually make legitimate money online. They'll feel like, why would you just be at the comfort of your home, you're on your phone, or you're on your laptop, and you're telling me you are busy, you are doing something to make money. So yeah, that's
Okay. Now, let's move our focus to the freelancers and influencers. How do you think aspiring influencers or freelancers can scale their activities to become successful multi-hyphenates?
So yeah, I feel like you can actually become a successful multi-hyphenate by proper mentorship, internship. These days, there are people, even as an undergraduate, you can see the likes of the big cinematographers that we have right now in Nigeria. They have people that they are mentoring. Some of them even have like an academy that they run, maybe 6 months programs, 1 year, or what have you. And imagine when you are looking up to someone, you are having the right mentorship to know the do's and the don'ts, because whether we like it or not, they actually do's and the don'ts. So the moment you're actually focused, you definitely get there with the right brand.
So, do you really think there are effective strategies to actually diversify your income streams as a multi-hyphenate?
Yes. Let's say, for instance, now, there are some people that are actually content creators. There are still some people that, even as a content creator, you are still like a musician. Now, let's take, for example, Nasboy. Nasboy started as a skit maker, and now he's venturing into music. He has been able to balance both. But at some point, some people will feel like, no, he was a better content creator. Why is he venturing? But now, he's also a good content creator, just as he's also a good music artist. So, at the end of it all, it is a personal growth and a personal focus. How can I be good at this and not make this affect what I really want to do? Because one thing we should know is, Nasboy said he has always been an artist, but he did not pick when he wanted to be an artist. So, but then he started from this. So you can actually start from this to achieve your desired goal. So there will definitely be a balance, and it would not affect your stream of income.
So, what lessons we're going back to the traditional, business model now. So, what lessons do you think these traditional businesses can learn from the multi-hyphenate model of work?
So now, what they can learn from here is, this is the 21st century. We are no longer in the Stone Age era that you feel like you want to sell your goods. So what these multi-hyphenate professionals have been able to do is, the traditional way, now you can just actually sit. So even a woman who is in the local place and has her goods and services that she wants to actually sell out, you don't even need to stress yourself of doing this. You can actually just collaborate or learn how the multi-hyphenate professionals are doing this, and then you key into it and you can actually learn. And it is not really difficult. It's just to learn how to use them. Now, for example, let's say I am an influencer now, and this woman just sells chairs. I could just even tell her that, let's collaborate. This is what I would do. I could even help you sell 10 of these your chairs in less than 24 hours. It might be surprising to her, but when I prove it to her by letting her know that this is all I need to do, not like I'll show her what I am doing, because it is my ideology, and you need to give me, I need to make you understand that I am valuable to that your business. So when I do what I need to do, And then she sees that, oh wow, this actually works. There is no way tomorrow that she will not come and look for me. She will now see the importance of an influencer to a traditional way of always selling her goods or produce.
I hear you, and it sounds really good, but let's look at the risks for businesses adopting this. Do you think it's every traditional business model that can actually go through, what you just said, and there wouldn't be risk? Do you think they would actually, be able to mitigate with it properly?
Now, there are lots of e-commerce experts that run businesses online. So that's why I would always say credibility comes into play and the proper branding I'm talking about. Now, let's take, for example, let's say brands like Temu, Jumia, and you order products from them and they don't deliver. You definitely know how to go around that to get justice or to get the police involved or the security agency involved. So it is not just any brand that you see online that you actually now say, oh, because some brands are actually fake. So that is why I would always say, before you actually do any influencer job with any brand, make sure it is verifiable, like a verified brand, a brand that you would know, and not just a fake brand, because these days there are lots of fake identities. So you actually need to know, because truth is, we're in the 21st century. We cannot now keep doing things like we're not in the computer era, because we need to actually make proper use of this. And then tell me, there's nothing that has an advantage without a disadvantage.
Okay, so but do you think social media would actually accept? I'm still on the lessons for traditional business, because
Okay.
we're trying to explain as to why they should adopt the new age multi-hyphenate walkway. So do you think they can leverage on social media even with their traditional ways?
Yes, they can leverage on social media even with their traditional ways, because when you leverage on social media, your businesses gets more engagement. It drives you more traffic. If, for example, your traditional way, it is maybe a day you get like one customer, but with the help of social media, with the help of influencers, with the help of content creators, your business would drive traffic. Your business would get that engagement. So if you look at it, there's more of a gain than the loss. And as a businessman or a woman, when you compare the risk, you look at it like, if the advantage is more, then why don't I key into it?
Okay, so let's look at the future of multi-hyphenate business in Nigeria. Now, how do you see the role of these professionals evolving in the Nigeria's digital economy over the next, let's say, 5 years?
So yeah, the good thing is, whether we like it or not, in the next 5 years, I see lots of people keying into it, because of very soon the multi-hyphenate professionals would have to expand their horizon. And then when that happens, when that happens, it gives room for more job opportunities. And we know when job opportunities happens, it actually needs an influx of people for that business or for that particular profession. Now, let's take, for example, let's say I am a cinematographer and then I am based in Abuja. But then I'm already getting big in Abuja that even people in Lagos, Port Harcourt need my services. What do I need to do? I don't need to now say I am leaving Abuja to those other states. No. I have my spots in Abuja. It might even be just my home in Abuja. But then I know that, okay, I am needed in these other states. I could go there, get a team there. And now those team I am getting, job opportunity has been created. And these people will definitely be youths who have ideas, who are creatives, who know that, okay, this is actually good. And before you know it, if this year now we just have like maybe 100 creatives or 100 influencers, in the next 5 years, I put it to you, we would have like 500,000 plus. So it's actually going to be a very good years to come.
All right, and finally, before I let you go, do you think there are policies or ecosystem that should change to help maximize the potential of this multi-hyphenate over the next 5 years?
Yeah, the tax laws should actually, they should look into it. Secondly, the infrastructures, they should try to at least put it in place. Thirdly, I feel like the third one I actually want to call can be the one that anybody could actually understand. The rate at which even undergraduates complains for our normal monthly data. So the ICT, that's the Ministry of Communication, needs to actually look into that so that they make it at least very affordable, so that even a 15 or 18 years old can actually start learning how to be a content creator. So imagine if like an 18 years old starts learning before even 25, imagine how far that person would have gone. Take an example now. Look at Kai Sinat, who is a streamer and a YouTuber. When he came to Nigeria, we also how he made it look like, oh, this stuff, it is not just the. And then when you look at it, being a streamer or YouTuber, there's actually lots of money there. So yeah, those are the things I feel like they need to look into.
All right, thank you so much for your insights on William Sinze. He's a freelancer, businessman, and a lifestyle influencer. Thank you for coming on the Business Morning Show.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you so much for watching. And do stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after the short break. Have a good morning.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This morning we're shining the spotlight on one of Nigeria's most urgent health challenges, and it's maternal mortality. According to the World Health Organization, Nigeria alone accounts for more than 34% of global maternal deaths. This is for a Nigerian woman. The lifetime risk of dying during pregnancy or childbirth is 1 in 22, and in comparison with just 1 in 4,900 in developed countries. Behind each of these numbers is not just a statistic, but a family, a community, and a preventable loss. Health experts are calling on federal and state governments to make the reporting of every maternal death mandatory, and it's backed by audits that trace each case to its root cause. They argue that only through accountability, stronger systems, and the removal of financial barriers can Nigeria turn the tide. But there's another critical piece here, and that is data and technology. How do we capture the realities of maternal health, especially in rural areas where many deaths go undocumented? And how can innovation strengthen accountability and ultimately save lives? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more this morning, I'm being joined by Dr. Adeswa Damilare, is a clinical operations officer at Carivault, which is a health tech platform working to bridge these gaps through data, digitization, and smarter clinical systems. Welcome to the show, Dr. Adeswa.
The pleasure is mine. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's good to have you this morning, and happy holidays. Well, not really anyway, because I know you work essential services. But let me start with the big picture. Nigeria accounts for over 34% of global maternal death. Now, from your perspective, why are our numbers still so alarmingly high, despite decades of advocacy and policy talk?
Thank you very much. Regarding maternal mortality in Nigeria is a multifactorial issue because there is poor governmental will and lack of public education about these issues, and poor health-seeking behaviors from Nigerians also. Also, there are also poorly funded hospitals where these women should go to seek the care they deserve, and poor documentation at these hospitals, not enough personnel, and a lack of communication between primary health care, where pregnant women should have the antenatal care, and referrals and communication to a center where they can get the best possible care, emergency care where needed. So the problem with maternal mortality in Nigeria is actually multifactorial, stemming from poverty and socioeconomic factors to household factors, poor health-seeking behaviors, gender factors, poverty and high rate of poverty among women, high rate of teenage pregnancies. It will surprise you to know 1 out of 5 teenagers in Nigeria aged between 15 and 19 are mothers already. And this should not be so. These are high-risk pregnancies, all down to the health system, factors affecting the health system. There are not enough hospitals, not well-funded hospitals, not enough professionals to attend to them. And then fragmented care, there are poor documentation. I mean, there is no concerted documentation for each patient to be able to know, okay, what happened in the last pregnancy? How can we prevent it in this pregnancy? Loss of records make management and care for pregnant women poor. And this is the problem. Pregnancy is a beautiful experience, and each death of each pregnant woman is a social injustice. So care should be taken. Care should be taken, and adequate attention to be taken to ensure that this is not so. And there are things that could be done, should be done. It's a concerted effort. The government cannot do it alone, although there's need for proper, well-driven government action and government policies. There should be improvement in the primary healthcare centers and primary healthcare given to these pregnant women, and also going apart from that, in these primary health care where they are going to, they should be able to meet proper doctors, facilities, and things to ensure that each pregnant woman has a record, is given care during the antenatal period, and ensure that birth is done in a good hospital. It will surprise you to know that 59% of women in Nigeria, and at least 61% of pregnant women in Nigeria attend at least one antenatal care. But when it's time to give birth, only 39% of pregnant women actually give birth in an hospital where there is a skilled birth attendant. So there's a lot of people who come in for antenatal care, and those who actually get this care and give birth in a proper hospital. And there's a disparity in urban and rural areas. 70% of pregnant women in urban areas at least attend one antenatal care. There should be more than that, but at least they attend one. But only 25% in rural areas. So there's a lot of factors involved: poverty and socioeconomic factors, poor health-seeking behaviors, teenage pregnancies, and then the lack of these health institutions to be able to manage these pregnant women when they come. And there are lots of factors. There are a lot of ways which digital innovations can help bridge this gap, because there's fragmented care of patients. There's fragmented care of patients because there's poor documentation, only paper documentations, no electronic records. Now, with electronic health documentations, no matter where you assess care, no matter where you had your first pregnancy and assess care there, for your second pregnancy, you can be sure that your records are available. The doctor attending to you will be able to know that, okay, this was the problem in your first pregnancy. This is why these are things that we'll be able to work against and prevent it in second pregnancy. And this way, we can reduce the tide and problems in maternal mortality.
Dr. Adeswa, just to come in here, I want to get precisely why you think that these numbers are still alarmingly high, despite all of this advocacy and policy talk that we've been seeing. Why do you think that these numbers have remained high?
Because maternal mortality requires proper concerted action, not policies. We're past talking about policies now. We're past talking about policies. We're past talking about policies or having documentations. We need to act. Even at the ground level, from primary healthcare centers to secondary healthcare centers to referral centers to antenatal care, watching these women while they're pregnant, ensuring there are no complications, and ensuring they have a beautiful birthing experience. So we're past the point of acting. We're now at the point where we're past the point of just talking. We need to act. It's a surprise. You won't be surprised to know that every hour in Nigeria, about 9 pregnant women die. Those are sad alarming numbers. Those are sad alarming numbers, and they should not be allowed to continue. There are a lot of things that need to be done. We need to have good primary healthcare centers, good antenatal coverage, female empowerment, female advocacy, family planning services, good primary healthcare centers that can attend to them, a good communication from these primary healthcare centers to tertiary institutions where they can access good obstetric care. And finally, we also need government action to be able to do all this. And then we need innovations from driven individuals, from private entities and corporations, digital solutions, which could provide remote access. There are places where they may not get access to a physical doctor. Imagine a virtual consultation service where they can provide remote access to these pregnant women, remote tele-access to these pregnant women who need them. So there are lots of things that needs to be done. It needs a concerted effort, a combined action, good and driven public policies, more than policies, action. The government needs to take action, because this is the catastrophe happening. It is a social injustice to every Nigerian, every pregnant woman. The pregnancy experience should be a beautiful, joyful experience, not one that women view with apprehension, because that is the case right now. Every hour in Nigeria, 9 to 10 women die from pregnancy-related complications. That is sad. That should not be done.
Right, and you've seen through your work at Caravel, being right at the intersection of health and technology. How do you think that digital systems actually could help Nigeria achieve this mandatory reporting of maternal death that experts are calling for? Because right now we're seeing more calls for what we would call mandatory reporting, that is, let's document this maternal death So what's the role, what's the intersection of health and technology?
Thank you very much. As I said, Nigeria, as we all know, Nigeria, we have a data problem, we have a documentation and recording problem. A lot of hospitals even in urban areas still rely on paper records. Now to talk of rural areas, and these paper records are easily lost. There are no proper referrals between them. They are not properly documented. Files can get lost and all that. Now with good electronic health records, even if you are taking care for your first pregnancy in Ondo State, you'll be able to document the record in a secure database. If you move now to a different place, let's say Ogun or Lagos, the record from your first pregnancy is present with your second pregnancy. So maternal issues, maternal rates, those can be properly documented state by state. Maternal death ratios, maternal mortality ratios, maternal mortality rates, lifetime obstetric risk, and all that, it can be properly documented in each region, in each center. So this, with proper documentation, we'll be able to know where are the worst hit areas, where are the worst hit states, what can be done in these states, what actions need to be taken to ensure to reduce the rate of maternal mortality in each region. So with good electronic record and documentation, we can be sure that our records are consistent. We can build a live, working, viable database, and in each region, we can use that to correct and make a difference. Because it's when, a viable example I could give, when Mimiko was governor of Ondo State, was able to develop some social programs and increase and improve the maternal mortality ratio and rates in Ondo, that it was said to be the best in West Africa. And part of the thing it did was proper documentation, noting each pregnant woman, what are the rates, the trends, what causes maternal issues and mortality rate, what made it so high, what caused mortality in my region, in my state. So with proper documentation, you will know the problems and you'll be able to attend to them. So proper documentation will give us a working viable database. We'll be able to know the maternal mortality ratio, what is actually affected, and how we can make a change.
Right. And there's a reality that we have on the ground right now. Many women still are turning to traditional birth attendants or even religious centers because hospitals are either too expensive or even under-equipped. We're seeing no electricity. I've seen a case where, in Abuja the other time, there's a woman who passed on because of, I think they couldn't accept her in, I think, electricity or something like that. We were not well equipped. So people are turning to traditional homes and they're turning to religious centers. Some people are even giving birth at home. In your view, how do you think we can integrate these realities into a safer, a more reliable system of care?
Thank you very much. First of all, why we hate on traditional birth attendants, and it's wrong, they should not attend, a pregnant woman should be attended to by a skilled birth attendant. Why, it begins the question, why do we think these pregnant women sometimes prefer to move to them? Because they find them easier, cheaper, and relatable. They find them as community leaders, community members, people that they share connection with. So these are some of the things that are missing at hospitals, actually. And given the fact that hospitals are under-equipped, they are not equipped as they should be, they are expensive, and they feel distant. We have not created a homely viable ecosystem where pregnant women even feel comfortable giving birth, living in these hospitals. And that is wrong. That's why they prefer to go to these traditional birth attendants. So in all, I believe to improve this situation, we have to make our hospitals more homely. And we need more skilled birth attendants. We need more skilled birth attendants. We need people who live in communities with these pregnant women and could ensure that their birthing process is good. They have a connection with the hospital and they know the right place to seek care cheaply is the hospital. And Nigeria is past the point where Nigeria is so big a country, we should not be paying out of pocket for healthcare. Nigeria should have a viable, working social health insurance plan. Because it's with that we can cover the underserved and underprivileged communities. That's the way you can make healthcare affordable to those who cannot provide healthcare for themselves. Because these are one of the biggest reasons why they tend to these traditional birth attendants. They are too expensive, and many sad things occur. Even during my own practice as a doctor, I've seen a lot of things which are condemnable, ignorable. So I believe making the availability of more skilled birth attendants, making sure they have the connection to these PECs, and making them well staffed, well equipped, will make it possible for this pregnant woman to be able to give birth in these primary health care centers. And another thing, I believe a working social insurance system, private and public, would help cover the underserved and underprivileged, and then to make sure healthcare is not too expensive for them to access.
And in rural communities where there's so much that goes undocumented, how can platforms like your platform, Caravolt, how can it help capture real-time data from underserved areas?
Yeah, thank you very much. So the aim and goal with Caravolt is to make remote care possible. So with Caravolt, with working electronic health systems and mobile points, where with this electronic health system, each pregnant woman who comes to an hospital could have their history taken, could have it documented, and ensure at each antenatal care what the needed care can be given to this patient, and then they have these health records present in these remote areas. It will make it possible for us to create a local database which to help how we intervene into this surge, just catastrophe. Because if you don't know what exactly is causing maternal mortality and how to attend to it in each particular region, because each region has its peculiarities. In urban regions with maternal mortality, there's a high rise of poor post-abortal care or post-abortal complications. In some rural areas, like in the north, it's due to maybe teenage pregnancies, teenage marriage, children who are young who should not be giving birth already. So there are specific problems that are causing maternal mortality in different regions. So with good electronic documentation, it will make it possible to improve the care that you can give to these hospitals, to these pregnant women in these regions. So with good electronic documentation, electronic health records, and remote access to telehealth and virtual consultation services, it will make it possible for even people in regions where they can't see a doctor, they don't have a physical doctor present, they can tune into these telehealth or virtual health consultation sessions and have a meeting with the doctor and get what is wrong, the prescription they need, the referral they need. I mean, healthcare can be given to them even in remote areas. So these are the solutions that my platform, my group, my company, Caravolt, is trying to make available to Nigerians.
Now, one of the strongest calls from experts is the need for accountability, which I also see that you have been clamoring for. What really would a centralized database look like in Nigeria? And I mean, do you think
the issue where she attends for care? It's not personal, it's the hospital that where they give care. So it's possible. You just need dedicated public action, dedicated government action, government and well-meaning individuals, dedicated public and private collaboration. So it's really possible. And a working database revolutionize healthcare in Nigeria. I cannot beat it alone. A working database revolutionize healthcare in Nigeria will help with this scourge of maternal mortality. Because if I know that this woman in her first pregnancy had eclampsia, had hypertensive disorder, I would know it will be the care which I would give to her, the attention which I would give to her, which is different from a woman who in the first pregnancy had no issues. There are implications for all of this. If I know this woman has had multiple first trimester abortions, it's ringing a bell in my head already as a doctor, because I know something is wrong, something has to be attended to. If she had a late term or third trimester abortion or loss of the child, it ring a bell in my head already. I know something is wrong. If you had the first time, multiple miscarriages in the first time, multiple miscarriages in the third time, I know something is wrong. So with the concerted, with the combined database, it will make healthcare delivery really and better, and it will help us attend to this scourge of maternal mortality. And it's actually possible. You just need dedicated government action, because internet connectivity in Nigeria is really higher than we even think is possible. It's possible. You don't need each pregnant woman to have a doctor. You need each to have a phone. You need each PhD to have access to internet connectivity and a good working electronic health record system and database where they document this, and a working database and working documentation of these pregnancies, these patients, the patient details, their history, what happens in each pregnancy, and it will make healthcare more concerted, and then government actions can be well directed. They will know, okay, if I'm to attend to maternal mortality in this region, what do I need to do? Okay, this region I need to focus more on advocacy and improve their health seeking behavior. This region I need to empower females more and reduce the rate of poverty. These regions I need to advise on proper family planning and contraceptive care to reduce the rate of unsafe abortions, because these are different issues which contribute to maternal mortality. There are 5 biggest factors that postpartum hemorrhages and losses of supported labor, which if these people have gone to a good hospital, they'll be able to know, okay, this woman may have this condition which will lead to obstructed labor. And even before it turns to obstructed labor, she will receive emergency needed care, like maybe cesarean section if needed. sepsis, which means sepsis majorly means infection. That means during the birth process or the puerperium, after the birth or before the birth, this woman has been infected. And it's one of the biggest causes of maternal mortality in Nigeria. Eclampsia means eclampsia simply means appurtenance disorders in pregnancy. If this has been noted in the first pregnancy, or even in this pregnancy, in the pregnancy which the woman is carrying, attention can be given. And then unsafe complications of unsafe abortion. Those are five biggest factors causing maternal mortality in Nigeria. So therefore, a concerted database with well-driven government and private action will be able to have records to know, okay, this is what is wrong at this point, and they will be able to attend to it better, to make healthcare delivery better, and they will be able to attend to this scourge of maternal mortality. So it's really possible. Everybody does not have to have it. Every pregnant woman does not have to have it from. But each PhD, there should be PhDs that they go to, and this PhD should be able to create a working database, and this database will help now deliver care to each pregnant woman, because this is a social injustice that must not be allowed to continue.
Right. And one thing that's really prevalent is that cost is always at the heart of this conversation. Many women simply cannot afford. They cannot just afford care. Digital platforms like yours, Vault rather, can it play a role in reducing these financial barriers, or even help governments to design smarter funding frameworks for maternity care?
Yes. Yes. While I agree that a lot of women cannot provide, do not have the ability to get the care which they deserve. You don't have the financial means to get the care which they deserve. It will surprise you that there are some women who could afford this care, or who feel better comfortable going to traditional birth attendants. You'll be really surprised, because there are women who could pay for this care but prefer to give birth in traditional birth attendants or at home. So first of all, while our facilities can make care more equitable and accessible to women, make it cheaper, make it easy for the government to design something that works, that can provide care for these pregnant women. Also, we need to also improve the health-seeking behaviors of Nigerians. Nigerians have poor health-seeking behavior, it has to be said. So we need to improve the health-seeking behavior of Nigerians, proper advocacy, a working viable ecosystem, which we could make it possible for each pregnant woman to access the care they deserve. So yeah, true. Our system should make it possible to design a viable working ecosystem, which the government may will see how you can attend to care of underserved and underserved populations. And also the aim at Care Vault is to build a cheap, easily accessible working health system, something that even people in remote and underserved and underprivileged communities and can actually access and gain care for. We are trying to make care affordable, easily accessible, and ensure that people get the health care they deserve, especially pregnant women.
Right, and just as I let you go, if you had just one clear message for Nigeria's policymakers on using technology and accountability to actually save mothers' lives, what would it be?
We're past the point of talking. We need to act now. And to act, we need to adopt new innovative solutions. We need a working database. I cannot build it enough. And it may seem like I'm talking from a digital side of the point of view. And that is not. A working health database and ecosystem to revolutionize healthcare delivery in Nigeria. And to even allow you policymakers to see the trends, the problems at each region, you know how to better direct government funds to attend to this scourge of maternal mortality. And then telehealth and virtual consulting will make remote access possible for people in remote areas where they don't have access to a physical doctor, would have access to gain healthcare services or health consultations. So if there's something I will leave them with, is that if we are at the point to act, not talk, and a working health database will revolutionize healthcare in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adeswa Damilare, Clinical Operations Officer at Care Vault. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much. Pleasure, man.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me this morning is Valentine.
Yes, Valentine.
Right, it's always good to have you here. Let's talk about some of the stories today, from President Bola Tinubu to more stories. But let's start with President Bola Tinubu, who has left Abuja for a 10-day working vacation in France and the United Kingdom. Now, this is part of his 2025 annual leave. And alongside this, there's no record he handed over formally to Vice President Kashim Shettima, as the constitution requires. Now, President Tinubu has also been one of Nigeria's most traveled presidents, spending over 120 days abroad since taking office. But let's see some of the reactions of Nigerians and see if Nigerians are getting tired, because it might seem like some Nigerians are getting tired of seeing leaders travel abroad all the time, if these trips are even bringing us any sort of benefit. But let's see the reactions of Nigerians on social media. Chibuzo Okafo says, is it not shameful that Nigerian government cannot develop proper leisure, vacation and tourism sites and hospitals for the rulers to go spend their vacations and get treatment when ill? That's from Chibuzo Okafo. Let's see if we have more reactions. That Mr. T said, there, President Tinubu, we employed you to work in Aso Rock and not in Britain or France. If there's a specific reason for all these trips, kindly specify, or if you're tired of this work, please, you can resign. Dr. Uzo Ngoladi says, Baba deserves some rest and Nigeria is not a good place for vacation because of insecurity and power failure.
That comes to the bit of silent tone.
Maurice Ekmayong says, Tinubu is going on holiday abroad for enjoyment while the masses are left in Nigeria to suffer the pains of his harsh economic policies. This is unpatriotic. A true leader should lead by example. Valentine, what are your thoughts?
Okay, let me jump first and foremost with the first one, about that he should resign if he's not interested in the job any longer. So I think that was quite insensitive. Let us be able to say it and say it as it is. It is all news for a reason. It is new. And so it is new doesn't mean I should jump to conclusion very quickly. I mean, the man is a human being first. He's also a father, secondly. And of course, he's now he's the president of Nigeria. So let us see from his human angle. Now, every person who works needs rest. And because you need rest, means there's a tendency that you might, want to go on what we call premature leave. However, this is not a case of him going on leave. Rather, it's a case of him going on vacation for something else. We don't know what it is. However, whether it is vacation, leave, or medical checkup, or whatever the case is, the fact that he's traveling more frequently will give Nigerians something to worry about, most definitely. It's like a captain that is in charge of a ship. The ship keeps taking water, you keep packing the water out, so that the ship doesn't sink. Eventually, the ship begins to, gain stability and is now moving towards the right direction. The captain is expected to stay in the cockpit to make sure he steers the ship and the crew members to safety. So the question is, as a country, have we stabilized? If we've stabilized or we are stabilizing, the captain can simply say, you know what, I want to go grab a small, rest a bit. My deputy, take over.
But what's quite interesting about this vacation is the fact that he actually didn't even hand over to the vice president.
So that's the thing now. The fact that he didn't come out publicly to say, I'm handing over the affairs of the country to you, doesn't mean that the deputy governor doesn't have his vice president doesn't have his own responsibilities. I beg your pardon. The vice president obviously has responsibilities. It shouldn't be hinged on stone that I'm not around, make sure things are in place. Maybe we're expecting as a nation for him to say publicly, Shettima, I'm shaking your hand, I'm handing over the affairs of the country to you. as a vice president. That is all formality. It's not bad. But he's leaving for a reason. Let us hear him out first. Let us get reports that, okay, he went for this. What if he went for other things apart from what we think it is? Medical checkup, which obviously could have meant that shouldn't we fix our own medical centers? Like the contributor they said, can't we have some vocational areas in Nigeria where our leaders can go and rest instead of spending money going abroad? I saw that comment, But to respond to that would mean to answer him prematurely. I will answer that in due course. However, the president has traveled.
Why are you answering in due course? Why not now?
I will tell you. So, in case we don't know, we have a lot of recreational parks, recreational, areas in Nigeria where they can go and settle and rest. But this is the problem now. Those areas, right? Are they safe enough? As much as we don't want him spending money. Now, I'm not speaking for him or against him. I'm just looking at it objectively. As much as we don't want him spending money, traveling back and forth, it costs a lot of money, logistics and a whole lot. So if we have, a vocational area, a quote and unquote rest home destination, right? That is not private owned, but government owned. If we have such, is it located in an area that is safe? Already we are battling with insecurity. It will be disastrous that our CNC, Commander-in-Chief, is exposed to some form of insecurity. It takes a lot for Nigerians to come together to come and really vote for who they want or for a leader to emerge as president. So his safety also has to be looked into. However, if he's traveling to a different country, is it for business purposes?
No, but this is clearly not for business. But it departs for 10-day vacation.
Vacation. So that's my point now. So that vacation, even though he wasn't the president of Nigeria, are you saying that as a human being you shouldn't travel when you want to travel?
No, the point is the fact that is easily Nigeria's most or one of the most traveled presidents in office because he has spent over 120 days out of the country, out of 365 days. And that's where the problem is. It's like we have pressing issues in the country. Out of 365 days and you've spent 120 days, that's about, if I'm correct, that's over 150 days that you only spent in the country. So that really is a problem.
So if it's for a good cause, okay, let's put it this way. He travels for 10 days or every 2 or 3 months he travels, but he comes back fresher, stronger, and deals with issues that needs to be dealt with. I would rather prefer a president who, he won't take vacation, travel, but when you come back, let us see some major, impact in the insecurity area. Let's see that a major milestone has been covered.
And are we seeing that?
Well, let's see that he comes back. Let's now
because
see.
he's not going for this. I mean, if we're talking about the other trips, right? We have to move on from this story. But if we're talking about the other trips, and you are saying if he goes and maybe he's coming back with some solution, but in this case, it's going for vacation. I think that's where people's problems are. Yeah, one needs to rest, but the conversation is not about him resting. The conversation is just about the fact that he's been traveling a lot. So now that he's going on a vacation, it's a little worrisome. But I mean, like you said,
but he achieved something when
people need to rest, so it's fine. So
when he traveled, he came back, and guess what? We had a deal with Brazil and Nigeria traveling back and forth. That's something that we gained now from his traveling.
Right. Let's move on to another conversation.
Where for BRICS also?
Of course, he's gone to many places. Should we start naming all the places the president has gone to? Right. But let's move to our second story this morning, where the Northern Youth Council has come out strongly against the federal government's plan to create state police. They say it's a misplaced priority, pointing out that the current Nigeria police force is underfunded, short on manpower, and poorly equipped. According to them, giving states control over their own police could lead to abuse by politicians and more human rights violation. Now, those are the conversation on social media today. Just 2 days ago, we're talking about state police, and this morning we're already seeing the Northern Youth fighting back and rejecting this creation of state police. I don't know if it's a good thing or not. I don't know if you agree or if you're on their side or not, but let's see the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this one. I wouldn't say I was shocked. I wouldn't say I'm surprised. That's a comment from Fubara D1. It says, this is to tell you that the northern elites never want Nigeria to work. Come to think of it, where are we having insecurity more? In the north. Who is supposed to need the state policing the more? The north. But they will reject it like they rejected education during the Jonathan's government. More reactions to this conversation on social media. Dr. Vincent also says, a blanket no to state, and that's in capital letter, to state police is uninformed and unwise. The centralized national policing system in Nigeria has not worked well so far. You need people who know the local communities well enough to police such communities. Hence, the need for state level and possibly local government level policing system. But yeah, these people are saying no.
If I must react to him very quickly, I mean, he kind of shot himself in the foot. He's mentioning that, okay, the idea of state police, right, there should be a alternate that he doesn't support it, but he's still saying the local people should come up with their own police system. I mean, what's he talking about?
That's past commenter.
Yes.
If you looked correctly, it wasn't actually not in support. I mean, let's take a look at it again. It said, he's saying that them saying a blanket no to state police is uninformed and unwise.
Oh, right, I get it.
So he went on to buttress. So he's actually not saying no. Let's see more conversations on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Tony Tay says that's their preference, which is okay. That is not the preference of other states. However, they should not impose their wish on others. Those that prefer to stick with central police may do so. Those that prefer to have additional layer of policing should be granted their wish. That's from Tony Tay. Do we have more reactions to this story? Olugbenga says, yes, they have the right to do so, but when they say northern youth, they typically mean Hausa Fulani in this context. Well, I don't know. We're not trying to even bring up any sort of you know, conversations like this, one has to tread with caution so that you don't incite any sort of ethnicity. But I think I agree. The one commenter that I do agree with is I think the third commenter that spoke about the need for us to actually, because they understand the states better, so really they should be in the position to be the ones in charge of security. So state police really should ordinarily be, so you need people who know the local communities well enough to police such communities. Hence the need for state level and possibly local government level policing system. So I agree with that commenter, but if the people are disagreeing, what can we say?
Amongst all of them, he's the person who has made some. Initially, I was going to disagree with him, but when I saw the meaning of where he was going to, so what this means is that if the government now says, you know what, instead of decentralizing the police force, okay, let's now say, let's look at the internal security system in each local government, organize them, create a framework where they're answerable properly and clearly, and they are accountable to a particular line of defense. Then now say that since you guys know the in and out of your area, we will hold you responsible if things go haywire, if we record some level of crime in those areas. So, in other words, we are placing you on some somewhat of payroll that will enable you guys act on behalf of the Nigerian police system. So, if he now says that, it simply will mean that, look, with the burden of the police force will be less, which makes sense, right? Because truth be told, we are 200-something million Nigerians. You don't expect a police officer to be at every point, call and beckon. It's not possible. Nowhere around the world. The police still depends on information for them to act. I've said it before on this show. Police officers are not witches or wizards. They don't know, right, what's going on in the particular place if they're not there. So they are relying on you. Who are the people that live there to give them proper information, good SOI, which is source of information, that you are sure of what you're saying, and then that's why they have police hotline. So you dial and say, social activity is going on. You suspect this might be some criminal activity. So I'm informing the police about this. Then police wants to action, right? So I think if the word state policing is too ambiguous for some people to understand, they can settle for police partnership with other private, security agents, saying, are we going to bring in or scrutinize or screen some kind of, lack of a better term, vigilante people. I say, look, your job is to make sure so area is looked after, so that we can curb kidnapping, we can curb pickpockets, we can curb some certain criminal activities and elements that might come from outside the country to go perpetrate crime. Right? So this is your responsibility. So I understand all that. Now, I'm not a security expert, but as a broadcaster and a journalist, I'm seeing in the line of information dissemination is important. Such information, when cut across, will hit the nail on the head. And with that now, you might not need to say you want to decentralize the police system, or one way or the other, begin to make people who don't want, that idea to run. Rather, go to them and say, look, we want you guys to be part and parcel of this thing. Create what we call sensitization program on security that will engage those locals gamefully. I'm not saying to give them arms, but be able to say, look, for what is what, in those local areas, discuss with telecoms, put together communication gadgets that will enable quick and easy communication across. And I tell you, the Nigerian police is very equipped, very ready, very strong, but more importantly, quite intelligent to respond to crime. The problem we have now is everybody will say, oh, I don't want to spoil my heart. I don't want to be the one to give that information. So I'll keep quiet. And of course, if you keep quiet, your neighborhood will keep experiencing crime-related activities. That's way.
I think at the end of the day, it's not really going to be whether the northern youth are rejecting creation of state police or not. It's really supposed to be the call of the federal government. Right. So they should have the final say, really. It's not really up to them.
But so the question should not be, is it a welcome idea? Should more states, adopt and agree to this thing, right? And if the northern states are saying otherwise, why are they saying otherwise? Are they benefiting from the insecurity? Because lives are being lost every now and then. We're hearing scores of people being killed, kidnapped, burned. Come on. Since when did the quest for money become more important than lives and livelihood of Nigerians?
All right. Anyway, we have to move on. We have to move on from this conversation and now go to Ebonyi State, where Ebonyi State is set to ban house and land agent from 2026. Now, Governor Francis Nwifuru says many agents exploit people by charging outrageous fees, sometimes up to $500,000 naira for houses or land. Houses or land they don't even know. Now, the State Assembly is already reviewing a rent regulation bill to make housing more affordable and ensure that people deal directly with landlords. While some agents want regulation instead of a ban, the government insists that the exploitation must stop. Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. If banning agents outright is the best way to stop housing exploitation, I don't know. I don't know what you think about it, Valentine. But let's see the conversation. Sub Pharmacist says, I applaud this. House rent could be 1.5 million. Agent go collect 500 to 800K as agent fee. Haba, it's actually crazy. They should ban housing agents in Lagos. Pascal says, why not regulate the agent rather than an outright ban? Again, another good intention policy, but wrongly done. Think of a landlord who is busy or inexperienced or lives abroad or even outside the area. How is this proprietor going to go about renting or selling their property? That's a question for Mr. Don PC. Let's see some of the more reactions. On Mark Q19 says, to be honest, agents aren't needed in this modern time. Have sites where available apartments are listed and with their prices. To be honest, I agree with all these comments. Do we have one more reaction that we can take on social media? So Max says, this is not a good approach. It just made a lot of people jobless. Well, there is that, but I think that greed is the order of the day when it comes to these agents. They are usually very, just like that person said, how can house rent be 1.5? Then you're charging almost 1 million. You charge 800. It's worse in Lagos, especially on the island, maybe even everywhere. It's something else. But I think really we have to, in Lagos, on the island, it's crazy. If the rent is 3.2, you will see agent fee, you will see service fee, you will see caution fee, you will see this. At the end of the day, you're probably going to be paying 7 million, and it's not funny. it's not funny because even when you renew those same houses, they will now come up with another charge, something charge, XYZ charge. It's crazy.
So, to be honest, again, no one wants to pay an arm and a leg just because they need shelter over their head. As much as we've said that, let's also look at what this really means. If they move ahead to say they want to place an outright ban, which I think is too firm, by the way, they should have soft-pedaled a little bit to say,
why do you think it's too firm?
I will explain. To say we'll regulate them is a far more sensible approach, a far more economically viable approach. But when you say you want to ban them, this is what this means now. And before I tell you what it means, are you aware there is an industry and a business surrounding, real estate that relies on those brokers, that relies on those agents, that relies specifically, on those intermediaries to enable proper tenant and landlord cohesion to happen, proper landlord and tenant communication to happen. Having said so, why is the bad idea, outright ban? It's because economically, the employment it has created for some certain persons, right, will stop. That's one. And as a business television, we'll look at the business angle first. I understand Nigerians are very emotional, right? Like you say, there's this song that goes this way. Landlord travel, land sea is a typical Port Harcourt, song.
What does it mean?
It means, so it's a long phrase by a group called Stone Cold at the time.
Okay.
Port Harcourt. So they tell you, look, you are giving me trouble right. The song actually says, you're giving me trouble right now because I haven't paid my rent, everyday house rent, everyday house rent. The landlord, you travel and see. Maybe you travel with your house on your head to go get, house somewhere else. If you travel to a different place where you don't have a land, you obviously be a tenant there. What am I trying to say is that, you see, landlords too should soft pedal a little bit. As much as the landlord needs money to cover up the cost of building their house, right? Remember, if he wants that building, a money will come. As much as it is not, put this way, recognized by the government, it's a money thing. No, it's actually, there is a land grabbing law. People don't know about it. Maybe differently we'll discuss about that. But having said so, landlords go through a lot to have the buildings in place. From regulators, right, to this, to that, You do a lot of, go through a lot of government search, land test, soil test, spend money. Finally do the building. Some of them have to borrow money to erect this building. There's a whole lot in real estate. Eventually, when the landlord looks at how much he has spent, he's not saying, this is my amount of money for this, right? Broker, agent, or whoever you call yourself, make sure this shouldn't pass this amount of money. However, what am I trying to say? Landlords have a major role to play to let agents know if you over-escalate, it will not work.
So basically regulation.
Most definitely. That is one. Now, I'm saying this so that a total ban on the agents. So I'm saying this because the total ban on the agent might be frowned upon and it takes away food from that industry. Give and take, that industry is adding value to the GDP in many ways because spending power will be there, right? From the trickle down to the people who buy stuff on the market. Money move around, the economy will move around because economy means money goes and money comes out, right? However, how is this good for tenants now? It's a question. If it pulls through, good for tenants because they will boycott agents. But this is the funny part of everything. It doesn't necessarily mean that you boycott the money. When landlords are now aware, oh, wait a minute. So the tenant will come directly to me, call off agents. Okay, so if my house is 1 million naira, and I know agents will take like 500,000 naira, and at the end of the day, 1.5. So my house is now 1.5. So nothing's really changed. In fact, this is even where it even gets more worrisome. Why we need agents. Most of the time, when landlords get to misbehave, tenants can go to the agent and go and report and say, look, agent, see what my landlord is doing. Talk to my landlord for me. More than 6% of the time, those issues that could have landed in courts, right, were resolved by the agents.
But many agents are not caretakers.
Well, again, caretakers are different from agents.
So because with most agents, they just care about sealing the deal. After the deal, they don't have anything.
But look at that. They know that if that tenant is leaving, that place becomes vacant. So they want to actually get somebody else. So it falls within their perimeter. You want the person to kind of the contract that is signed within the perimeter to say, look, agent is your first point of call. If it doesn't work, then you escalate to your lawyer, then the back and forth. But anyways, I think it's not a good thing to say you want to place a full ban. Let them subpedal and say, let's regulate them instead of banning them totally.
All right, let's regulate agents, but instead, let's see if they regulate or if they eventually ban. But that's where we will wrap it up this morning, today, Friday, September 5, on the BDTV Breakfast Show. You've just been watching the social listening segment. And until next Monday, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Uko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be grateful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them, but I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquettes at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed Her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
They started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and we started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes. At that time, I was not sure what I wanted to study because I wanted to do music, I wanted to do law, I wanted to do so many things, and I was too shy. I was very so I had no one to talk to then, and I was very confused about what to do, the next step to do. And yeah, I was able to see clarity through their various teachings. I was able to know, this is what I want to do. I want to help people all over the world. I want to do so much. That's so I decided to study law.
Destiny Mama, BDTV News.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Why this obsession with two terms? Because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory one term.
Nice to meet you, and we are very happy for this opportunity to speak with you on some issues in our country. And we need to go from the known to unknown. We are surprised to see you seated here. We thought you would have been cooling off somewhere based on the threat of arrest over your plan to float. Is it a shadow government? So, have you chickened out?
From what?
From going ahead with the shadow government?
There was a meeting of the shadow cabinet yesterday. In fact, just preparing a press release on yesterday. We've had meetings every other week for the last couple of months. Shadow cabinet has been meeting regularly. By the way, it's not something we're floating. We've had a shadow cabinet for years, so it has been in existence. And one of the conversations that I have had on this matter takes the story back to the time of President Yaradua. Because back then, when President Yaradua tried to invite me to join his cabinet, I told him that it would not be fair for me to have just started a shadow cabinet to help monitor his government and grow our democracy, and then I leave and join his government. And to be fair to him, it was very persuasive, more than 2 hours of conversation, in which he tried to say to me that I could make more impact from inside, and I gave him the pros and cons of that, and I told him about the corporate state in post-colonial Africa, where a strong voice is drawn into government, squashed, and the contributions are lost. And he tried to convince me that that would not be the case, and so on and so forth. But that's a story for another day. So, no, I think the government people said they were taking the part of civility. They were going to go to court. So they went to court. and we have been in the courts to discuss the matter. Indeed, the presiding judge essentially indicated that the case was without precedent, and so he invited amicus curiae, 6 SANs from 6 different geopolitical zones of the country to submit to him their own view on the matter, and that has been done, and his ruling will come on the 29th of September.
Was it actually a problem or a challenge of understanding what you intended to do, or government was afraid that you were going to destabilize the system?
I don't know. You have to ask them that, not me.
Okay. The INEC last week came out to say that the Julius Abure tenure as the Labour Party's national chairman has expired. You are not, well, yes, until now, you have not told us you have left Labour Party. What hope does that development hold for the party?
Well, I think that just clarifying something everybody knew a long time ago. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, for some reason, politics uses the part of, for some reason that I understand it, playing games with the people. Our politicians should be straightforward, transparent, and seek to advance the common good rather than play games for the purposes of power. I think that the whole Labour Party thing, because I was a very critical part of making that come together, when we were pushing the idea of a third way, I hit on the fact that the Labour Congress or the Labour movement needed to be a very critical part of this organization that will pay attention to the plight of the worker, to production, because this country's major problem is that it does not produce. So if we're going to have a party that's going to pay attention to production, workers are critical stakeholders in the production process. And so that party necessarily had to incorporate labor. So I began to reach out to the then NLC president, Ayuba Waba, who held dozens of meetings in his office in Abuja. And we then decided to build a coalition of parties that would be the base for this, our third force. But just on the last minute, one of the stakeholders in our conversations, Femi Falana, SAN, suggested that we can literally retake the Labour Party. And he got this ruling or whatever that required for Abure and Co to come and sort some things out. We thought all was well until, I guess most people were surprised by what happened in the elections. So suddenly all the small boys in Labour became big men. And people began to, and then they started behaving badly.
Yeah, Prof. The last Saturday's by-election in 16 constituencies and across 12 states, which was held, then the ADC is being derided for not winning any state or any of those elections. The question we want to ask you as a member of the coalition, kindly make us understand the place of that coalition in that particular election.
Well, as far as I know, the coalition is not even in place yet. There is a legacy party, the ADC, and the idea is to use the ADC as platform for building this broad coalition. And so it does not seem to me appropriate to begin to talk about the coalition when it hasn't really, come alive. But more importantly, from what I hear, I mean, honestly, I didn't pay much attention to the whole thing. From what I hear, I think those who abuse the electoral process did their utmost best to show, see, we've told them they're going nowhere. I wish people could focus on governance in Nigeria instead of this permanent politics, which is corrupt and not honest. They're killing the country.
Now, some people think that the most challenging part of the coalition will be, or will come, when it's time for the selection of the presidential candidate. And you're a member of this African Democratic Congress, ADC. You are an insider, not just a member. You are an insider. Do you see anything that suggests that there will be crisis in time of choosing this flag bearer?
I don't see why there will be crisis if the policies are clear, transparent, the processes are followed, outcomes will be self-evident. So I don't see why there will be crisis because of a process of choice. That's what political parties are about.
Well, as rightly said, it's a coalition that is still forming. The Legacy Party, the ADC, is there. And some of the arrowheads of the coalition are still in their parties. Like the former presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi. And recently, Peter Obi promised and pledged that if he was given the opportunity to run on any party and if elected, he will do only 4 years of one term, which many people have doubted so much. Could you please provide us any background or the reasons why you think that there have been this preponderance of doubts to the point that some people say...
Well, I was going to say, first of all, it shows how little attention people pay to details of matters. I was actually not surprised at all to hear Peter Obi say that, because for years before the last election, Peter Obi's mantra, as one of the first things he would try to do if he was elected in 2023, is ensure that we go to a one-term rotational presidency. That was his mantra. In 2002, 2001, he talked about this, that if he was elected, what he will do is move quickly to 1 5-year term, rotating across the geopolitical zones. So why would anybody begin now to say, oh, they doubt it? He said it long before this scenario of now came up. So you will see that people are mischief makers, deliberately just trying to, by the way, I don't know why this obsession with 2 terms. ICANN has a 1-term, this thing rotates. Everybody seems to be happy. It's gone on. Why is there this obsession with spending 8 years doing nothing? Because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country in 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory 1 term. It's not my idea, but it's Peter's idea. And I would support it, not because it's his idea, because it kind of makes sense in the face of this obsession with 2 terms. Non-performing people, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I think after 4 years or 5 years, you should move on, let some new thinking try their bit.
Yeah, to seem that politicians came too early, this dispensation.
Far too early.
It started even 1 year after the inauguration. So what danger does this thing pose to us as a nation?
It means that no governance takes place in Nigeria. I would liken it with how we used to deal with the problem of the budget cycle in Nigeria back in those pre-SAP years. Most companies that run in Nigeria actually had a window of less than 6 months to operate because, first of all, they will announce the budget January 1, or whatever day of the year they did that. Then for 3 months, customs will be trying to determine, is that what they said in the budget? So companies won't be able to take any action. Are still wanting to see what customs and co have. 3 months will pass. Then they move. Then speculation starts about the next budget. 3 months to the end of the year. So companies had only 6 months to actually do anything. Imagine what that did to competitiveness in Nigeria compared to, say, Ghana or somewhere else, a different kind of discipline. We've brought it to politics now. Now we campaign, then this charade that we typically call elections takes place. Then we'll spend the next 1 year going to court. Then as soon as we finish the last cost selection, we immediately go into the next election. Look at Nigeria, poorly governed, and people are paying a price, but they don't seem to realize it.
Yes, there is this sing-song going on, particularly from the Northeast. Some groups are calling on the former president, Lord Jonathan, set to run again. It's also an offshoot of the unbelief or the discontent over whether what P2B is saying he will be able to live up to it. And they said, okay, we are more comfortable with someone who had done one term before. Let him come. And this clamor is gaining ground. What is really happening?
Well, I mean, there are all kinds of perspectives. There will always be perspectives. There is a very prominent northern historian who has actually said that there will be legal issues with Jonathan running because he's been sworn in twice. And the Constitution basically allows you to be sworn in only twice. So putting that legal matter aside, I think good luck Jonathan should be man enough to make his own decision whether he wants to do that or not. But I read a piece that advised him to be careful, the eyes of March, so to speak, because they can drag him out and then mess him up totally. Right now, he's built a reputation that can power him as a global statesman and all of that and live off of it. But when he comes back, he could just ruin everything and go into history a cripple.
Yeah, let's look at the area of economy now. The current administration, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he's targeting $1 trillion economy by 2030. From where we are today and how we are growing, what is your projection and what must be done to achieve that lofty?
Look, I don't want to give myself an adult requiring headache on numbers. I want to focus on the quality of life of Nigerians. That's what economic growth really means. And you know what leads to quality of life and what leads to economic growth? Is production. Nigeria has one of the lowest productivities in the world. On all dimensions, you can just go and check. How do we raise that? How do we create jobs? Because it's when people are employed as a result of production that they have income that lift the quality of their life. How many jobs have we created? Real jobs. What are the impediments to production. I have a number of problems, both with the fundamental and theoretical on these matters. Look, unless the spirit of enterprise, unless entrepreneurship is at a certain state, you don't really get economic growth. And I can tell you about my engagement with this problem through the years, from the base in terms of knowledge and capacity, the assessment of theory, may I begin with the assessment of theory, to make it travel to policy and implementation of these things. Look, if you look at the theories of development and the challenge of growth in Africa, you will go back to modernization, traditional modern dichotomy, where at the time of independence, for many people, modernization was being more like America, for example, being more industrialized, being more this or more that. And there were varieties. One of my old professors was Bill Siffin, and his colleague were quite famous for what was called the bazaar canteen model. That at a stage in the modernization process, there's a mixture of the bazaar and the canteen and all of that. And I have taken time. Part of my new book is looking at all these models and why they did not really lead to major growth in Africa. And I came to the conclusion that they have not paid enough attention to the place of entrepreneurship and markets. How do you create markets and make markets work? I began to engage with this when the Lagos Business School was being founded. I said to my colleagues, okay, our general strategy to build a school that will train ethical, socially responsible managers for Africa. However, we can't grow an economy by just producing managers for UAC and some multinational banks. We grow an economy by producing entrepreneurs. It was a very troubled conversation because, understandably, that was the strategy of general management. But I pressured and pressured enough that my colleagues gave way, and we created the Center for Entrepreneurship Studies, which is now Enterprise Development Center. And we know the impact that EDC has had. And so that gives me some relief that this thing. I became the first teacher of entrepreneurship at the Lagos Business School, just because of the passion that I had for, recognizing that that's the way you grow an economy. Then you look at the system. How can the system then support entrepreneurs? You find that the system, that was part of a failure of the World Bank Structural Adjustment Program. It wanted the entry barriers into banking to be open so that banks will pool savings and lend for investment and production. Fantastic. In principle, that's what's supposed to happen. But the banks find easy ways of making money without actually leading to production taking place. I argued about these things till today. I mean, banking is supposed to be a fancy young man wearing fancy shirt and tie and snuffing and scoffing at people, and yet he has done nothing to actually grow the economy. They just roll money, buy, sell, do this, do that. A lot of money, profits for those who own the banks. I don't begrudge them that. Economy is going nowhere. Eventually, everybody will die. If that source of the recycled money, oil, doesn't come, well, so what do we do to make sure that before that happens, we're actually in real growth mode? I haven't, as a person, tried to take it on. I say, okay, let me find groups of young entrepreneurs, many of who are coming out of my programs, MBA classes and all of that. Find ways of supporting them. I can't say what I've lost in trying to do that, but I actually wrote a book, Business Angel, as a missionary to showcase some of those companies, real case studies of those companies that were founded in my living room. By the way, I must say BusinessDay was one of them. Literally, Frank Aibogo and I just kept brainstorming. They would sit, I will, sit in my living room, and a couple of them I had to provide bank guarantees, do this, that. I paid off tens of millions of naira in loans of the ones that failed, because businesses will always fail. Sometimes caused by government. Some of them did business and government just never paid them. And the bank say, you provided guarantee. And I scramble. I tell you a very funny story. One of them, after I had paid off 75 million, I mean, over a couple of years that they incurred, comes up with another business idea. And I said to the person, no, that he has this financier they're bringing this from Azerbaijan, they're doing this, financiers from America, they have billions, they will do this, they do this, that he will then pay off all the ones that he wants me to just introduce him to. I say, hi, please. He sends me a text. He said, I thought you were a real Christian. God's nature is a long-suffering nature. So because something went wrong, and I said to myself, look, my wife must not hear this. I'm struggling to put food on it. People don't realize that sometimes I work 4 different jobs on 2 continents just to put food on my table and all of that. And they put you into something you've spent money that your family needs, and they're saying to you, God nature. So, but that's a, you get ups and downs. To be fair too, I mean, some of them have succeeded remarkably. And I can tell you, I literally have a house in my village that was built by some of these my mentees, and they say, oh, I want to build a house. No, I'll do the road. I will do the this and this. So I can't complain. God has been kind in terms of some of those people. However, I'm making the point that the banking system basically failed economic growth, and some of us who, because of passion and heart, have tried to pay the price, in a manner of speaking, for it. But that's how an economy grows. Look, institutions are at the heart of development. If you look at the work institutions have allowed in America, as an example, the reforms of land tenure systems, what Hernando de Soto talks about in the Ministry of Capital, you will understand why I'm angry when I talk about National Assembly. Those laws came out of legislatures. Okay, how do you ensure that young people who have ideas can have access to capital? Smart legislators sit and begin to think of, okay, so he loses money because something went wrong. Is he now dead forever? EFCC locking him up and all of that? No. So you have bankruptcy laws. You can file Chapter 11. Because you still have a good head, there was a mistake, there was an error of judgment, and you lost that money, you are not dead. You can begin again. Even judges, and that's why I feel sad. I can tell you that I have had a situation of not operating my account, any account, in Nigeria for more than 8 months, because I gave a young entrepreneur a guarantee of a small amount of money that can be sorted out. Not just that he is blocked, but even me, I am blocked from doing business at all. All my accounts, my BVN, just tally. And I'm saying to myself, this can never happen in America, which is why America grows. And if you read Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists by Rajan and Zingales, that is precisely part of the point that they make in that book. And they give credit to one Supreme Court judge called Louis Brandeis for the sets of laws that makes it easier for a young person without capital to start in America than anywhere else in the world. There are these funds, they have all kinds of names. Can be called a vulture fund that you can go to and borrow money to look for a dying company to revive. There are funds like a search fund where a young man, because he went to a great business school like Wharton or Harvard or Kellogg, can walk up to no collateral, nothing, and that fund gets collection of doctors, 100 or so doctors. There's this smart young man who went to, is looking to search for a business he can build. And he can borrow $100,000 without any security, just to use to search. He doesn't have a business yet, too. Then he searches, then he finds one, then he writes a business plan and comes back. And the fund circulates to these doctors who now put up $20,000 each, get a couple of $1 million, buys a factory. 3-4 years later, they may lose it all, or they may each walk away with $2-3 million return on that $20,000 investment. I can give you several examples that have come from that. This is why all kinds of things, including venture capital, always have risen in America and have made that country rich. But here the judiciary doesn't even understand business and tries to kill anybody who tries to do business. The legislature is worse. Then the executive branch is as if it was set up to prevent business from making progress. My 1998 book, Managing Uncertainty, is a model of business strategy, the so-called 3E framework, that shows that the biggest challenge to business in Nigeria is regulatory risk. And so the model has what we call predatory acts of government and public officials as something that institutions need to hold away from the entrepreneur for business to thrive. Not understanding these things have kept us from growing. And so when you see government obsess itself with stabilization policies, you know that, it's good to listen to the Bretton Woods institutions, but they have their reason for being. The reason for being is not necessarily your prosperity. The reason for being is to ensure stability in the global economic system. And so if you exercise some of those stabilization policies that allow their money to come in and live as they like, you think, yes, they will clap for you and say, hey, now we're doing well in Nigeria. You see, the Naira is stable, the this, the this. But your people are not growing. Nothing is happening to your country. Their system is maintained. We've got to understand these things. Because these same Bretton Woods guys were in the same classes with us in America. And they were not half as smart as many of our people. So, really having love for your country and caring for your people makes all the difference. And having understanding, because some people may have love in their heart, care for their people, but don't understand these games. Which is why I always go back to Mahathir Mohamad in Malaysia, because I was there during the Asian financial crisis. I remember flying from Hong Kong after the World Bank annual meeting in 1997 to Kuala Lumpur, spending a little time in Bank Negara, Malaysia, which is their central bank, and then going on to Jakarta, Indonesia from that, comparing how Mahathir responded to the IMF and the World Bank and the friction it created between him and his deputy prime minister, Anwar Ibrahim, who was finance minister, who he had to force out of government in a manner of speaking at that time, even though decades later they were to collaborate again. But the point remains that years after, even the IMF agreed that Mahathir made the better choice than they were recommending.
Yeah, Prof, I know you are vast in all this. If we leave it here, you can go on this point. But let's take you on the seeming mismatch between numbers and the reality on ground in terms of how those numbers affect the lives of ordinary citizens of Nigeria. Like MBS will always release GDP, inflation rate, trending down and all that. But when you look at how they affect the ordinary Nigerian citizen, you seem not to agree with such a... You are an economist of repute. May we really understand what you think about some of these numbers that we see? GDP is just being rebased and others, and there are a lot of controversy arising from some of these.
Yeah, these numbers are helpful for you to track how you are traveling. Of their own, as an end in themselves, you will go back to the famous American, what you call it, adage or whatever, that there are lies, there are damn lies, there are statistics. You can use statistics to say anything that you want to say. So I would look more at things like HDIs, Human Development Index. I will look more at those kinds of things that track quality of life in society, because it's about people. So I don't begrudge anybody playing with statistics, but I hope that people intelligent enough to explain that those statistics are only as useful as this in this circumstance. Yes. In other circumstances, totally without any real value.
Yes, it would be easier to say that as an opposition member, you may not see anything happening in the government. But if you look around since 2023, May 29, can we say that all is gloom?
Well, first of all, let's remind you that most of the time from May 29, 1999 till a few weeks ago, I've actually been living outside of the country and just coming to visit, but that doesn't mean I don't keep on top of what's going on here. Of course, you can never have everything being gloom in any situation, the human situation. But the goal of the intellectual, of good, of the intellectual, of good social observer is,
especially in Nigeria. She says
could
the
it
girl
be
child
better?
hasn't
Could
been
it be
given
different?
the needed
Could it be
opportunities.
optimal?
Hence,
And then
evolution
you
is
see
bridging
how
that gap,
society
create
is
opportunities and expose
moving
girls,
into
particularly
a class order.
in
To give you
underserved.
a very important example that is going on, you can say that education in Nigeria has collapsed. I mean, everybody can talk about how bad it is, and it is very bad. But you can come up and say, hey, look at those young boys coming out of Babcock, how they've built companies that have become unicorns, and so on and so forth. So how can you at the one hand say the education system has collapsed and this? But you are all telling the truth. And this is what must guide us. Today, there is a crisis of admission into Nigerian universities. If you are looking at the elite private universities, I happen to be associated with one of them. I teach in it. And the pressure, people are calling you, every big man is calling you because everybody is now trying to get their kid into that school. Why don't they want their children to go to the universities that we went to? At the time I went to university in Nigeria 50 years ago, graduates of Nigerian universities were so hot around the world. Why is it different today? What was responsible for it coming from that time to this time? And I tell you a small story about that. One day in an education conference that was taking place at the LBS, I was telling the story of quality of higher education in Nigeria, and I quoted the Ashby Commission, Eric Ashby, the British educator, who chaired Sir Tafawa Balewa's Commission for Review of Higher Education in Nigeria, saying that the quality of higher education in Nigeria was as good as the very best in the world. And one of the young ladies in the class, you people have come again. It was always so good in the 60s, and this is, if it was so good, how come those of you who had that education made such a mess of the country? I thought, okay, nice young woman. You're probably right. But do you know, do your arithmetic, check properly, how many of those people who got that education have actually run Nigeria? The truth was that By the time they were coming out with that education, Nigeria was in the hands of a group of soldiers who didn't know what they were doing, really. And they frustrated those people enough that one by one they began to leave the country. I then, inspired by that encounter, I wrote an op-ed piece in The Guardian that was titled "The Generation That Left Town." And really, truly, that generation that got the education left Nigeria. Majorly, you just have some who just got tired and just say, okay, we'll suffer in this university until we retire. And so they stayed in their campus, but most left town. I recall one of the doctors who was lamenting that his class from UCH had a reunion in the US. And it turned out not one single member of that graduating class still lived in Nigeria. Not one. And a young friend of mine who, his medical school class from UNN, from Enugu in 1980 something, yeah, they had a reunion, and this was the women from their class, and they were, I don't remember the number he gave now, only 3 of them were still in Nigeria, the women. But somehow Nigeria policy making makes light of this. It should not be made light of. My friend Chris Ngige, very unthoughtfully, in my view, said once that they can leave, they grow more doctors. Look, Mexico is just across the border from the United States. Mexico trains some very fine doctors. They are paid far less than the doctors in America, but very few Mexican doctors cross into America. It's easier for them. They may not be as well paid as American doctors, but they are well paid enough not to want the trouble of living in America. They're very happy to live in their country. With India, we have seen those doctors return and create a new economy, and we are all now going there. Unfortunately, we don't have the appropriate incentives to do the same thing with our country. Today, 70% of all the black doctors in America are Nigerian. Okay, it's a nice thing to note that because of them and the pharmacists, I mean, not far from where I lived the last 2 years in the United States, around Maryland, 10% of all the pharmacists in the state of Maryland are Nigerian, not just black, all pharmacists. Now, how does a nation develop without its human capital? In this age where knowledge is everything. If you look at China, what happened to China after Deng since 1978? Principle is knowledge drives the world. Look at what's done to China. Look at Vietnam, where they are going, and all of that. But we have failed to make the appropriate investment in education. Look at the parity between what politicians make and what teachers or lecturers make. Look at the parity. I repeat all the time, Professor Lubute used to remind us that the day he became professor of medicine at the University of Lagos, I think back in 1963, the salary was higher than that of the Prime Minister of Nigeria. What happened? How did we miss the road? How did we get? Because incentives is what economics is about. If the incentives are upside down, you get the result that you get. So you get more politicians hang around. You get more people who want to be businessmen through politics. Contractors. Yes, they become politicians. But those who are professionals, who are well-trained, who are the doctors, find that they can't manage in that society. So they head out.
Prof. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been accused of traveling too often. People say that would be nice if he stays at home to look at the challenges at home. But there are some others that will say, in fact, he's not even traveling enough. That the image of the country is so bad out there that you need to travel and do the marketing.
Okay.
He's going there to attract investors. And that given the stories that they hear outside there, that it may be difficult for those investors to come on their own volition. On which of these devices are you?
Yeah, I don't really care about numbers of when you travel or don't travel. What point really is what are you traveling for? Look, one of the reasons I say that, and I'm just about to turn 70, in spite of what that means for me personally, whatever ambition I may nurse or have nursed, nobody over age 70 would ever be elected or allowed to be president of a country like Nigeria. These guys are traveling half the time to see their doctors. So this is an excuse. Of course, AIDS will rationalize it and say anything that makes people, yeah, you know. So I really don't buy the business of it because of travel. If you're traveling and to get business, and let me tell you that the biggest way of getting business to come to any country is by word of mouth from those who are in the country presently. The other businessmen, they will go, see what, hey. But when they're leaving, and we know they're leaving, you can go through all the big multinationals they're leaving. Whereas even in oil and gas, where we have these extraordinary hydrocarbons possibilities, if they're not leaving Nigeria, they're living onshore, prospecting. I mean, the one that really, honestly shocked me, all the strategy analysis that I used to do suggested that even if everybody left Nigeria or Africans, one company that would not leave is Procter & Gamble. Why? Why did I say so? Look, as a market for soap, diapers, and stuff, the US is saturated. Everybody who can use soap has already used soap in America. And diapers, population is not even growing and all of that. So naturally, it's towards countries like Nigeria with growing population. That's where a Procter & Gamble heads. This is before Procter & Gamble came to Nigeria. That's when I used to do this analysis. And then they came to hear that they are leaving. Tells you that it is not, in my village, not ordinary eye. It means that the things are so bad that whatever they make here amounts to nothing compared to their effort. So it's better for them to leave.
Lastly, what is your major concern? Draw closer to another round of general election. What's your major concern?
My major concern is the possibilities that democracy may be losing its legitimating attributes through elections. Every other Nigerian I speak to today thinks that the electoral process does not work, thinks that elections are all rigged, and doesn't want to bother to vote at the next election. For many politicians, thank God, they did not bother. So if I just get 50 of my people, we'll put ourselves. But when the people now are totally accepting the fact that they are slaves, these people have cornered them and doing as they like, one small thing, and anarchy will descend. So politicians need to be wiser than they are right now. You know, because I do think that they may be grossly underestimating. I mean, you saw what happened during NSAS and all of that. People are angry in Nigeria. And history teaches us that when people are as angry as they are in Nigeria, anything can happen. We just pray God that it does not blow over so that we can have the stability to rebuild and grow Nigeria. If we don't manage it, well, sorry. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for the time, and it's a quality interview you've granted us, and we believe that it will at least how do I say it? Those who will read and those who will watch on our BDTV will glean some important notes from what you have said this afternoon. We cannot thank you enough for this time you've given to us. Thank you so very much. We'll appreciate you, sir.
Pleasure's mine.
Thank you.
Why this obsession?
Every year, residents in Lagos cry out for help during the raining season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents, the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here now. If we chop something through our inside gutter, since many things they solve now, we waiting for street for the Agungi na who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dirt. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dirt. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos the way where me at see, because at least every 3 months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they built now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but you're not supposed to build like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter, because of this the road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in Lagos. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because it's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of this obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizens, you know, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitudes. If you look at the streets of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude. We dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and they block the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens. And one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, in some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through? They block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such part, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television. Every year, residents in
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making the headlines. FAN begins MMIA terminal construction and urges early arrival. UN ends air service in Nigeria over poor funding. WAEC mandates 250 computers and CCTV for participating CBT schools. Thailand names third prime minister in 2 years. 1.41 billion euro squad. Real Madrid crowned world's most valuable club in 2025. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has announced that reconstruction works have begun at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos. FAN, in a travel advisory released today, the 5th of September, advised passengers to allow more time for their trips to ensure a smooth travel experience, requesting that passengers also leave early for the airport to avoid missing flights. The Federal Executive Council in August approved over 900 billion naira in aviation infrastructure, and including the full rehabilitation, upgrade and modernization of MMIA's Terminal 1. Festus Keyamo, the Minister of Aviation, revealed that the Lagos project will strip the terminal down to its basic structure, rebuilding all mechanical, electrical and plumbing systems, estimated to cost about 712.25 billion naira, with a 22-month completion time. Moving on, the United Nations Humanitarian Air Service has ended its fixed-wing air service in Nigeria, citing lack of access to funding. Spokesperson for the Secretary General, Stephanie Dujarric, revealed this during the noon press briefing at the United Nations headquarters in New York. UNHCR, which is operated by the World Food Programme, had to end their fixed-wing air service in Nigeria last week due to a lack of funding. WFP had warned that it might be compelled to suspend all emergency food and nutrition aid for 1.3 million people in northeast Nigeria, insisting that it urgently needed $130 million to sustain emergency food and nutrition operations in northeast Nigeria for 6 months. And still on, the West African Examination Council has outlined key facilities schools must provide ahead of the full migration of the West African Senior School Certificate Examination to computer-based testing by 2026. Head of WAEC Examinations Lucky Njogwani revealed this on Thursday during a sensitization program in Port Harcourt. According to him, schools must put in place a minimum of 250 functional laptops with 10% backups, a robust computer server capable of supporting 250 systems simultaneously, and a local area network setup. Other mandatory requirements include functional air conditioners and lighting, uninterrupted electricity supply, a backup generator with at least 40 kVA capacity, CCTV cameras, and a holding room or reception facility for the candidate. John Gwani says that the move to CBT would cut logistics cost, improve examination security, and widen accessibility. To end the local news, the Kaduna State Police Command has summoned former Governor Nasir El-Rufai for questioning over allegations of criminal conspiracy and citing disturbance of public peace, mischief, and causing grievous hurt. In a letter addressed to the African Democratic Congress chairman in Kaduna, the police listed 6 other party members, including Bashir Saidu, Jafaru Sani, Ubaidullah Muhammad, amongst others. This development follows violence at the ADC Transition Committee inauguration in Kaduna last Saturday, when suspected thugs armed with cutlasses, clubs, and stones attacked participants, injuring several and damaging vehicles. Police later sealed the ADC Secretariat, with command spokesperson Mansur Hassan saying the event was held without prior notification to security agencies despite repeated warnings. And on the foreign scene, Thailand's parliament has chosen business tycoon Anutin Chanivakru as the country's prime minister, the third in 2 years, after another leader was removed from office. Paetongtarn Shinawatra, who belongs to Thailand's most powerful political dynasty, was removed by the Constitutional Court last week for ethical violations over handling of the border dispute with Cambodia. According to reports, Anutin's party broke from the coalition led by the Shinawatras Pheu Thai, securing enough support in parliament to win the premiership. Anutin's rise to the premiership reportedly deals a significant blow to the Shinawatra family, which has dominated Thai politics since 2001 when Petogran's father, Thaksin, became prime minister. And also, Russian President Vladimir Putin has rejected Western proposals for a reassurance force in Ukraine the day after any ceasefire comes into place, following a Paris summit aimed at finalizing plans for security guarantees. French President Emmanuel Macron revealed that 26 of Ukraine's allies had formally committed to deploying troops by land, sea, or air to help provide security after fighting was brought to a halt. According to report, Putin sought to quash the allies' initiative, warning that any troops deployed to Ukraine would be legitimate targets, adding that there are no plans for an immediate deployment. And now in the world of sport, Real Madrid continue to dominate both on and off the pitch, holding the title of the most valuable football squad in the world with a market valuation of 1.41 billion euros. According to report, Blancos boast 4 players each valued at over 100 million euros, including Kylian Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Jr. and Federico Valverde. The Spanish giants also remain the strongest global football brand, having ranked the most valuable football club brand in the world, with their brand value rising 14% to a record 1.921 billion euros. This, however, marks the 4th year running that Madrid have been recognized as the world's strongest football brand. To end the news today, an emotional Lionel Messi scored twice for Argentina in what is expected to be his final competitive match on home soil, saying the moment was something he dreamed of. Lautaro Martinez also scored as the host beat Venezuela 3-0 in the World Cup qualifier in Buenos Aires. Messi was joined by his 3 sons and received a standing ovation from a crowd of 80,000 in moving scenes before the match. The 8-time Ballon d'Or winner captained Argentina to their 3rd World Cup triumph in 2022, scoring a record 114 goals in 194 games for his country. And this is where I wrap up the news this afternoon on Business Day TV. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina buhu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? Ka kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da Adam jana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Ne nake so ta mun. Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, The voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a shell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's why the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the street and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the al-Majris. Even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government the state, at the state level, government is supporting those al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with the at the national level with the National Commission for al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello everyone and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Ruchi Franklin, aka as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say brotherly. Well, that works, man.
Yeah, bro, brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to meet you,
man.
brotherly. That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know, and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So, how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of the Boss? What was it all about? The beginning.
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was. So we shot this in 2023, and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey, in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, so I would always come up with characters and just, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, and church I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty, it's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So, when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal, I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just, I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking elder, I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, that was fun, it was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that, this was it for me, hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism, so I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here. I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here so light the torch of myself by the grace of God, so yeah.
Yeah, so and by lighting the torch on yourself, right, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question, I'd say I started off late, because earlier on I was talking about from kindergarten to church, one would think that I would start as a child, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, go do work in Hollywood, in different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act, I mean, at the time, I was ignorant, so I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, oh no, you have to do this, you have to, you could start off like Ramsey, like RMD, look at all these people, but I was like, nah, man, I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins, trying to do movies with, this guy's named Radcliffe, all these people, because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do, hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me, and at the time they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria. Everybody was excited. My mom threw a party. Oh, my son is going to Hollywood. He's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, we man. I was a black guy. I was like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa. I was like, wow, man. I was broken. I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, doing movies in Nigeria as a theme for me at the time. Like I said, I was ignorant, So, my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal, gives me a call and says, hey, bro, I know you're broken. I know you don't want to talk to anybody because, this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. And we've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. It's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa. What's next? I'm like, okay. So what do you want me to do? She was like, AY Ayomako. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man. Yeah, no, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. You know? I know him as
Yeah.
I don't know him as a filmmaker because I didn't know him at the time. You know, she was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Darlington Abuda, just looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people, they don't know what to do. Because I didn't have transport to go back.
Oh.
So this was me just, you know what? Let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, you know, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sami and Dele, you know, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So they go now.
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, first time meeting him. And we read and he's like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. You know? Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, you know, Justice, Vanita. Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita? Vanita, okay. Vanita Apofri, you know, gorgeous human being. Yeah, and we had, you know, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons, and I just started. I had to give Nigeria a chance. You know, so over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script because that was one of the biggest.
Yeah, at the time it was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of like having videos on your phone, YouTube, and all that.
Oh yeah.
You know, this was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. And
yeah.
This was, you know, just to make them laugh. You know?
Yeah.
And Wash Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite character?
Wash
Baby was nuisance. My goodness. Oh, the Osh Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Vanita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that used to play like his
Vanita's
brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now.
Oh.
Mr. Controversial. That's his kid. That's his kid. I wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012 were like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to coming in as one of the Hollywood honks, you know.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie The Weeknd, one of my favorite movies.
Oh.
So working with the likes of Daniel Rai. Like, tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oriahi is a gift to this country, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. You know, it's an actor's dream to have, you know, the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you, you know, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, you know. So, and all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and we worked the script, but it was just That's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, you know, and we also got picked by Scream Festival. Scream? Yeah, I think Scream, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. Like, there are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was in the studio here with us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think after last year when the weekend was like hot and everything. So we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, you know, and that's the type of person you want to work with, because they get you, you know, as a performer, as a creative, they get you, because it's not just as an actor, because you know what we do is just, it's beyond entertainment, you know. So he gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it, you know, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm glad. So we move to the next film. Like, we move after that. We see, you know, there is this Kemi Adetiba comes up with, you know, the trailer of
To Kill
the Monkey. And
all
I'm
the
like,
monkey.
yeah, what is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard she really doesn't do a lot of media
Yeah,
stuff.
she does.
So
We're
I'm
doing
like,
it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you saw the script, or when she called on you, what was your reaction, given that she had done things like the famous voice?
Anthony. It's Kemi Adetiba Hamzaka. Yeah. All you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same, you know. I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them, you know, because you might just get yourself in $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia, meanwhile in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, there's no going back. Don't make mistake. I'm go wake, lie on with it. Okay. Kemi and I have been chasing since before Oscar married her. I be chaser. This woman, I must work with you. But, you know, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And they reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but it's not my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want to. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. You know, weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, you know. And the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemili. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Adetiba, calls me. Says, hey, Bruce, I was just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay, glory to God. But still, oh no, don't make mistakes. I sent Kemi a text message immediately and I told her, thank you very much for, you know, reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. You know, I sent her a message so the next day after sending my self-tape. And I said, my name is Buchi Franklin. Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a boss, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kemi had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. So I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out, so, but I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, yo, let's go, man. This one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, and it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. If you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to King of Boys,
it's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. Music videos, once she's shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, we talk for the first time. While we're talking, and I tell her, please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray? And I get on my knees and I tell her we pray and we cry and we pray, and the rest they say is brotherly.
Brotherly.
So Kemi is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you are reading the script, you're trying to, incorporate like the character of boss into your persona.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. I was, visualizing myself in a blue state. I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place. So I don't think I know that. I visualize myself running from boys at night in Uniban, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, why you wear my clothes? So I was a Benin boy. True and true. Oh yeah, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access and he gave me access. So I was attracting Benin girls, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, So it was just, like I said, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, oh, okay, nice one. Okay, no, I think, I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script in less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages, But for me, the scripts were a guideline. It was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, And as a performer, I was asking the Holy Spirit for access. You also need to be intentional. You can't just, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. The people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. And I was careful with the projects that I was doing because Obos was just, how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. So all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. I did a series with Madam Ireti Doya, love her so much. I did a film with AY, Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects because I couldn't do too much because the balls was ticking. So yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. Actually, it's something like we have like the Heath Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, Actor? No, it's a performer because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here in the biggest black nation, this fourth world country with insecurity and porous political system and an embarrassing passport and all that they say about us. But we've got diamond here, so we've got gold here, we've got raw materials that you can't find anywhere. And by the grace of God, you're speaking to one. And I know there's so many other performers that are coming up. I did a film with Toka Makbor, the director and filmmaker. He's from Delta, but he stays in the north. He's a genius. On that set, I met a couple of actors that I'm looking forward to sharing screen time with, because we're phenomenal and we're right. Mr. Sweet, this shout out is for you, so keep doing what you're doing. I see you. I did a film with Chris O'Day. It's a festival piece, phenomenal. And oh bro, listen, I don't need to say too much about it, but the film will do the telling itself because it's a Daniel Oriaki flick. So I shared screen time with Emeka the actor. No man, listen, if you don't watch Nigerian movies, this is a clarion call, my brother, my sister. You have to. Start now, because some people are coming up on your screen and they're going to be worth your penny, your time. That's it.
So let's talk about what roles do you envision yourself acting in the near future? Because sometimes people would want to put actors in a box, and just put them in roles and the same repeated roles.
Stereotypical roles, right?
Very stereotypical and all that.
Anthony, I'll be honest with you, man. I get a good laugh anytime I hear that word, stereotype. What is that? All the roles that I have played that are villains, are they from the same mom? No. I haven't done too many villain roles, but there's nothing similar about them. So, if you're a performer out there, and because of your circumference, you tend to attach a certain type of character to you, don't be bruised by that. Show them layers, show them colors, You wake up, you go to bed on Monday, you wake up on Tuesday, believe me, you're not the same person. You just don't see it. You're just not intentional about it. Once you go to bed, you add a hair on some part of your body. Do you record the length of your hair on your body? But there's some form of growth happening. There's a change. So nobody is constant. There's always movement, So the word stereotype doesn't exist for me. It's man-made, But to answer your question, I don't necessarily have a character that I'm looking forward to playing. Can you afford me? Give my manager a call. That's it. That's it. A character that don't need to say anything, and you can feel the aura, you can feel their presence. Like Gen Z would say, aura fam. And I just like to make my characters interesting. Do you get what I mean? There was nothing out of the ordinary about the boss. But by the grace of God, with the guidance and the direction of my director, we carved a niche for a villain. We created a villain that people hate to love. Is he a bad guy? Yes. Does he take alcohol? Yes. Is he as hot-headed as Chidimoke back in the day? The baddest boy in the industry, Jim Ike. Yeah, you know, was he a hothead like Jim Ike? Yes, he was. You know, was he a hothead like you know, Hank Saluku? Yes, he was. But did you see Jim Ike and all the characters, you know, he's ever done in The Boss? No. You know, so don't worry about being stereotyped. All you have to do is put it back in their face and tell them, this is who I am. Bring the characters. I will chop them up, give them back to you, and you forget that this person is the villain. Because you will cry when the character falls. You will rejoice. You will pray for that character. Meanwhile, that guy is going to kill the next person in the next scene. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So what were your favorite scenes in the movie, and what were your also complex scenes, the most complex?
Complex. Let's start with complex. You know, we're talking about it before we got on air.
Yeah.
The face-off between Obos and Efemini, I was in serious pain at the time, physical pain. When we started filming, I was messed up here, you know, because Obos had to be, you know, I wasn't getting enough sleep.
Oh.
It was just a lot of, I'd say negative energy, you know, because you could feel his presence. Obos didn't beat anybody. He wasn't cutting people up like, what's his name? Teacher, you know. You didn't see him put a gun to a baby and shoot them. But when you see him, you just know this guy is going to burn down a country, right? So imagine, you know, I'm done from set on a Thursday and I'm not filming the next day and I'm in my room. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot. So that scene was complex because I was, you know, experiencing physical pain. There's a part where the boss says to Aussie boy, the F word. F, I don't need you. And I pause and I make it. That was excruciating pain that I couldn't break character because the boss was a bossy. You know, but we're happy that, you know, Nigerians and everybody else love it. My favorite scene would be the scene between Efemini and the manager, Emeka Okafor. That's the guy that played the manager. Not the general manager,
the manager.
By Constance.
Yeah.
Constance was phenomenal, by the way. Constance was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Constance,
she became a meme, actually.
Bro, forever will be.
Yeah.
You know, but that guy, the manager,
yeah,
that said poverty, love your substance. See, listen, that guy. For a second, I forgot that I was watching the film. It felt like I wanted to punch him from, you know, my screen. I was like, what's the worry this guy? Why are you like this now? Come on now, you know. So he was my favorite performer, you know, because listen. So for me, I tell people that yes, you had your lead, William Benson, genius, right? Genius, bro. Don't worry, I don't use that word loosely. Yeah, William is a genius. Don't worry about it. Yes, you have him, you know, commanding and driving the audience. But you see, you need pockets of other performers here and there to be able to add color to what it is that you do as a performer, because you cannot do it alone. It's not stage.
Yeah.
Where you command your audience and they stay there. They're quiet. You tell them, drop your phone, they drop your phone because they can hear you. But Nkechi is sitting at home watching you on her screen, probably eating her favorite food. She can pause the TV. She doesn't want to hear what you're saying. But what Emeka Okafor did, Constance did in the first episode, they held our audience for us. Because the boss comes in, 16 minutes after, you know. Yeah. So what you see is a man going through, Nigerians, we're used to that. Yeah, we're used to that. We're used to seeing broke men, you know, move around. If you never see anyone, I'll carry you go up there. Do you know what I mean? So it's relatable. But because we had people like Emeka Okafor that played the manager, we had Constance. I held her own, you know, without doing too much. The eyes, she was controlling everything. You could feel her presence. It was obese. There was no space. Do you get what I mean? You know, and it was just beautiful. There were no extras. There were background actors. Because when you say extra in Nigeria, extra, no speaking, no. Even the background actors held their own. The woman that was selling food, I was like, get it. That's film. That's what it is. That's why the audience will wait and watch. So they created a foundation for Obos. Because if they didn't do that, you will flip. You will go to the next film. Netflix has over 1,000 movies that you can watch. But the background actors held their own. And all thanks, again, to the genius herself, Kemi Adetiba Hemanaka. God bless you, sis. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you for what you do for this country.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For the continent, bro. For the continent.
Yes, so what are your personal visions for Nollywood, for the Nollywood future? What are your personal visions? What do you see that is wrong that we can make right?
I mean, like every other industry, there are hurdles and conquer worms that we keep fighting every day. Do you know what I mean? It's the obvious, the elephant in the room, which is piracy, you know, infrastructure. But hey, we could keep going on and on. My advice would be start with yourself, you know, as a performer. And by starting with yourself, I came up with an initiative. It's called Creative Continuum Africa. It's a summit that's happening on the 16th of September at Landmark Event Center in Lagos. Our theme is empowering Africa's creatives, Africa's performers for a sustainable future. This idea was birthed as a result of my highs and lows in the industry, of having to just navigate this journey by myself without no mentors, nobody to just show me the ropes, you know. Sometimes I'll just make certain decisions even before I got myself a manager, you know. I was managing myself, you know, so I'd make decisions that would not necessarily mar relationships or put me in harm's way, but not the right decision to make at that time. You get what I mean? Yeah. You know, so hence why I came up with this initiative, and I'm working with some intelligent people, partnering with some establishments that I will mention in pretty soon, once we put pen to paper. It's basically to bridge the gap between creatives and investors. I'm sick and tired of seeing legends in the industry, my colleagues, you know, just prancing in and out of the hospital, you know, not having a proper health benefit system for themselves. You know, some creatives under that, it costs 250 to 300,000 naira to pay for, you know, health insurance or some form of well planning at any prestigious hospital in Lagos. You know, so that you can at least just walk into the hospital and get treatment. You know, because we work round the clock. We work round the clock, my brother. And I know some actors that, you know, do that on a daily, so they don't have the opportunity to take care of themselves. You know, so proper planning becomes a problem. You're only thinking about the money, traction, forgetting that it's the vessel that is giving you that money. You know, so the CCA summit will be shedding light on these things, and, you know, financial literacy, which is a major problem in the industry. You know, you actors and performers and creatives are just showing up for ceremonies and being celebrated, and when it's time to go home and the lights are off, you don't know where they're going to. You know, you just expect to see the performer on your screen doing a song, doing an artwork, doing a film, but you don't know what's going on with that performer, you know. And it's quite scary because we've lost a few legends to this effect. I was speaking to a kidney specialist in Abuja some weeks ago, and he was telling me a very sad story about one of my favorites in the industry, Mr. Ibu, you know, and how everything happened. And it's just a pity. You know, that guy made me laugh. It's one of my favorites. Like, I love that man.
He made Nigeria laugh.
You know, he made Africa laugh. And when it was time for us to do the needful, you know, there was nobody there. It wasn't a system, it wasn't a structure, it was nothing, you know. And what we had were clickbaits. Everybody hitting likes on page and writing emojis when, you know, we could have done something, you know. And by something, I mean just provide proper health care. What was wrong with him? He wasn't possessed, he was just sick. So we just needed money to take care of the man, you know. And it's just, I don't want to get emotional, bro. So hence why CCA Summit is happening the 16th of September. And so this is a clarion call to creatives all around Nigeria. Make yourself available for this, you know, so that you can avert the mistakes that we made. And I'm not saying I regret the journey, because it has forged me to the man that I am today. But if there's a way that we can make this thing a bit more palatable for girls in the industry, you know, for girls in the industry, for boys in the industry, I'll do it again and again. So registration is free. Link is on my bio. Register, come through. And if you want to sponsor, you want to partner with us, send us a message.
Hi.
Breathe, brother, breathe.
Let's go stick in Pidgin English then. Breathe now, Baba. Breathe now.
Don't worry, don't worry.
All right. So finally, are there any what projects are we expected to see you in the nearest future?
Well, I'm going into producing and directing.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have anything coming out this year. Yeah, because I take my sweet time. But on Netflix, I just mentioned his name, Sir A.Y. Macklin. I'm sure he's going to be pissed that I said Sir. You know, he's the Gen Z key. So we did a film last year, came out in the cinema in December. It's called The Waiter. It's coming out in September. Yeah, I'm going to tell you for free. September 12th, and I'm excited and eager to see how Nigerians take it, because it's completely. No, I'm not going to say anything. Watch it and tell me what you see. So The Waiter is coming out on Netflix. The Creek. Oh yeah, The Creek. My bad. Sorry, I need to give you guys this one. The Creek also is coming out this year. That's a film I did with Toka Magbar. Sam Dede is in the film. Jean-Louis, he is an Black American actor. He's phenomenal. It's got Sunshine Rossman. It's got Mr. Sweet. I mentioned him earlier on. He's in the film. So that's coming out this year. Well, I don't know about the others, but we've got some coming out.
Finally. Don't give us your favorite line from the movie To Kill a Man. What was your favorite line? You can look at
bruh.
Favorite line.
Favorite line. You sure you want to?
Let's give it.
It's on you. You really want to pay the fine. And they come. No rep. So you fill in the blanks. The boss is a character, man. No.
No, my favorite line.
What's your favorite?
My favorite line.
Yeah.
That was the first episode.
Oh,
and
really?
It wasn't really a line. It was the way the boss looked at Ifemi when he was kneeling and begging.
Oh my
That
goodness.
was real. Like, this was somebody you expect to have been something.
Yes.
But the way you looked at him, the way the camera angle put that in your face, and the way you were surprised. Even though, yes, the character has made it to the top, but the way he was looking at him, I don't believe this. It was a disbelief in his face. He didn't need any words.
Yes.
Like, that was my favorite take. I had to watch that all over and over again, and I was like, this was really
you know, like we said earlier on, you know, when you have a powerful performer in the same frame with you, and Williams gave me everything. Every single thing. The only thing I didn't take from Williams was his money. Because if he had the opportunity, he would give me his money. So it was easy to see a man that was broken. It was easy to see a man that didn't have transport. And even if he did, right, he would rather eat that transport and take keke, not korope or bus back home. So meaning Baba will walk like 4 hours. Do you get what I mean? So that's what I saw in his face. That's what I saw, because he was on the ground. He was a nobody at that time. And that's how they see us in this part of the world. Oh, you're Nigerian, to the left. You know, so for me, I didn't just see a Femini. I saw a lot of Feminis on the ground. And I had at that point, in that frame, I was the right government, willing to pull its people out of the mud and wash them and give them a better life. But we all know what the boss did.
Yeah, so without wasting too much time, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
To hear your story from when you started acting down to Kill a Monkey, and it's a crown jewel for Nigerians, I would say. And your character has become like a cultural phenomenon in terms of what we need as actors, as characters. We need characters that would envelope not just, oh, I'm going to watch Buchi Franklin, I'm going to see a boss. And this might also spur others to emulate and create characters and create universes, that can be in people's heads. And I believe that this is the start of something new. Thank you so much.
Amen. Glory to God.
So viewers, thank you so much for watching BD Extra. This is all we have for today. Keep watching BDTV. Stay here.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Kana zuwa makaranta?
Kana
sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawuna.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adults, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, Most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for Al-Majri and the out of school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that.
It's like the way it used to be before. And they buy us.
The income was good too. So we does not find it difficult to get market. Rather do we find it difficult to sell it, because when you buy market at lesser price, you sell at easier price too, so that people can be able to get it at cheaper rate. But now, I don't think we even get it at like more expensive that you yourself you'll be struggling to sell it. When you come into the business, maybe you can come into the business with, for example, with 100k, at least know how when you buy market of 100,000, you selling it off with your lesser price and making it easier for you, you'll be getting like 50,000 naira profit. If you want to start this business now, you'll be calculating like having $1 million naira or half a million self will not get you much, because when you are getting it at higher rate, and when you are selling it, you are struggling to sell it and get a little profit inside.
The inflation have really affected things very seriously. Formerly, CFA was 4,400 naira per each 1,000 CFA. Sometimes it goes up to 600 naira for 2016 or 2018. But for now, CFA is almost 2,800, 2,700 something. The thing really affected the business. Market that we used to buy, assume to buy something for 5,000 CFA, then you see that it is not up to 15,000 or 10,000 naira now. But if you bought something for 5,000 naira at the exchange rate of 2,700 naira, 2008, you see that it's almost above 20,000 naira. So it's really affecting the business seriously. And the people don't have money. Like what we are selling is footwear. It's not consumable items, which everybody can go to it for at our cost. But today, some people have decided to manage, except when it comes under necessity, that they cannot do without it, that they will come. And that's not the tune of customer, because when somebody wants to buy something at the real cost of 15,000 or 10,000 naira, and it has 12,000 naira, there's nothing you can do. And sometimes you come to the market, you have not sold anything for since the day. At times you may decide to say, instead of it to go home and think, let me grab it. So it is really affecting us badly. Things we saw within, let's say you were selling things, you get 2,000 naira or maybe 1,000 plus. Now we are finding difficult even to make it, choose 1,000 naira, which sometimes we sell with 1,000 naira. And the labor has never even come down. They never even increase, because we even use our time more than what the time we used before. Because whereby you can then make a little time, before you can make a little time, you make a good profit. But this time around, you have to put more effort in order to enhance it. And you cannot even get up to what we were getting before. Well, due to the nature of the business, sometimes it depends on the number of shoes you sell. Now, when at the end of the month, you calculate. Sometimes you may sell up to 50 pairs or even more than that. But this time around, at the end of the month, sometimes you don't sell even up to 40 perception. What I've even with just little profit on it. So that is just the nature of the business.
Now, these skirts, you can get it at rate of 5,000, 4,000. We have first grade and second grade. First grade will go for like 5,000. So at times you'll be selling it like 6,000. Do you understand? So the ones that you get like 4,000, you can upwardly sell it like 6,000, or you sell it 5,000. At times, if there's no market, we'll sell for 5.
I used to buy Okreka jeans. I never want to open bell because I used to open bell and select the ones that is very good, first grade ones. I may be able to select like a 1,105 then, many years ago. But now it's no more like that. If you want to open bell now, 5 picking now will be from 4,000 naira, 5,000, even 8,000 naira, the grade 1 now. Then I'll be able to sell it now like a 10,000 naira, 9,000 in order to cover my expenses and the shop and every other things.
Okay, we used to get at Yaba or Arena.
Okay.
You know, they sell bail at Arena. So you will not buy much. Like at times, maybe if they open bail, the things that are inside the bail have already reduced. So maybe, for example, now I went to go and buy bail. Now, before we used to buy bail, maybe at 90,000, 80,000, you will buy bail. Highest bail will be like 150. So when you get that bail, you know, things that will be inside will be much, in a way that when you sell them off, you get your profit. But now, you get bail at very expensive rate, and the things that are inside is lesser. So you'll be struggling to make profit. In a month, at least, after spending much money, every seller, maybe like 200,000. When you go to market to get the stuff, knowing that what price you have in your mind to get it is not what you are going to get it.
2 years ago, let me say, within a year, I will be able to give account of after expenses, after shop rent and every other time. I'll be able to give account of to depend the amount I invested for the year. I'll be able to have profit of 200k, profit of 300k. You understand? Yeah. Depends the amount I invested, but as I normally invest more large amount, I will be able to make profit of 300k, 200k, even above. But this no more. Even to save money is very difficult. Even to push the business forward now is difficult because the business is no more flowing and no more gain like before any longer.
With profit of 50,000 naira, then at least when you make profit of 50, the profit I'm talking about in those days is not in a week, or it's not even in a month. Maybe when you buy market today and you sell it off today, you'll be seeing like 50k. So, but now, at times you will come to market, you will not sell anything. Like since today, we have not sold anything. You understand? Because people will be having it, will be difficult to like, it's not me to use this money and buy clothes. Let me use it and feed. You understand? So, I believe now things are more difficult.
The reaction for customers now is customers don't used to buy the way they are buying before. Maybe customer used to come twice in a month. Now some of them will come once in a month. Some of them may not be able to come every month like before.
We are into the business. We remain in the business because you cannot change things so easily now. Like as I said, I've been in the business for over 30 years. Then if I should change to a new business today, my followers will crash because there are a lot of children are already there and there are a lot of things there. So for me to change business, I have to start from scratch again, study the business in order to grow the business before spending. So that is why we still remain. It's not that maybe we are still marketing because business you have been there for over 30 years. The knowledge is already there, and the system and how you can also do things you've already there used to that. So that is why we are still able. Whether we are making profit or not, it's not something to compare with. There's nothing to compare with the previous years.
With customers thinning out, one question lingers. What keeps these traders going on? Is it faith or sheer optimism? That's the slow pulse of Okrika. On Market Pulse today, we did you a favor in case you're thinking of shopping. Here are some of the going prices in Yaba Okrika market. From budget-friendly tops to gowns, there's something for everyone. Clearly, Nigeria's fashion industry is not exempt from the harsh blows of the economy. But in the midst of struggle, Nigerians known for their resilience keep pushing forward. It's often said, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But is there really? Until next time, stay tuned for more market insights only on BDTV. Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to, and catch up with industries in the market and how the economy affects them. The market is buzzing from food to fashion, lifestyle, and everything in between. I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind. What's the pulse in this market? On this episode of Market Pulse, we are exploring the food market. We went all the way to Lekki and Obalende market to know how inflation has affected the current market prices.
How much is this carton?
250.
250. That's the last price?
Yeah.
The fuel subsidy removal in May 2023 caused a hike in fuel prices, but it did not stop there. It also cut across all areas, including the food industry.
The first subsidy is gone.
Interacting with the sellers of foodstuff at Lekki Market, we captured current price situation in comparison with that from previous years.
I've been in it since my childhood. It's my grandma's business, so when she's an elder person now, so we asked her to Rex. That's why we take me and my elder sister. That's our last one inside. It has really affected us based on no plantain. You usually have seasons. So when there is no season like this, it used to be very, very expensive than the rates we usually buy before. Now it's very, very expensive. From last 2 years back, is the prices are still better than this year. Like then when it is season, we usually buy plantain dozen, maybe 40,000, 30,000 per 12 head. It's called dozen. When it is season, we usually buy 30,000, 40,000. When it's not the season, we usually buy 200,000 per dozen, 250. Yeah, last 2 years, 250, 180, depending on the size of the plantains. So now that like this year now, when it is season, we usually buy a dozen of plantains, 60,000, 50,000 per dozen. Yeah, this year, when it's the season, you buy 40, 50, depending on the size. And when it's not the season at all, we usually buy 250, 300, 350 per dozen. That's 12 head per dozen. We don't increase the price, we reduce out of what we are selling. We let them know that it's not the season already, and them too, they will know that it's not the season. At the beginning of the season, they will see plantain everywhere. But when it's not the season, they won't be able to get maybe close to their house. They have to come to the market to get it. So they don't have choice than to buy it.
I get like 3 years for this market. Back of us, like 30K. Now you don't like 80K now. Last week, feel like 40,000. Now like this one, 180 this one now. This one is 180 now. Last week, like 40K. I don't increase the money because for our business, I don't have money for a day. Just for years, I don't increase the money again. I go tell them, because I tell them the market don't have money. Just I go add my own self. 2 years where it passed, feel like where 2 years passed. Where today I go get it, and really like 2x. Just I manage. It's too easy.
We bought it in bunch. So one bunch before is 1,000, but now we got it 2,000. So it affects us very, very, very well. We have to increase the price we sell it before. Before, when we got it 1,000, we sell it 200. When we go to the market, we have to get the price the way. So now the price, one of this leaf is 500 naira. Customer complains so much. It's our business. We know how we are going to sell it and how we are going to speak to the customer. We have to reduce the quantity, because if we don't reduce the quantity, we have to have the low price. We are going to short on the market because of the transport money, the one where the market we bought from the market, the increase of the transport money in a month. Like 4 months ago, we can see like let's say 50,000, but now in a month is hard to see 20,000. Yes, it's hard to see 20,000.
They are finished their work, but to do free job is they don't have money to do it. That's why they come here. They come and help us to sell market. Maybe we can give them 1.5 a day. When they go tomorrow morning, the next day they come, then we give them another money.
Deciding to get answers from other sources, we shifted our gaze and redirected our steps to the Obalende market, where we interacted with other food sellers, and not so surprisingly, there was an outburst.
We used to buy basket of tomato that time, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. Sometimes we buy one basket of tomato, 1.8, and we are shading it 100 naira, sometimes 50 naira. But now it's too expensive. One basket of tomato for market now is 120,000. When it's not supposed to be like that. So by then, something is not moving on well. We cannot even sell a basket of tomato finish a day. All our customers, all the people that we used to supply, when something is going higher, then reduce and go back, they cannot even buy anything for us. Like a bag of pepper now, we used to buy bag of pepper 3,000, 4,000. But now a bag of pepper, that flour is 200,000, 150, 120. We used to call one patanla. That patanla is 1,500 naira before. That patanla is now 80,000, 100,000. How are we going to sell it? We are shedding 5 pieces of pepper, 500. How many people used to do soup? If you wanted to do soup for your house now, if you want to buy pepper to satisfy yourself, you will buy pepper around like a 6,000 or 7,000 to satisfy yourself before you buy pomo. I really like to buy pomo to buy gbogbo. If you want to do soup to satisfy yourself, you go to use almost 20,000. And everything there is expensive. So we cannot even, I don't even know the adjective I can use to qualify it. I don't know the adjective. This is what I used to train all my children to the university level. But now I don't hold it. If to say now abroad, I need to stay out and be paying me salary. Then Nigeria is not like that. All the benefits we supposed to benefit for Nigeria, our government they don't do it for us. Because by now, as this my age now, I'm not supposed to be roaming up and down for road. I'm supposed to get house to be paying me my salary. But our government they don't do it. Some now their children they school like 4, 5. How are they going to cope? And when primary school are paying money like a university, some don't withdraw children for school. Some their children are going private, they cannot cope.
So I start from small, like 15 years. That time when I start, I dey buy yam. We dey buy two like this. We dey buy yam for 50 kobo. We don dey buy yam now like one now. We go buy am like 4, 5. Me sef I go come sell am like 5,000 because I can't lie. So everything is going higher, up. All markets now dey expensive now. Things are increased every day. Like this one now, I buy 100. 1 tubasha, we buy it 5,000. I pay for grant. Then I pay for biro that is bringing it for me every day. He collects 1,000 every day. So I have to put that money on top of that market. I pay motor now like 100 now. We carry it 6,000 for 100. Motor we carry it 6,000. I have to put that money on top and borrow money before I come make my own gain. That transportation make they carry am down. They bring the market from north. We beg government, we no do shakara, they make the help us so that they go bring market, they go bring the fuel down so that the market sef will come down.
15,500 now, we used to buy it before the carton. Now 51,500 we are buying it now for this thing 4 corners. So we have 3 slates. That 3 slates is 63,000. So the 4 corner is 51,500 we are buying it now. Before this set now, I used to sell it 200 naira. So now it's 500. So the one of this thing 300 naira, 400 naira. So it's 1,000 naira I'm selling it now.
Used to buy like 300, like 5,000, 6,000, like 100, 200 pieces, and you come and you sell it in the market. Now tomato don come down. Now you used to buy like 50,000, 60,000. Now the time that I first start, I had like 5,000 in my hand to start. When I take that 5,000 naira to go and buy pomo, small, I'm seeing some of game small inside. This one that I been now, I cannot be selling it finished today. Tomorrow I'll come and sell another one tomorrow. I'm managing it small because I'm buying the pomo small so that I can sell it finished in time. That's why I'm buying it small.
As we dug deeper, sellers told us the struggle with maintaining profitability in the market. The struggle, very real. From the local markets, we had a discussion with the CEO of a 5-star contemporary Afro-fusion restaurant on this same course. I'm here with the CEO of a contemporary restaurant in Lekki, Ram and Beer. Welcome to the show, Mr. Melvin.
Thank you so much.
So Ram and Beers.
Yes.
Now let's go back to the very beginning of your business. Walk us through the business idea, the execution. Yes.
All right. So for Ram and Beer started in 2019. Actually, yeah, that's how we started the business. And the name Ram and Beer. Okay, first of all, I looked at what do people like in general. Ram.
Yes.
We all like ram, like the layer ram, the ram meats, and all the ram suya. You know. And then I said, fine. So ram is one keyword. I kept it there. Then what the next thing that people could relate with in terms of drinks for adults? Beer.
Yeah.
People like drinking beer.
Yeah.
Right. So I said, fine, if that's the case, that's my name. Ram and Beer.
Ram and Beer, beautiful.
Yeah.
So how was your startup process like?
So for the startup for us, it was quite a difficult one. I can't even lie. Because that was before COVID. So we didn't really see certain things happening to us at the time. But we were able to scale it through. So for us, what we did was that we started with like the usual. Not like the usual per se, but for us. We had to like buy like a derica of rice, a derica of beans, half carton of turkey, half carton of chicken, just like put together. Then we bought a full ram and then kickstarted the business just like that.
A full ram?
The full ram.
Wonderful.
So we gave out a lot of free meals to friends, to families, right? To like test it and like give us a feedback. First, I was one doing everything at the time. The grilling, the cooking, everything was me at the time. Before I started bringing in new hands to assist us.
And then your business blossomed.
Yes, it did actually. After 3 years online, that was in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Online was doing so well. Our customers were now asking us, how far? We need a physical location. What's going on? So I had to like venture into that. I was very lucky enough to like get 13 investors, which are my friends, that believed in the business, and they injected some good amount of money into the business. We got a space in Lekki Phase 1, a big space, paid for it like about 10 years straight at the location, and started running the business. That's how it came to life.
So you said the business, it's bloomed and blossomed as at 2022.
As at 2020, in the 2020, we already had about over 800 customers that we have serviced. All online.
Wow.
And we had about 3 dispatch bikes then, which wasn't enough at the time. So we had to partner with at that time was GoCada, yes.
Okay.
With them to help us facilitate our deliveries and all that, alongside with the 3 bikes that we had on ground.
Okay.
Before we now move to the new space.
Let's take a stroll back to 2 years. 2023.
Okay.
How has inflation affected your business?
But trust me, the inflation has hit us hard. I think it has hit everybody anyway, but for us, it's been sad because we have not been able to get those amount of customers that we usually get on a daily basis.
Yes.
So for instance, in a week, we might have like a footfall, for walking customers in a restaurant, how about let's say 200 people walking in a week, or 300 in a week walking in. Because of the inflation, it reduced drastically to like 50 people in a week.
Oh.
That was bad because now people don't come in any longer. And I still had to pay the staff, pay the hostesses, run physical operation costs, which doesn't really care about whether people come in or not. They must be paid. Compared to when we're online, we didn't really bother. If anybody orders, fine. If anybody orders, fine. We don't really bother that much. But in having a physical location whereby we're hoping that people will come and people don't end up coming, things became really bad for us. The prices of our items now skyrocketed a whole lot. It was really, really crazy, actually.
So still on this inflation, you mentioned prices of items skyrocketing.
Yes.
But apart from prices of items skyrocketing, did you have to substitute ingredients? Did you have to change your menu? What have you done to adjust to this?
Okay, so we did not reduce our standards, first of all.
The same ingredients?
Same ingredients, same standard. But what we had to now do was we had to now increase the costs of each item. Our menu was a bit robust at the time, so we had to streamline it to have very few items, not so much, because we couldn't get.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, CBN launches compliance department to oversee financial crimes and ESG risks. Stable policy pricing flexibility needed to meet ICT's top 1% GDP target. Federal government seeks fresh $1.75 billion World Bank loan despite record revenue growth. International breweries up 9.82% as all-share index snaps losing streak mid-caps rally. Thank you for joining us today on the news update. I am Elizabeth Musa. The Central Bank of Nigeria has established a new compliance department as part of sweeping reforms to strengthen regulation and oversight in the financial sector. According to a circular signed by Olubunmi Ayodele Oni, the unit was created in the first quarter of 2025 and became fully operational in the second quarter. The department will take charge of supervising financial crimes such as money laundering, terrorism financing, and sanctions compliance. It will also oversee market conduct, cybersecurity, data protection, governance, and environmental and social responsibilities. The CBN has directed all regulated institutions to route reports and inquiries on these matters through the new department. Officials say this centralization will promote consistency and tighten monitoring of compliance risks. The Apex Bank reassured financial institutions of a smooth transition, stressing that the move highlighted commitment to global best practices and to safeguarding Nigeria's financial system. Moving on, Nigeria has set an ambitious target to grow the ICT sector's contribution to GDP from 17.68% in 2024 to 21% by 2027. Speaking at the GTEx Nigeria 2025 Summit, Communications Minister Bosun Tijani described ICT as the nation's new economic backbone, noting it has already overtaken oil in economic contribution. But MTN Nigeria's Chief Executive Kyle Toriola cautioned the progress depends on stable regulation, investor confidence, and tariff flexibility. It said sharp naira depreciation from about 450 naira to over 1,600 naira per dollar in 2023 quadrupled MTN's cost, while tariffs remained frozen, leaving the company with losses and negative cash flow. Despite these challenges, MTN is investing heavily in infrastructure with 1 trillion naira in capital expenditure for 2025. The operator has launched phase 1 of West Africa's largest data center, a 4.5 megawatt facility that will expand to 14 megawatt and is rolling out fiber to the home for 1.5 million households in its first phase. Government is also relying on Nigeria's top 3 listed tech companies to drive growth. But analysts warn the 21% GDP target will only be met if reforms create a predictable environment for capital inflows and support infrastructure sharing among operators. Still on, the federal government is seeking a fresh $1.75 billion loan from the World Bank, even as official data shows a sharp increase in revenue collections. Between January and August 2025, revenue rose to a record 20.59 trillion naira, up from 40.5% from the 14.6 trillion recorded in the same period last year. According to Presidential Advisor Bayo Nonuga, non-oil revenues now make up 75% of total collections, keeping Nigeria on track to meet its annual target. Despite President Bola Tinubu's assurance that Nigeria will cut back on borrowing, officials insist that new loans are necessary to sustain infrastructure and development spending. The World Bank is expected to approve the fresh package before year-end. It includes $500 million each for agriculture and digital infrastructure, $250 million for health security, and $500 million for small business finance. Up ahead, international bureaus up 9.8% as all share index snaps losing streak. Big caps rally. Bring you more detailed after this time.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The Nigerian Stock Exchange closed positive on September 4th, snapping a 6-day losing streak. The all-share index gained 822.9 points, rising 0.60% to close at 138,980, up from 138,157. International bureaus led the rally with a 9.82% jump, while all Fuga's banking stocks also closed in the green. Trading volume is significantly stronger, with 1.8 billion shares exchanged compared to just 482 million the previous day. Market capitalization climbed to 87.9 trillion naira across 24,612 deals, edging closer to the 88 trillion naira mark. On the gainers chart, Veritas Capital and Ella Lakes each gained 10%, while Honeywell Flour, Royal Exchange, and Axel Mansard all rose by more than 9%. On the downside, Austin Labs fell 9.75%, Namath Pharmaceuticals dropped 8.33%, while DAC Communications, Champion Breweries, and Unilever also closed lower. Sovereign Trust Insurance was the most traded stock, moving 1.4 billion shares worth of 4.2 billion naira, following by Nigerian Breweries with 2.8 billion naira and Zenith Bank with 1.7 billion naira in value. Analysts say the rebound may indicate a short-term recovery through the market remains in a broader pullback phase. Away from that story, Nigeria and China have agreed to deepen cooperation in the marine and blue economy with a focus on ports and aquaculture exports. The commitment followed talks in Abuja between Marine and Blue Economy Minister Adegboyega Oyetola and the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yu Dunai. Oyetola noted that Nigeria's 853 kilometers of coastline and 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways offers vast opportunities for shipping, fisheries, and coastal development. They stressed that stronger international partnerships are vital to unlocking these resources. Ambassador Yu praised Nigeria's maritime potential, citing the Lekki Deep Sea Port as a model of successful Sino-Nigerian collaboration. He reaffirmed China's readiness to back new maritime projects. Both nations also sealed a $2 billion maritime deal aimed at boosting vessel ownership, seafarer training, and job creation. The initiative is expected to generate 2,000 jobs annually, train 25,000 seafarers, and help establish Nigeria as a regional ship-meet hub. Moving on, Chinese automakers are rapidly gaining ground in Nigeria's new car market as affordability drives demand amid foreign exchange pressures. According to Cars 45's Ujurongbe Damilola, banks and state governments are increasingly procuring brands like GAC for staff, reflecting a market shift. At Team Motors Lagos launch, CEO Lon Zan announced plans to replace up to 20% of used cars with new Chinese models. He cited aggressive pricing with SUVs as the MG8 and MG RX-9 selling thousands of dollars cheaper than Toyota RAV4 and Fortuner. Nigeria's anti-graft agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, has declared the chief executive of Sujimoto Luxury Construction, Olasi Jubomi Suji Ogundole, wanted. The EFCC accuses the 44-year-old businessman of alleged diversion of funds and money laundering. In a notice signed by its spokesperson Dele Oyewale, the commission urged members of the public to provide information on Ogundele's whereabouts. He was last known to reside in Banana Island in Lagos and hails from Oriade, Osun State. The commission has released hotlines and an email address directing citizens to report any leads to his offices nationwide or to the police. This development follows previous scrutiny of Ogundele. In October 2024, he was investigated over a $325,000 real estate dispute involving the Leonardo Project apartment in Banana Island. While he denied wrongdoings, he attributed delays to economic challenges such as inflation, foreign exchange volatility, and rising construction costs. Still to come, Zimbabwe to start blueberry exports to China after breakthrough agreement. Please some more after this commercial break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Zimbabwe can now begin exporting blueberries to China after both countries signed a protocol on phytosanitary standards during President Emerson Mnangagwa's visit to Beijing this week. The agreement was concluded after his meeting with President Xi Jinping at an event marking 80 years since the end of World War II. The Horticultural Development Council says the deal opens the door for local growers to access one of the fastest growing blueberry markets in the world. Zimbabwe's blueberry production is expanding rapidly and projected to reach 12,000 metric tons in 2025, up from 8,000 metric tons this year. Rising global consumption fueled by health benefits associated with blueberries provides an opportunity for Zimbabwe to strengthen its horticulture exports. Growers warn that high interest rates, limited access to long-term financing, and foreign currency retention rules could limit growth. They are also calling for tax breaks, duty-free access to critical inputs, and lower land levies to help the young industry compete globally. The United States has approved $32.5 million in assistance to Nigeria to help tackle hunger, marking a rare shift in United States foreign policy since former President Donald Trump suspended most aid through the U.S. aid. According to the United States mission to Nigeria, the funding will provide food and nutritional support to internally displaced people in conflict-affected areas across the northeast and northwest of the country. The aid package is expected to reach more than 760,000 beneficiaries, including pregnant and breastfeeding women, as well as children, through electronic food vouchers. The announcement comes amid warnings from the World Food Programme that northern Nigeria is facing an unprecedented hunger crisis, with over 1.3 million people at risk of severe food shortages and more than 150 nutrition clinics in Borno State threatened with closure. Nigeria is also grappling with the insurgency in its northeast, which the United Nations says has killed more than 35,000 people and displaced over 2 million others. Let's now move to the foreign scene, where Brazilian miner Vale says it will invest 67 billion bills, roughly $12.36 billion, in its operations in Minas Gerais state by 2030. The announcement was made during a ceremony marking the reopening of the Capamena iron ore mine in the city of Ouro Preto. Most of the investment will focus on solutions to expand filtering and dry stacking of iron ore tailings, as Vale aims to reduce the use of dams in its operations from 30% to 20%. This is part of the company's ongoing efforts to prevent disasters following the fatal collapses of 2 tailing dams in Minas Gerais in 2015 and 2019. The newly reopened Capamena mine had been inactive for 22 years and will now operate with water and processing, generating no tailings and removing the need for dams. Vale also plans to modernize its 5 operational complexes in Minas Gerais with improvement in geotechnical management, connectivity, and fleet renewal. And also, United States President Donald Trump says his administration will impose tariffs on semiconductor imports from companies that fail to ship production to the United States. He made the comments on Thursday ahead of a dinner with major technology CEOs. Since returning to office in January, Trump's aggressive use of tariffs has unsettled trading partners, rattled financial markets, and fueled global economic uncertainty. Tariffs have become a central pillar of its foreign policy, deployed as leverage in trade negotiations and to pressure companies and governments exporting goods to the United States. Last month, the president announced plans for a 100% tariff on semiconductor imports, though exceptions will apply to companies already manufacturing in the United States or those that have committed to do so. Trump's strategy has faced legal challenges. A lower court recently struck down most of the levies imposed under a 1977 emergency law, prompting his administration to urge the United States Supreme Court to intervene and preserve the tariffs that are key to his economic agenda. And up next is sport news, and after this break, we'll be back.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Update here on Business Day television, and now we're moving to see what we have in the world of sport. Manchester City has confirmed the signing of England Clinton from rivals Manchester United. The 32-year-old midfielder had entered the final year of a contract at United, and the club accepted City's offer on Wednesday to avoid losing her for a free next summer. Clinton becomes City's sixth signing this summer, joining Jade Rose, Iman Bennett, Sidney Lohman, Arthur Cummins and Laura Winrother at the Yowie Stadium. United have lost several players to expiring contracts in recent years, including Alessia Rosso, Honor Batley and Mary Earps, highlighting ongoing challenges in remaining top talent. And to end the news, Northern Ireland sit atop Group A after opening World Cup qualifying with a 3-1 win in Luxembourg, while group favourites Germany are stunned 2-0 by Slovakia. In Bratislava, David Hankel gave Slovakia the lead shortly before halftime, and Middlesbrough forward David Strelec added a second goal in the 55th minute to secure the shock victory, leaving Germany's coach Julian Nagelsmann under pressure over his squad. Northern Ireland's win saw first international goals for Justin Devaney and Shea Charles. An early strike from Jamie Reid was cancelled out by Ayman Dadari, but Charles scored just 30 seconds into the second half. After Luxembourg defender Said Korak received the second yellow card, Devaney's 69th-minute goal sealed Northern Ireland's first competitive away win since March 2023. The victory earned 3 crucial points for an injury hit for Northern Ireland's side ahead of their Sunday trip to Cologne to face Germany. And that's all we have this afternoon on the news update at this hour. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day television. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to
end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Oko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be grateful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them, but I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquettes at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
They started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and we started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best self, bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. This is bdtv Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our country, in our polity, as they affect you and also affects me. Today we'll be looking at two issues. One is the recently concluded the local government election in Rivers State, conducted by a sole administrator that was appointed by Mr. President following the suspension of the elected governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, almost 6 months ago. And of course, we'll also be looking at the court sentencing of, in Finland, Simon Ekpa, a Nigerian activist, so to say, accused of terrorism to 6 years imprisonment in Finland. These are the two issues that we want to discuss today. And as usual, I have with me the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon.
Thank you, George, for inviting me.
Yeah. I also have with me Mr. Chukwuroko, who's assistant editor of Business Day.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
You're welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, two issues are before us to just discuss. One is election that's just been concluded. The local government election just concluded in the Rivers State last Saturday, where the APC, so to say, as again shows strength, if I may use that word. The PDP has got just 3 local government out of the 23 local government in Rivers State. APC got 20. PDP got 3, and those other parties didn't get anything. Not even 1 for ADC, which is, as we say, emerging a strong opposition as we in the build-up to the 2027 election. But that's what happened. So many people have condemned the election. Some have described it as illegal, given the fact that, as some have said, look, this election, the very fact that this election has been conducted by a sole administrator who doesn't have the constitutional power, as it were, makes this election illegal. There are some who have said, look, under the circumstance that we had in Rivers State, and emergency rule. Look, the sole administrator can conduct a local government, but those are the legal issues that lawyers may want to talk about. But Zema, I come to you, sir. Let me start with you. How did the local government election in Rivers State come across to you?
Well, thank you. Straight away, I will say it's one of those absurdities in the politics of in the country, the business of politics as it's being played in the country at the moment. Nobody should be surprised at what happened in Port Harcourt last Saturday, because everything was tending towards the result that was produced at the end of the day. So because I think there was a predetermined outcome before the election itself. So if you followed what happened up till the result was announced that Saturday, you would have known that it was not surprising what we saw at the result that the SEC announced at the end of the day. So, but what I would say is that Nigerians are the greatest losers, because we are seeing a system that is warped. We are seeing elections that are not representative of the wish or wishes of the voters. We are seeing a barefaced robbery of people's mandates. So we are all in it, and unfortunately, we are going to pay heavily for what we are seeing today. We might be saying it doesn't concern us. If you're not from Port Harcourt or from Rivers State, you think that it's happening far away from me, from where I stay, from my state. But we are all concerned. We are all seeing what is emerging as an unfortunate scenario, because it has happened in Rivers State on Saturday. Next time it's going to happen in another state, and before we know it, it becomes a conflagration that will consume the entire nation. So everybody that has followed what happened or what has been happening since the emergence of emergency rule in Rivers State will tell you that, well, it was a predetermined outcome that they saw on Saturday. So that election itself shouldn't have held. There was no point, there was no reason why it should have held, because everything around it was unlawful. If you are saying that an emergency rule was in place, and you appointed a sole administrator to hold the peace until real peace returned to the state, and that sole administrator is now the person that is overseeing an election to bring in a democratic regime, it shows you that we are not serious. And the sole administrator was the one who even appointed someone that pretended over the election. So who are we deceiving? We are deceiving ourselves. And by the time they now bring back the sacked or the suspended governor, you discover that mines had been laid around him.
We actually.
So let me because thank you. Let me not delve into what you.
Let the cat
thank you.
Out of the bag, because we actually going there.
Okay.
Because we'll be discussing.
So for me, that election was just a laughable exercise. That's how I could describe it.
Okay, but Chuka, the Minister of FCT, said, and I want to put what it is that he said. He praised the conduct of the election and said it was transparent with high voter turnout, especially in his community. And he asserted the polls were necessary following a Supreme Court ruling against caretaker committees. Okay, so they now, so there was a caretaker committee when this man came in.
Exactly.
So fine. So he said that, look, this was necessary because the Supreme Court had ruled that the caretaker committee
should be disbanded. Yes.
And it was not recognized by the Constitution. He has said that this election was good, was free, was fair, and that the people turned out and voted for the party of the election. But interestingly, APC got 20 local government, whereas Wike's party, PDP, got three. So do you agree with him that truly it was fair, given the fact that even his own party, one would have expected that PDP, which Wike's party, will clear all the local government. They only got 3. So the election was free to that extent, given that Wike could not influence this election to favor his party.
Thank you so much, Josh, for this question. But I want to say that Nyesom Wike is a product of anything that is good, not anything that is not good. Wike is a product of confusion. Wike himself is a confused man. And in his quest for power, he has lost conscience. He has lost any sense of decorum. He has even lost, developed a very thick skin for criticism. Somebody who can say that he's impervious to criticism. Wike has no shame. Because if you say you are hailing an election that favored the opposition party, he is a PDP person till tomorrow. But all his effort or whatever he does, he invests so much in favoring the opposition party. Whether it is about his resources, his intelligence, his what again can I use to describe somebody who is violence, who has penchant for violence. Everything he invests in promoting the opposition. And it still tells the world that he's a PDP person. There's a little bit of deceit in what they did in Rivers State. Because Wike's local government, Obiapo, was won by PDP.
Yes.
Then it is just to give a facade, to give the people the impression that, I secured my local government for my party. But the opposition won overwhelmingly in other local government, and you are praising the exercise, saying it was okay. And the girls are here to say that what has happened has cleared the coast for the return of the governor who was suspended by emergency rule. So I don't know how anybody can look at the election in a local government election in a Rivers State and says, oh, this is the best of what we should expect in any. It's just a pointer to the fact that nobody should expect anything good again in Nigeria. Because if a sole administrator whose main purpose was to come and say, oh, there are frayed nerves. Yes. Let us calm these nerves. Let us reconcile contending forces. Yes. Let us stabilize the polity. Let us bring stability into the state and then make way for whatever is going to happen going forward. Anything anybody should consider to be done in Rivers State should have come after the expiration of the emergency rule. Now, a sole administrator, it's not only that he conducted the election, he swore the chairman, the elected people. That is a soldier swearing in civilian elected this thing. So,
who is saying democratic process?
The whole thing is that, just like my colleague said, it's like when we are doing mathematics. You know, if you have the formula, yes, you can always get the answer correct. So, as far as Wike is concerned, the formula was handed over to him by the powers that be, and whatever statistics or mathematics is working is all working towards the answer that he already knows. So it's neither here nor there.
Let me jump in. Don't forget that our correspondent in Port Harcourt, before the election, the result was announced, had even written that, in fact, that the thing had been shared. In fact, he rightly said that APC had been given 20 local governments, while PD had been allocated three local governments. And when the result was announced, exactly what he predicted.
But there's something that Wiki said, that I need to ask you, and just seek your own understanding. He said that the course has been cleared now for the suspended governor
to come back.
So, is this, this tend to give the impression that the whole idea was to secure the whole idea, or the idea behind
the election,
suspending the governor, the suspended governor,
to put structures,
to put structure in place. Would that be? Is that what we can say here?
I was going into that when I said mines had been laid.
Planted.
You know, when the governor took up after the inauguration, and we were told that almost all the commissioners working with him were handpicked and were put by Winke at that time, which he kicked, which the governor Fubara kicked against at a point that led to this. Now, in order to put a signature of approval to say, okay, these people now are elected local government officers. And don't forget that as a governor, you are going to work with the local government chairman or persons there. So you cannot perform optimally. You can't perform very well without the having a good relationship with the people who are working at the grassroots. And now they succeeded in putting all these people before bringing back the governor, which means that the governor is just sitting in the midst of woes, in the midst of enemies, woes, who have been said, okay, go and monitor him. And when he's back, coming back, don't forget that commissioners that he's going to work with are likely going to be appointed and say, okay, you work with these people. So if I were Fubara, and which many people have also suggested, there's no point going in there, because it means that whatever he's going to do going forward will be dictated to him by the big brother in Abuja. And in that case, you don't expect him to perform. So it's going to be just a sit-down-look governor,
an errand
boy that has the signature of Abuja, because now Abuja will be calm. Everybody will be happy. Fubara is now a good boy. So that is no democracy. And you cannot expect the Rivers people just to be clapping and just to be looking, because already some of them are speaking up against what is going on there. The peace that we were supposed to have in Rivers, I'm afraid they are going to even have more crisis by the time Fubara comes back. I wish it doesn't go that way.
But well, I don't want to say that we might have more crisis than peace in Rivers State in light of what has happened. It seems that to me that Fubara has, because just before this election, 2 months ago, he was seen with the Wiki. I think the president was able to reconcile them. He was seen at a social function together with Wiki. Don't you think that that he will just come in and accept this new local government chairman, and of course the Rivers State House of Assembly members who will also resume if the emergency suspension is lifted? Well, so don't you see them working together? Amicably for the peace of Rivers State.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking because, like I said, I'm saying that Fubara, before this election, about 2 months ago or so, the president again reconciling them. He was seen together with Wike at the social function in Rivers State, meaning that he has accepted now to work together with Wike. And I'm also saying that, of course, by the time the suspension is lifted, members of the State House of Assembly will also come. Okay, having already reconciled with Wike, who is their godfather, so to say, and of course, because members of the River State House of Assembly
they are
also
still
loyal to
coming.
Wike. So
Yes.
it means that just as it was in the very beginning,
that is what you are going to have now.
I see them working together for the progress of River State.
Well, you see, there are various levels of agreement and various levels of obedience. You might be telling somebody, did you agree? The person, yes, said yes. Yes, yes, so each of these tones depict different things. Because if I say yes with good mind, I've accepted to work with you. If I say yes, so that means there's something up my sleeves that I have not shown you. If I say yes, yes now, yes now. It means also that I am being restrictive. So Fubara was harangued into accepting whatever that was spelled out to him in Abuja. And today, in fact, I heard that, or I read somewhere that he even said that he was not even ready to even return.
That was before
the
was able to
okay.
reconcile.
Now,
he mentioned that sometime when
if not because of the way we are in Nigeria, we are power hungry. The best thing for Fubara to do at this point should have been to say, I'm not going back there. If you want to conduct a new election, a fresh election for another person to go, I'm okay, the letter I have done. But he will not do that. Like I said, minds had been led. If I'm only fashion of the leadership of the House of Assembly that he had serious problem with, for the reason of which the House of Assembly the building was destroyed. A lot of things were destroyed that is costing the state a lot of money to rebuild. And now that assembly is coming also to supervise whatever he is going to be doing. And now with the local government chairmen that have been foisted on him, and the cabinet that will also be appointed, by certain people, and he's just the only person in their midst, I'm sure that he's not going to find it very easy. So if I were in his shoes, ideally, I would say, I'm okay. I'm satisfied with the letter I have done. So let another person go ahead.
Okay, so Chuka, what is your thinking of what Fubara might be doing when it comes in? And then again, let me also ask, with what has happened, I mean, the election that happened on Saturday, where APC got 20 local governments, and of course the PDP just 3. And of course, given we know that from 1999 till date, River State has been under the control of the PDP. But do you see the River State, do you see PDP losing River State in light of what has happened? 2 questions are asked. What do you think?
Let me just start.
Fubara will be coming back to do
in a place that is now under
in a place like he has painted the picture of what it is, and do you see
for me it is difficult. Human nature is difficult to read or to understand sometimes. Fubara is like somebody who is, when you are fighting, you keep somebody on the ground, just put yourself on top of the person. You don't know what is in the mind of that person until the person gets up.
Yes.
When he gets up, he might decide to run because he's no longer ready to continue the fight. He might get up and say, oh, is that what you did to me? You will see. So, but as it is now, I think early days to draw conclusions on what Fubara may be coming back to do. Because I want to believe that when the president called them to Abuja and there was a reconciliation for the camera, nobody knows what they discussed.
Yes.
discussion could have treated to us, oh, as you are coming back, all the members of the assembly that were suspended with you are also coming back. As you are coming back,
Sure, of course, they should come back.
your godfather will be the one to appoint your commissioners. So none of us sitting here can say categorically that, these were the conclusions, these were the agreements reached at the reconciliation table. But I believe that when he comes back as governor, perhaps this time around, Fubara must have known that he has Rivers people with him. Perhaps it may be tougher because he knows that the people are going to side him. He will also think of me, oh, I think I have disappointed Rivers people. So I have to be very careful. But all in all, it is going to be a tough battle for him to even to survive. If it were in a more advanced country where people have integrity, where people value personality over power, you know, that I must be governor, I must be president. In the face of all this, the honorable thing for Fubara to do is to say, I don't think I can continue in this kind of mess. Why must I be this? But that cannot be ascertained now because nobody knows whether he will be given the power to appoint his commissioners. Commissioners, of course, are more useful to him than the local government chairman. If he has commissioners that he can control, I think that will be a good thing for him to work with. But the greatest threat to his continued stay as governor are the members of the assembly who may, after 1 month or 2 months, say, oh, now the game is over. And the big man in Abuja will now, it's not difficult for him to do that kind of thing. I heard him during the media chat boasting that nobody can come to Rivers and win an election. That is not where he has his interest. Because he was assuring them that Tinubu must win in Rivers State. So, and that takes me to your second question, whether or not
it has become a
PDP is going to lose. Is going to lose. No, we can still put it in the future because it has not happened.
Yes.
PDP may lose Rivers, and by Wike's posturing, by Wike's utterances, by Wike's body language, it is so clear that if election is going to be conducted tomorrow, he will still side an APC candidate, not PDP. Well, it is difficult to say what is working in the mind of Wike, but if you remember how he actually tried to put PDP in his strong footing, but was disappointed. I want to say that Wike is being vindictive. He's trying to pay back, try to do anything he can. He doesn't leave PDP and doesn't hold it. He's neither here nor he's just sitting on the fence. But everybody knows where his interest lies. His interest is APC, and he wants to make sure that even if an APC governorship candidate wins, or rather loses to PDP, he will still ensure that his principal, that Tinubu, wins the presidency in a Rivers State. So for him to tell you that he won't be sitting there and anybody will win Rivers for any other candidate except Tinubu. He can only do that and do it efficiently and effectively if there is an APC governor in the state. Okay, fine. So that tells you that
can happen.
Just as we wrap up, just before we let's look at the second issue that quickly just one word or so from two of you. Simon Ekpa has been sentenced to 6 years imprisonment in Finland by a Finnish court over accusation of terrorism and what have you. I don't know. People have said, look, that the conviction of Simon Ekpa in Finland will bring, I think, some level of peace to the southeast. Do you see that happening?
Yeah.
Because he will no longer be there to incite the people and say all of those things that he has been saying before this sentence.
First of all, I would like to commend the Finnish government and the speed at which they dispense of the case without allowing it to drag, unlike what is happening here. Rather than clapping hands and celebrating the incarceration of I should think that we borrow a leaf from what has happened, because it's an indictment on our judicial system. Because you see in our correctional homes, facilities, the prisons are overfilled with awaiting trial inmates, more than even those who have been condemned, convicted. Today, people don't get judgment. People continue the adjournment in our courts. So look at Nnamdi Kanu has been incarcerated for how many years now? The case has been going on. So what stopped the government from dispensing with such a case the way this EPAS Finland has gone in a EPAS case? So it is a case that has given us a challenge as a country. Be that as it may, I also commend the judgment, because it sent us a warning that bad behavior has consequences. If someone is behaving badly, you have to call such a person to order. And again, it is also an indictment on us, because here every now and then we say we know those who are causing us pains as a country, but you can't name them. And some of them, you know them, you can't go after them, and you are covering them. Every now and then we are told that sponsors of terrorism are in government, and the government knows that, and nothing is happening to them. So I think that the development should now be a push on our government to do what is right, not just by celebrating. And they should now look, who are those people who are causing us pain, who are sponsoring terrorism in the country, and round them up and do the needful. It's high time Nigeria stopped crying, stopped mourning. And it's not about celebration, it's about living up to expectation that you are a country.
Absolutely.
And you are in charge. You shouldn't allow non-state actors to be running things here. So government should put its feet down and do what is expected of it. For Southeast, I don't know if Simon Ekpa's conviction will bring peace, because many people believe that Southeast has not been well treated by successive government and administrations. And except government begins to do what it should be doing, what is good and what is open. I was looking at the projects that the federal government said it had carried out in all the geopolitical zones. I discovered that Southeast got 400 billion, whereas Northwest got 5-point-something trillion. So you can't say it is fair. So when Southeasterners say they are marginalized, a lot of, you can point a lot of instances of marginalization in the Southeast.
All right.
So I wouldn't know how this past case could temper the anger that is in Southeast.
Okay, Joker, just in just a second, let's hear your take on the Simon Ekpa's conviction.
In a second, I may have
our security situation in Nigeria.
I may have exhausted 1 second by even saying yes. Thank you for that question. The thing is that we have to be very honest with ourselves. Very, very honest with ourselves. Government knows what it is doing. Government knows where the pain is hiding. The imprisonment of Simon Ekpa will not change anything in the Southeast. My reason is that It is alleged that Simon Ekpa orders sit at home in Southeast. Why people sit at home is not because of the fear of anybody who is in Finland or someone who is in Lagos. It's the fear of what is possible to happen to the person if he goes out. Because when thing of this nature happens, there are people who are out there to cash in on the whatever is happening there, to maim people, to waylay people, to do a lot of funny things. So people are afraid of this thing, not because of anybody who is in Southeast or who is ordering them from anywhere. Igbo man doesn't believe so much in personalities, insofar as you don't feed the person. Igbo people are not afraid of you because of your money or because of your God. It's only when you have God that you are capable of killing him. And he likes to live. So I don't see Sam Ekpa's imprisonment changing anything in the Southeast. Our people, the people are already embittered. They are not happy, like what you have just mentioned. And the evidence is so clear in whatever way you look at it. So overall, that is not going to change anything because people, they sit at home, will continue for so long as things are the way they are in that region.
But I think it's important for the people of the Southeast to have been the reason that they sit at home, whatever it is, whether it is the fear of being killed or being attacked when you go out, or maybe actually whether that attack truly, does happen every Monday. I think it's for
bring the people in.
It's for
bring
all of
them
them to
in.
actually know that we are causing more damage to the economy of the Southeast by continuing to sit at home every Monday because the whole lot is lost every Monday whenever people are not allowed to go out, carry out their business and do one thing or the other that should support the economy of the South. And of course, not just the South.
The economy of the country.
General, because it's the economy of the South, it's the economy of the South, and the economy of the South.
That aggregate to cause it.
No, Joshua, you are getting it wrong. That the sit at home, the sit at home affects the entire country.
Exactly.
Because if you are coming from the west, you can't pass through Southeast within that period.
Even the neighboring countries that come
they don't come.
In Southeast don't come.
And most of these
there's something that you said that as we conclude, I must point out which the government needs to actually look at it. The fact the delay in our own judicial process is so annoying. It's abysmal. You can't even the Simon Ekpa's case was here. Was it just last year?
Last year it started. Let's say
and this one I've been hanging since Buhari time.
Already put it behind the bars.
Yes.
10 years.
This man had stayed here over 10 years or thereabout.
So whether he will appeal or whatever.
If you convict Nnamdi Kanu,
he goes yes. Or let you serve a term of.
He has been convicted. People are healing it because, like you said,
it should give us the impetus to do what is right.
We can fast track our judicial
processes
than what is being all along. So I think it's a good one. Nigerian government is happy that the Simon Ekpa.
Let's go beyond being happy.
I think
to do what is right.
They shouldn't be happy.
It's an indictment.
No, the government, if you ask me, shouldn't be happy because they didn't. It is not their success. Yes. They didn't contribute anything for that to happen.
And that's what we are saying, that they should look at what's
what he's saying that everybody is celebrating that this man has been. It has justified what you have said, that this man. Now, what have you done in country
to
show that bad behavior must be punished? And there are those who have been alleged to sponsor terrorism in the government and who have been working free. Bello Trudy and all that, everybody, and Erofai came up. Yes, the federal government has come up to say that it's not true. There's no truth in what he's saying. Erofai, if an Erofai, a personality like Erofai could come up and say, this is happening, can you doubt Erofai? Contradict Erofai?
Well, thank you so very much, gentlemen. I think we will wrap up this afternoon on the BDTV round two. I want to thank you, viewers, and I think that by next week come your way again with some other interesting issues to discuss. Thank you for viewing. My name is Joshua Bassi. Remain blessed.
Thank you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I'm in your bunky work. The race towards the 2027 general election have intensified with the zoning of presidential ticket of the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the south. This is coming against the backdrop of President Bola Tinubu's another southerner being backed by a critical bloc of the ruling All Progressive Congress, the APC, to stand for election on the ruling party's platform. It means another northerner vying for PDP or APC's presidential ticket is on his own. But there's also the emerging African Democratic Congress, the ADC, which was strengthened by the coalition of opposition politicians, which fused into it recently. However, many Nigerians are of the view that existing political parties have no solution to the country's woes amid criticism and widespread public discontent of the Bola Tinubu's administration performance in office in the last 2 years or so. Joining me to discuss the state of the nation, opposition politics, and to assess the Tinubu's administration is Tungi Shele, a former Lagos PDP chairman and the chieftain of the ADC in Lagos. Chief of this ADC. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you in our studios.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with the event of the 26th of last month in Lagos State, where several members of defecting members of the PDP, the Labour Party, were welcomed. Maybe few APC were welcomed into the ADC fully by the National Secretary, Ralph Aregbesola. I was there in Victoria Island. So, what was the main reason for that event, and how has it been able to shape ADC in Lagos State?
Thank you very much. I think Nigerians have lost confidence in both APC and PDP. You find out that majority of the stakeholders in APC today are inherited from PDP. At least 70% of the leaders in APC today are from PDP. Whenever they have a problem, either in terms of corruption or any other tendency, they quickly move over to APC for cover. Nigerians are the ones that are suffering from this kind of effect. So there should be a new lease of life, a fresh approach to politics, a people-centered approach to politics, so that Nigeria can be a better place for everyone. And that's why ADC now becomes a baby of necessity. It's a party that's come out boldly out of necessity. ADC has been on ground for quite some time, and they were doing things at their own pace. That's what it should be. If you're a small party, you start winning from 2 constituencies to 4 to 6. Sometimes you drop. Let there be level playing field. But with the trend of events in Nigeria today, it's like we are moving towards a one-party state. Everybody is just jumping ship
to the ruling party.
They are attracted for one reason or the other. Some of them are manipulated, some of them are influenced, some of them are promised a lot of things so that they can cross over to APC. Some of us have found it necessary to look in another direction and look for an alternative platform. And to the major stakeholders, people like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar,
Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, and of course, Aregbesola that came to Lagos to receive us into ADC. They did their own work, and I'm sure at the appropriate time, Nigerians will feel the impact of ADC in Nigeria.
Many people are actually so because people have known you to be a PDP man right from a very long time. You were the PDP chairman in Lagos for some years, and your supporters, those that have followed you politically, will probably be surprised that why you are jumping ship to the ADC now. And of course, everybody know the crisis the PDP is probably facing, but maybe some will have felt maybe couldn't you have stayed behind to maybe resolve the issues within the PDP? Does it mean the issues are unresolved, or you probably felt you had to chart your own political career forward?
Those who are very close to me know the kind of person I am, that I'm principled to a fault. I want to do things rightly. I want to defend the position of anything I'm doing. I should be able to defend it. I've defended PDP enough, and I couldn't continue. There's a lot of indiscipline in the party. People are doing anti-party, and nobody is doing anything about it. So it gives some of us a lot of concern. So my supporters and my followers will not be surprised at all, because they have seen my body language. I've appeared on so many television programs before trying to defend that PDP had an internal mechanism of resolving its problems. But unfortunately, for a very long time, this has not been achieved. Somebody is sitting there dictating pace. He's the only one that knows everything. He's the only one that can choose chairman for you today, choose chairman for you tomorrow, choose chairman for you in the future. So, and he feels he's in control of the party. If he had moved to APC to go and work with them, let him focus. I mean, I'm talking about the former governor of Rivers State and, of course, the FCT minister. If you wanted to leave a party, leave it honorably. Go, focus on the job at the national level as the FCT minister. But unfortunately, it's influencing a lot of things, drawing PDP back. And PDP found it difficult to do the needful.
To suspend him.
And suspend. I've been advocating for this on several fora before, and nothing changed. So I had to take my own destiny in my own hands, and I took time to arrive at this position. I even waited until the last local government election in Lagos took place, so that nobody would say I've derailed the progress PDP could have made in Lagos during the local government election. I knew they were not going anywhere. Just like what happened in Rivers State's local government election. It was a selection. They just selected 3 local governments for PDP, and the rest
more like a dash
to APC, so that when the governor eventually returns, he will
be like a figurehead.
It will be an APC agent.
But now you are in ADC now. Many people are worried that they are still coming back to PDP later.
Who told you I will come back?
I mean, I'm still coming back to discuss the issue within the PDP later in the program. But now the ADC, people may argue with you, a lot of people may argue with you that the ADC in Lagos State, they need to do more in terms of building grassroots structures.
Yes.
In the last election in 2023, they had a governorship candidate, but across the state, I think they came out 4th or 5th. They didn't do more. They didn't do well.
Yes.
And this is like a big work for your team, the ADC chieftain in Lagos State, the leaders in Lagos State. They need to do more in terms of building structures. Many people are still not aware. Go to the grassroots. The party is virtually non-existent.
Yes.
How are you people building structures across the state?
Well, during the last general election, I think they had a wonderful governorship candidate.
Yeah.
A wonderful man. And I watched his interviews. And up till date, he's still working hard to ensure that Nigeria and Lagos survive from bad governance, that good governance is brought to the grassroots. He's always intervening. It's just like a shadow.
He's playing real opposition politics.
Politics.
Speaking.
You don't actually have to be in power. We all work towards winning elections. But when you lose, be a good opposition and pursue it vigorously so that Nigerians can benefit from it. But most people don't understand this. They want to be in office and continue to dominate, whether they give good governance or not. Unfortunately, democracy is being endangered as a result. So some of us have to do something and start looking for alternative. Now, in this alternative, you are, like you rightly identified, ADC is still a small party in Lagos State. And that was why we did what we did.
To welcome new members.
We see ourselves as new members too. And in ADC, everybody is equal. And women, youths, and everybody is given the opportunity. So what we are trying to do now is to build the party, give it the semblance of a good opposition that can win election and that can make a difference in the
2027.
In 2027, which I believe will happen because the people behind it are dynamic, they are focused, and they have experience. They may have made mistakes in the past. They are ready to learn from their mistakes. If PDP had problems, made mistakes, APC has come to even further worsen the situation. So that's why ADC will be a fresh alternative, a viable alternative, and we shall ensure that we mobilize people. We are monitoring people like the top for now. They are trying to resolve one issue or the other before going out fully to states and ensure that everybody.
I think that's the concern, or the concern among Nigerians is that these people are moving from PDP or Labour Party to ADC. It's like putting the same people that have actually failed us, the same people that have actually they were in government in the past. They didn't do much. What hope do we have? What confidence do we have that when these people gain power, if we vote for ADC 2027, that they will change the narrative, they will do things differently? I think that's the question people have been asking. That what make ADC? Oh, people are defecting from ADC, from PDP to Labour Party to ADC. Is it not the same people that have failed us in the past? What would they do different this time around? So I think the question is left for you.
I'm not one of those people that failed Nigerians in the past, and many other people like that are now in ADC to ensure that ADC is properly structured and properly guided in the affairs of running the affairs of the nation. Like I said, people must have made mistakes in the past. I am aware that everybody is now ready to correct the mistakes of the past and give Nigeria a new lease of life.
I think the concern now is, the party have come together they are building. But at the national level, we've seen Amechi have set up branch in Rivers State. Other El-Rufai was able to set up a branch. He had a meeting last week that was disrupted in Kaduna. And Kaduna's Adamawa Atiku is doing his best. But the issue of presidential ticket of the party now, a lot of people are afraid that ambition of this politician, of these key leaders, Atiku, Obi, Amechi, these are people who have shown interest. Amechi said some days ago that he's not willing to step down for anybody in 2027. People are afraid that the ADC, if this one don't get the ticket, that Atiku don't get the ticket, that the issue of who get the presidential ticket may actually derail the party in 2027 if care is not taken.
I think behind the scene, they are working together as a team behind the scene. And they've set a rule among themselves that all of them will go for the primaries, and then whoever emerges as the presidential candidate, all others will support. That's the consensus as at today. And I believe it's going to help the party grow. It's going to help the party to progress and help the party to make progress.
Would the party be zoning the presidential candidate? There's so much talk that they not have ruled 8 years. There is now the turn of the South. Would the party be zoning? We have two other parties have actually zoned.
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Even PDP that said it zoned the
presidential ticket
to the South. Yesterday they made a moderation of it that whoever wants to contest on the platform of the PDP could come from anywhere. But they have decided as a party to zone it to the South and support a Southern candidate. And where is the Southern candidate they want to present?
A Southern candidate, they said they are wooing former President Jonathan. They also they went to meet him.
Jonathan is ready to go back to a party that is not doing well.
They said Jonathan never resigned in PDP.
He doesn't have to resign, but I think he's a focused person. He's an elder statesman. He's now playing the role of an international peacemaker and trying to build image for himself and for the country. I don't think he will be interested in going to partisan politics, contesting for the office he has held once or partially half of what he inherited.
I think the PDP is saying that they realized the mistake that Jonathan they made in 2015 by not backing him, and that they feel he's the one that probably can save the country now. Knowing the fact that the zone has come to the South, they feel he's the rightful person to challenge the incumbent. Being the fact that considering the way the APC is trying to take over most states by making them look at most states in the south now. I mean, either you are in APC or you are nowhere. So they feel that Jonathan is the one that can give the incumbent president run for his money. And Jonathan himself have not come out to say I'm not contesting. He still probably said his cousin said on Sunday that he's still consulting.
His cousin cannot speak for him. Even his wife cannot speak for him. He is the one that is the center of this team. So definitely, I see him as a very responsible and well-mannered and matured person who will know what's good for him. How can one now stay in a safe lane where people respect you, and then you go and mix with people who don't have decorum or who don't believe in democracy? Democracy, like I said, is endangered. So if somebody who had earned the respect of Nigerians, who willingly accepted defeat, and then you expect him to go back to...
So you'll be disappointed if you decide to contest?
Definitely, I will be disappointed. But if it's going to be the saving grace, I don't mind. But is it PDP that can project him and get things sorted out? PDP cannot project get good results.
With the way the party
because some people are right there working for the opposition. Some people are right in PDP today working for APC. So Jonathan shouldn't, former president.
Many people say the crisis within the PDP started when they refused to hand over when the issue of the presidential tickets happened in 2023. Wike didn't. I don't want to overflog this issue, but it's unfortunate that the party have not been able to resolve it. We saw the next meeting some days ago. Many founding members of the party, even Iwobodu, former Enugu State, Imo State Governor, the one that ruled 1999 to 2007 was there. They were all there to salvage this party. And
I don't think the major stakeholders were there, especially from the southeast and the south-south. The majority of the people you find there, maybe from the southwest, and people who are ready to tolerate the excesses of.
They say they're having a convention.
They are supposed to have a convention in Ibadan.
Yes.
And somebody is planning his own for Abuja. So let's see how it works. The party is in a disarray. They are only trying to mend fences, and I don't think it will work.
What we have been seeing is defection of opposition to the ruling party, and some of them say we saw the Akwa Ibom State governor moved. We saw the Delta State governor move, and these are people who are elected under the PDP. And some people say we have been coerced to join the APC. What is your take on the recent defection of opposition politicians?
I'm so disappointed in the governor of Akwa
Ibom
State and also of Delta State. What else do they want? They are in opposition and they are in power in their states. They are supposed to stay behind and fight, not run away. They have the followership, the people voted for them, and they disappointed the people moved to another party. I don't know what they stand to benefit. It can be embarrassing. I was embarrassed to see them at that level.
They say it's for selfish interest.
It's for personal. They know that the party in power can make things difficult for them. They may not return. So the best thing is to join the ruling party, which is unfortunate. If the ruling party is doing well today, definitely I will be in support. We will only be in opposition to challenge what they are doing wrong, so that Nigeria can be a better place. But when you deliberately, you are in opposition, you are supposed to challenge what's going wrong in the ruling party, and you decided to follow them when they are not doing well. It's just unfortunate.
Some people have called for the amendment of the constitution to, if you have been elected under this party platform, if you are cross carpeting, you lose your seat.
Well, I don't know why the judiciary is not doing the right thing. Judiciary is also part of the problems, because when you take a genuine case to court, it is thrown out on technicalities and frivolities. So I hope new things will start happening. If ADC comes to power, there should be an electoral reform.
Yes.
And then the judicial reform too should take place, so that somebody who took the fourth place in Imo State the other time during the general election,
yes,
now became
the governor.
The governor. It's unheard of. What kind of law? What kind of rule?
What kind of electoral reform would you love to see in 2027, ahead of 2027? The president, do you have confidence in President INEC to conduct a free and fair election? There have been criticism about the voters as voter register. We saw your party raised an issue about the people that were registered in Osun State.
It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I don't have any confidence, not even now. Way back, I've lost my confidence in INEC. When I was chairman PDP, I had cause, or even when I was the secretary, I had cause to write so many letters to them. Even when we won elections, they would upturn it. So I had to write letters, and when they are manipulating the voters register, I will write and follow it up. So they even had to change the director of
information.
Not information, director of operations, because I insisted that they were doing the wrong thing. Some of them were already compromised. They gave them houses in Ikeja. Those people in INEC, they gave them cars. The ruling party in Lagos gave them cars.
Really?
They gave them houses.
It happened.
It happened. So I followed it up. They had to remove the director of operation, took him to, but yet they still ensured that it was serving that purpose.
Many people have raised concern about the appointment of INEC chairman. That they said they need to be, the Young Africa raised the issue some days ago. There need to be an independent body that should appoint INEC chairman. That the part appointment of INEC chairman should be taken away from the president. The position should be advertised, just like we have seen in Kenya, South Africa. What is your take?
That's what it should be. But I don't expect the current government in power to do it, because it's not in their culture. It's not in their character. So we want people of character to be at position of responsibility. They can advertise it. People that have canvassing for electoral reform, they are not sleeping. They will go out, and some of us will support them to achieve this goal at the end of the day. There should be an electoral reform, What you have just cited is a good example. Let them advertise. Let them go before the Senate for screening. I know this, even the Senate we have is a rubber stamp, but all the same, let us see, let Nigerians themselves determine who becomes the INEC chairman. It's possible.
All right. The Tinubu administration is with the reform. What is your take on this reform?
The reform.
The government said this month that they meet their revenue target for the year.
Well, it's good to do reform. The reform, everybody will do one reform or the other just to ensure that things are perfect. But unfortunately, APC leadership doesn't set its priorities right.
What do you mean?
Well, where they are supposed to build roads to ensure that food are evenly distributed around the country, that people can move freely and go about their business, those roads are not done. Yet, we can embark on coastal road and put a cost of maybe in trillions on it. We should not be a priority project for now. They can do it in phases. That road can be done in phases. It's a good gesture. It's a good policy. But it's something that is not a priority.
All right.
Whatever you do today should impact on the people.
All right, our time is up. Finally, what is your take on the attempt to amend the constitution by the National Assembly?
The National Assembly will not amend the constitution because it favors them not to do so. So the people should continue to engage them and ensure that they do it. The present composition of the National Assembly will not
amend the constitution.
They will do amendment, but they won't do the one that will not allow them to win
the agitation for state creation everywhere. People are calling for new state and Neoma state and the rest.
Well, that can be done administratively. But some of us are canvassing for regional governments.
Restructuring.
Yes,
I know you have always been an advocate of
restructuring so that people can lead.
All right. Our time is up. I've been speaking with Tungi Shele. Tungi Shele is a former PDP chairman in Lagos. I know a chieftain of the ADC, and now he just defected from the PDP to the ACs. Thanks for joining us on the program for today.
You're welcome.
Good to have you on the studios. My name is.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam, the show where authenticity meets conversation and where we turn women's lived experiences into shared and learning experiences. Today, we're discussing a vital topic, promoting work-life integration and safe spaces for women at work. Joining me are two remarkable women, Ekemini Akpakpan, the Executive Secretary at WESCA, and Ibukun Owolabi, who is the Gender, Safeguarding and Inclusion Lead at TAFTA. Both women are passionate advocates of gender inclusion and are involved in designing programs that create inclusivity for women at work. Let's get started. Ekemini and Ibukun, welcome to Real Talk with Pam.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Great. So today we're going to be talking about work-life balance for women and creating safe spaces. Both of you are women who have worked extensively in the gender transformation, gender inclusion space. So you know a lot about this. Why do we need to be talking in 2025 about this issue of creating safe spaces for women and work-life balance? Is it even an issue? What are some of the issues and why are we talking about this today?
For me, like you said, I've been working in the gender space for a long time now. And one of the things about working in the space is that, information keeps evolving. We keep finding new ways or learning about new ways that we need to support women, to advance in their careers. And one of the things that we've gathered so far, why we really need to be talking about this, is that we need to create a safe space for women. Most of the research has shown that the world has been shaped around, especially the world of work has been shaped around men, right? Historically, men have been the one, which is why they say men are the ones that formed the power structures that we have now. Because historically, when you're thinking about, Greece and how we evolved up to this time in terms of civilization, men have been the one playing in the economic space, in the social space, and all of that. And they've created the structures. Now that women want to play, how we're going to give them that, should I say, that level playing ground. How do we make sure that we have equity? We're not all the same in terms of our lived experiences. So how are we making sure that women, have that level playing field?
Right. Okay, for me, this will be understanding what it means or how it feels to be a woman.
Right.
What are my needs? How will the workspace cater for those needs as a woman? What are the necessary things that puts me as a human being, that makes me still different from the man, but still makes me complete as a woman? That, oh, I can just come, I'm going to work, I know when I'm at work, I can focus on my job because I've been able to take care of other things. For women, we have a whole lot of things, activities around our spaces, and it doesn't matter at what age, at what level. We have different things that take our time, we have to pay attention to, while making sure that work is also taken care of. Right. So identifying with what a woman needs at every stage of her life, specifically in the workspace. How do I want my work area to look like? I'm a woman. How do I want my children to be catered for while I'm working? Those are the kind of things that we still need to talk about. And also, when we talk about these things, the women also realize that, oh, we're being given a voice. We have visibility. We're accepted.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. So what would a safe space look like for you personally? So talking about creating a work-life balance, so for you, what would that look like?
So for me, work-life balance means like being able to bring myself to work, right? I think I read somewhere that that's the most simplified version of what inclusion means, especially in the workplace, being able to bring your whole self to work and not feeling guilty. And so for me, that starts with like, what are my values? Everybody has their own work, but their own work personality. And if you do that amount of self-reflection, you want to be able to go into a workplace that is able to accommodate you and is able to, you don't want to go into a workplace and then you're like, oh, okay, I don't recognize myself again in the mirror. So for me, essentially, those values are very important. How is that workplace, helping me to have that safe space? Because that's what will be the safe space. I remember seeing a movie called Devil Wears Prada many years ago. And that lady, she really was desperate about getting this job. And then when she got it, it was like her peers did not recognize her anymore. And that was her support system, before she got there. So it was like, do you want to sell your soul to the devil? Do you want to be in that place where, everybody that knew you for who you were, they're like, oh, who is this again? So I think she resigned from the job and all of that. So for me, it's basically about having that place where it's like a safe space where you can bring your values to work and you don't have to second guess yourself. Yeah.
Right. Okay. How about for you, Bukum?
For me, in addition, safe spaces, I'll relate it to one of my roles where I work, safeguarding, is essentially where our issues can be addressed with no bias.
Right.
I have an issue. I don't want it to be blown out of proportion. I just want a solution to this and making sure that I will not be afraid when I am at work. Are my issues being addressed? Can I walk up to management and say, oh, something like this happened to me. What are we going to do about it? If I'm sending an email or sending a report, hopefully there's no backlash on my person because I am also protected. That's why we have this anonymity clause as well for safeguarding. When we create those policies, the spaces where people can report incidences, people can, just vent. And it's largely to cater for the woman and to also give her a voice. And then you know that I'm coming to work, I feel secured. And then there's room for growth along the way.
Sure. So coming back to the Nigerian context, because we're in Nigeria, do you think that we have a long way to go in terms of applying this safeguarding rules in this country? And do you have any personal experiences that you have had working in the Nigerian environment that has been toxic and not very accommodating because of the fact that you are a woman?
I don't know. I don't want to say because I'm a woman,
Okay.
right? But I would say that, so in Nigeria, you already know we have this hustle mentality, or should I say this? I always say suffered. So, because I remember working in like the Rwandan context and, getting the feeling that I'm doing too much because, you're just like getting things done and then everybody's like, okay, don't message me during the weekend, like... So what I'm saying that to say that, to bring it back to the Nigerian context, to say that we already have this vibe and everybody knows it. I mean, the other day I was speaking to a friend and we're just talking about the situation in Lagos where there was this bridge closure. I can't remember what happened. And then she was narrating her own experience, how she trekked, for a very long distance. Then she got home very late. And then she managed to get back to work by past 8 a.m. She's supposed to be there by 8 a.m. And then her supervisor was like, why are you late? And then she was just like, nobody even asked me, how did you get home yesterday and all of that. And then when she then, mentioned her, her own problems, and then the person was like, oh, but it happened to everybody, if you know what I mean. So I'm saying that to say that, we already know that we have these nuances. But for me, I think many years ago, I've experienced working in a space where I experienced some little toxicity. But what I learned in that time was that, I have to be able to articulate, like I have to be able to say what is the issue, right? So what I did was that, and now we have all these words like safe spaces and stuff, but we didn't have it at the time.
No.
So it was not easy to articulate it. But I think I took a course around that time. And then I saw that, what I was going through was called like information overload. So I didn't know that was a thing. Like, when somebody is like just dumping information on you, whether it's task or whatever, just giving you a lot of things to do. And then, so I did not, have that language, that, oh, that's called information overload. So, but at the time I then realized it, and there's something called task overload. So I then went back to say to the person, oh, you're sending me like, all this information, thank you and everything, but which of them do you want me to prioritize? So just being able to know how to handle it, I think at that time it helped me very much. So I wouldn't say it was because I'm a woman, but it's just something that, we experience, like I said. And again, just knowing that this whole thing about work personality, like people have different work personalities. There's some people that are overachievers. One of my friends, started working in a different context as well. And they told him that, what do you want to do? And he was just listing like 20-something things he wants to do. And they were like, can you just choose like 5? Just because you're an overachiever. So if you do the 5 and then you do beyond, fine. But let's just have 5 things we want to hold you accountable for. So, so I think that would be something in Nigeria where everybody's like, oh, grinding so hard, and sometimes it can just be there can just be some kind of distortion in terms of like your own personal well-being, right, and things like that.
That's it.
How about you?
Well, for me, values are important, and especially at work, what I tried to do, or what I started doing and continue to do, is that I look through the job description. My top 5, these are the priorities, right? I follow through with that. And I started creating these boundaries unconsciously to other members of the team and say, okay, sometimes on my weekends, I might not be able to respond to a couple of things. Please don't be offended. I have a planned trip or a scheduled visit somewhere. So little by little, people start to understand, okay, and even if they need me urgently, they will send a message, when are you available?
Right.
We get into that space where you're now asking me, are you available? Can I loop you in for this? Consent is now given.
Sure.
You now start to create all those boundaries. People begin to understand boundaries, begin to understand they have to take consent, and which are the things that we also feed into the participants that we serve, for them to understand you have a voice. Make sure nobody crosses into your boundaries. Your consent is also needed. And if you don't want something, please don't be afraid to say no. That's how it's been working.
Love it, because I think I love that word boundaries, because that was the next question I was going to ask. How do you set boundaries for yourselves? Because I think for me, coming back to Nigeria after working in the UK for so long, it's a totally different thing. And I remember working somewhere where my boss called me one time almost midnight. Or I've had my boss call me 5 a.m. in the morning. And so, at first, you sort of think, oh, let me pick that call because it could be
very important.
It could be a very important urgent emergency.
Yes.
And then you find out it really isn't. And so having to sort of create that boundary and say, no, I'm not going to pick those calls anymore because if I keep picking them, that cycle will not stop.
It won't stop.
And so it's creating that boundary. And, I remember saying to someone, but then they were like, well, this is Nigeria. This is Nigeria. And so really changing that cultural mindset about how we do things regarding to work is very, very important, and how we create boundaries. And I think that is something that I believe has to change in the workplace.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't have to be if you're a woman only, for generally for everybody. What I else wanted to ask particularly is, as women, if you're married, then you could say, oh, yeah, you could have a boss or work environment that can understand, okay, she has kids, she needs to go pick up her kids once in a while if the school, bus breaks down or whatever, or she has a husband at home. But as a single woman in the workplace where you don't have a child, you're not married, do you find that there's a different expectation for you in terms of having to work maybe later than your normal 9 to 5, and you finding sometimes that you have to justify if you needed to leave work early? Have you ever had that experience?
For me, I don't. Maybe I would say I've experienced, some sort of, I don't know, should I say microaggressions? But yeah, people just having certain expectations from you at work because you are single, right? I mean, I've had somebody say something like, oh, the person sounded like I was just going to be working. And then when I'm tired, like what I do is I just work. When I get tired, I go to bed. Then I wake up in the morning. Maybe when I finish praying, I just start working. It's like some kind of, like what you're saying to me without saying it. Do you get what I mean? Because I'm single. So you don't believe that, oh, maybe I'll have other things to do. I have another life outside of work. So I would say, yes, that's something I've definitely experienced because I'm a single person. So I think it dawned on me like, okay, if I were not single, you wouldn't be like, just don't worry, when you die, you just go to bed. So some kind of statement like that. So I think for me that's what. And then again, another thing people think is at the workplace, they just think that, oh, because you're single, you don't have anything you're using your money to do.
Oh yes, that is.
Yeah. So maybe if you need, you want more in terms of like a raise, they're just like, okay, so what do you need this money for now? Like, why do you expect more? So especially, so I feel like for young women, right, in the workplace, and again, if you're like in leadership or management or something, you're managing people, and then maybe you're like, oh, this is what people that are managers, and they're just like, okay, those people have like responsibility, they have things they're doing. What do you need more money for now? Like,
Like I'm worth it.
Exactly. Yeah. So I
Right.
think it's just about how they're valuing you differently, right? As a woman that is single in the workplace, and then people can just assume that if you're trying to also have like you're living well and you're living fine, there can just be some kind of microaggression, like, oh, how is she affording all of, like, that kind of thing, like. So you just find that it could then mean that if we're valuing men, if men are contributing, if people are, let me not say men or anybody, if people are contributing in the workforce, so the money you're paying them, are you paying them that money because of the work they put in, and maybe that's standard practice, or you're paying them because you're like, oh, that one has a family, let's pay him more,
Right.
or that one is single, so don't worry, she will manage, she'll find a way. What is she even needing the money for? So I think that value, it just then speaks to how you value people. Is it based on their contribution or some kind of funny biases?
Sure.
Interesting.
By yourself.
I haven't experienced that. I think when I maybe getting into a new workspace, during interviews phases, I tell them up front. I've been a caregiver. My parents, and I have a brother, a younger brother that I care for. He's a person with disability. So I say that up front. And then I have other engagements. So maybe consciously I do something where I post some pictures, me at somewhere. So I have a life. So you don't just assume that, oh, okay, she's single. There's nothing she's doing apart from work. So I have a life. I go places. I've done this maybe in the last 5 years now, where I literally just take myself out on dates. And I enjoy myself. So if you're calling me for work, can we talk about this on Monday?
Sure.
Fine. So you have to maybe, with wisdom, put that out there. So people don't say, oh, you're single, you don't have responsibilities. Everybody has responsibilities. I am responsible for myself. That's enough responsibility anyway. So people need to be able to understand that as a human being, we are all responsible. And that should be put into context. It's the value we bring that we should be measured by at the end of the day.
Sure.
Okay.
And again, just to add to what you're saying, I also feel like it also has to do with if you're single in the workplace and people feel like you don't have anybody you're accountable to. Right?
Yeah,
so they just expect that, oh, if she's married, she's accountable to her husband, maybe her family. But as a single person, we can just expect anything from you. We can just be like, show up now, and then you just show up.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's another thing.
So it sounds like that there's definitely a pecking order in the way that we viewed. So in the grand scheme of things, the single person would be sort of at the lower end of the rung when we shouldn't be really. Yeah. So I know I was talking to you earlier, Bukun. You were saying you recently experienced some sort of toxicity in the workplace. Tell me about that.
Okay, because like I mentioned, having grown up among boys, I'm the only girl out of 4 boys. And our background is more like our parents didn't do this, the girls' kitchen cleaning stuff and the boys do. Everybody comes to do the work. So we didn't really see that separation growing up. And that's how all of us are today. So getting into workspaces, when I start to see maybe during meetings and someone, maybe the manager he's supposed to be, supervising whatever meetings we're having, people have questions. And I started noticing that for the women, sometimes they cut them off.
Right.
And that's when I won't like bust in, but I'll make a statement, type in the comment section. It's always a Zoom meeting. I'm like, can you please allow her to ask her question? She has a comment. Then I go right ahead and say, oh, XYZ, please go ahead with your comments. Little by little, I started seeing this. And then it brought a level of trust from my colleagues. They started telling me things. There was pay disparity, which wowed me. And I took it up to HR.
Even for the same roles?
For the same roles.
Right.
The same level. So we started looking at all these things. And then I started helping HR define gender policies. Let's look at this recruitment, the same thing. Let's look at this. You cannot have, we're going for a meeting somewhere, we know our target audience. You need to have those people in the organization because they're the best to speak concerning these things. So the balance started coming bit by bit. So I will address the situation. I do not react. So when there's a lot of distraction about, oh, you're this, you're that, I'm not listening. I want us to focus on this. So that's even the way my reporting comes through. And since I've learned how to leverage on the men, I have them as allies. So I have them cross-check this. This is what I would, assuming I'm talking to you, because this is the person I want to send this to, what should you look out for? Then I will now reconstruct and I send it like that. So it's like for women, you also have to swim in both waters to say, I'm coming as, not coming as a man, so to speak, but speak their language and let them address that situation. And it actually flies. Approval is gotten at the end of the day. So it helped to reduce that toxicity along the lines, and the women started speaking out more. Sometimes I would deliberately send them for some meetings I should attend. Just push them out.
Sure.
Show your strength, your confidence. Show them you can do this. I don't need to be there all the time. And little by little, their voices started becoming louder and louder until at least we're catching up a great deal.
Great. So, in the larger frame of things, that's you in your workplace making an amazing difference, and you as well. What do we need to see in Nigeria, in our HR policies, in our standard operating procedures that you think will make a difference in creating those safe spaces that we're talking about?
I'll give an example of where I've worked presently now, and the rest is more of coming from. I think this happens a lot more in the development space, and it's fantastic, it's amazing, and most organizations should also follow suit. And the fact that you can separate human resources from safeguarding. People will trust more that there's that separation. So safeguarding helps HR to develop these things, create that safe space, create an atmosphere where women especially can feel safe, can know that my issues will be sorted. So little by little, our blue chip organizations should also have those kind of policies. I know a couple of them have started developing policies along those lines, but then more of advocacy, awareness, talk about these things. It helps a lot more than the paper is just on paper. But when people talk about it, my colleagues are talking about it, they talk about it to the other, team members outside the space, maybe in religious activities, the voices, the noise, the awareness keeps getting louder. And then it starts to change the mindset of everyone who is hearing it. There's a joke in my organization. When I show up doing maybe trainings, outreaches, and the likes, and they'll be like, oh, safeguarding is here, let's behave ourselves. But they won't do that necessarily for human resource.
Right.
Because I do this orientation all the time. That policy, I will make sure you understand it to the teeth. And it doesn't have to mean it's just for the participants, it's also for staff. And so that has helped them to understand that, oh, okay, we're all included in the whole thing. And then they also carry the awareness to wherever they're going.
Sure. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that every organization should really have your standard HR, but your safeguarding officer, who is separate, who's like the person who is making sure that HR does their work properly. Fantastic. How about you?
So for me, what I would say is the culture, right? Because I feel like in Nigeria, that's something we should look into more from an organizational development point of view, especially because we're an economy that is driven by smaller organizations, not necessarily those really large ones, right? So just thinking through having, what is your workplace culture? What are those things you want to see in your workplace, and how are they promoting this inclusion? Because if we're looking at it like that from head to toe, from members of the organization at every level, and even when you have to collaborate with stakeholders, how is this in line with the culture that we're championing here? I remember that this I learned that Facebook, when it first started, one of their culture slogan was "move fast and break things," right? And so it sort of drove everything that they are doing there. Even though I think they changed later, because it's also okay to learn and unlearn things and just be like,
Sure.
oh, if we're doing this, and people are just lashing on that to do so. But just having that culture, and when you're hiring people, you're saying, oh, how are they mirroring what we want to promote here, so that if they're not a culture fit, it's important for Nigerians, Nigerian organizations to then have a workplace culture, and then hire culture fits, right? Really look at their culture and, ensure that it is inclusive, but also hire people that are culture fit, and have people that are culture champions within the organization, especially if you want to have a gender inclusive workplace. Who are those people that you can say that they are champions, so that when they see things, they're calling it out. It's part of their job description to be gender champions.
So what I wanted to know, and your take on this, and if you had any advice about this, is working in a place where a lot of organizations and big organizations that are family owned in this country can be one of the most toxic places, because you find that the culture in those environments is that there is hardly any governance. It's run in an authoritarian way. And we're not talking about small companies. We're talking about companies, they have thousands of employees, where, if the owner doesn't sign the check, nobody gets paid. Or, there is just this unspoken toxicity that goes on, because everybody's kind of beholden to what the person says. So even though you have your HR department, none of that matters, because it's either their way or the highway. And what you find in those kind of environments is that they have high turnover of people, they don't keep good people. So how do you create safe spaces, not just for women, but for anybody who works there in that type of environment? What would you say?
That's a tricky one. So for me, I wouldn't say that has directly affected me, but we're living in Nigeria. I mean, we're saying to Nigerians, go and start a business.
Right.
So you're going to have people have family businesses. But then again, I think family business is actually a thing, right? I think I remember watching this show, and then there was this mother and son and some situation. But I'm saying that to say that I then learned that there is such a thing as a family-owned business, and then there is like a type of governance that works for it, for those kind of situations. However, I wouldn't say that situation should now become a place where it's now toxic for other people, maybe because they're not having a voice and all of that. And if that happens, I really don't know how you're going to survive it, though. I really don't know how you're going to survive it, because two situations I've seen, two situations like that, which I wouldn't say directly affected me, but obviously there were people in that situation. So I know of one that I think the spouse sent a letter of termination to somebody who that was not his boss, but he then received letter of termination from, and he didn't follow due process. I mean, there is a process for terminating people's appointment, and I don't think he could really do anything, because the situation wasn't really serving him, so he didn't really know how to go about getting some kind of if there was anything, some kind of like benefit or damages or anything. I'm not sure there was a way out of that. Then the other one I know as well, it's still a family-run business, and they can just cancel you just like that. Yes, the word is cancel. So yes, because you can just be there, and then you're no more there, because they just cancelled you. They've just come to their family meeting. So unfortunately, the governance situation is not, they don't have any governance
Yeah.
structure, they are not following due process and all of that. So if you're in that situation, honestly, just run. But yeah, like what should be done is for those governance structures to be put in place and ensure that never happens.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know who is going to police that to ensure that happens, but I don't think it would serve an employee to then advocate for anything, because like I said, they can just cancel you. Like they just gang up against you and then you're just the outsider.
Yeah, like in other countries, you do have employment laws that protects the employee.
Yes.
Outside of an organization, you can go and report it, and you know, you
Yes.
can go to an ombudsman or an arbitrator and get those issues
Yeah,
solved. But I
solved.
think in Nigeria, I'm not even sure if we have any such
employment policies
in place. We might do, but I'm not quite aware of it.
We do, but it's always on the side where the employee will be thinking, is it worth the stress?
Right.
And then what will be the outcome? And then on the other end, for these family-owned businesses, I think one thing for them is, if I put in place the appropriate governance policies or structure, what it means for them most times is they're relinquishing control. And it's that control that makes them, not knowing that when you are still in control, but the process or the approach is what is wrong. You can go by the way of this, what is standard across board, and you're still in control, because number one, you should be proud of yourself that this family-owned business is still running, it's still thriving, something is working. You know, the results are showing. So I think for employees who ever find themselves in that spaces, where maybe they can connect with one of the children, I don't know, you know, but we rarely see that happening. We rarely see that happening. One or two things: the business crumbles, they lose the best of staff, they get bad press.
And I always witness like family-owned businesses just going down the drain. I think
yeah.
I know many
Yeah, a
that
lot of
they
them.
started like, this very big conglomerate, and they had these flashy pictures. Everybody's like, oh my god, this person set that up. And then maybe I just close my eyes and look 10 years later,
They're no longer there.
you don't find it. And then if you dig deep, you hear that, the founder, this was what happened. He didn't really relinquish, or she didn't relinquish control, and always wanted things done their way. And things, I always hear those kind of stories.
Sure.
And then you just probably have this really massive building just there, and then and that's it.
That's it, yes. I think it comes from a place of a lack of trust. Maybe it's human nature. A lot of people betray you, and then you think, I have to be in control because I don't want that to happen again. But what people fail to realize is that, you have to think of sustainability, longevity. After you've died, do you want this to continue? You look at organizations like Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation. These are people who started family-owned businesses that have lived beyond them because they understood and could see to the future and put structures in place so that whether they're here or not, it still continues. And I think we have a long way to go in Nigeria in understanding that we need to put our egos to the side.
Yes.
And think about the longevity of what you're trying, the legacy that you're trying to build, so that 50, 60, 100 years time from now, it's still there. It's still there. So, but thank you, ladies. There's a lot that we have unpacked today, a lot more to go, but we've come a long way as a country.
Yes.
There's still a lot more to go. But finally, I wanted to ask you, talking about work-life balance, what do you do to balance your life?
By the way, work-life balance is not a thing. I don't think it's possible.
Wow.
But work-life integration.
Well, integration maybe,
Yeah, but I don't think work-life balance is a thing. Okay, so for me, I'm more of an indoorsy person. I don't know, is that a word? So movies, so if you hear a lot, I'll be like, I saw this movie, or I saw this documentary, I saw this. So I do watch a lot of movies, documentaries. Those are the things I would say I do. And then I like nature walks. I take a lot of walks. and just see like nature, gardens, flowers, and really, really cool stuff. And then I also like wellness, like going to the gym and stuff, even though I'm not sure I've gotten any well. But yeah, yes. Speaking of work-life balance, right? So those are the things that really, really interesting to you.
Nice. So how about you, Buku?
Buku loves to taste food, so
wow,
I enjoy that. And
you're so slim. How is this?
It's just tasting.
Oh my god! I don't know what to say. You said taste, and then you just imagine the full of
You just tasting the food and walk away.
Right, okay.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
She walks away from the whole food.
So what
She just tastes it.
you go to food tasting?
Yes,
things?
events.
Okay.
Yes,
Wow.
and then movies. I enjoy my own company most of the time. I've not been reading a whole lot recently, but that movies, food tasting events, beach, walk on the beach. So I'm not so much of I think I'm just learning all over again how to hang out with other women, other girls, have girls' night out, and the rest of it. I'm learning to do that again, but I think I enjoy my own company.
Nice. No, there's something to be said about that as well. So for me, being a single woman in her 50s, I don't joke with my self-care. I love massage. I have to have my massage once a month. I have to do my nails. I have to do my pedicure.
Yes.
I just enjoy that for myself.
Yes.
I think, being a single mom, having a daughter, an older mother to take care of, I just need that my time.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
that's important to me. And I love coffee, so I
Yeah.
get my coffee.
It's interesting that you said self-care because most times ladies are thinking about going to the salon, but it's like, I need to go to. I'm trying to dress up for work. I'm doing it because I need to go to work. I have a function to go to. It's not. It's not like you're taking care of yourself when you go to the salon. And I like it because when I go to the salon, that's the way I feel as well. And people are like, I don't get, why do you enjoy going? Why are you staying so long in the salon? I'm like, that's the only time you do like self-care. You're taking care of yourself. What do you mean?
For work,
You
is
know,
for
you
me.
don't. Yeah, you're doing it for yourself. So I really like that you said that though.
Important.
Very, very.
Great. Well, thank you, ladies, for
Thank you,
being
Pam,
here.
for
And
having
I
us.
hope that our viewers have learned a lot about work-life integration and also creating safe spaces for ourselves. And I think it's important, if you find yourself in a toxic environment, to be vocal about it and get the help that you need. And remember to take care of yourself. So thank you very much for watching. Till next time, bye for now.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.